it's Christmas. Want some yours, you don't know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is soul vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins, big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big old confidence boost. You never delude. Just know that you'll be winning cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is soul vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. You been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Kick me around and you might get lucky. Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. Yeah, you wanna keep me with you. Oh yeah, keep me with you. Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed up, make that thing rough. Foot on the gas so you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it, whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. Know I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. It's like they never even seen us, and nothing will ever get in between us. I'ma ride by your side every season, and if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. Know I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster,
like I'm the big dog, been killing it since tip-off. Come with it or stay home, the people gon' feel ripped off. It's only major leaguers in the office. If you giving half of an effort around the rest of us, you'll make it awkward. I'm about that action, not the one you talk with. You better hope I'm not the one your coach gon' have you out here really guarding. It took a lot for me to get here, but I have arrived. I really made it and the haters be looking surprised.
Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw them right down at the whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love, and it's all good.
Yeah. Okay. They say pressure makes diamonds. That's what I align with, cause the journey I've been climbing is riddled with perfect timing. I'm in a different mode when I be trying to get it. To even get a chance to compete is a form of winning. I mean, what's the point of playing if we ain't striving for greatness? I feel a sense of pride with every play that I'm making. To the top of the world when I came from the basement. Boy, I'm the one and not the two, so don't get it mistaken.
I'm the type of girl that turns logic into awesomeness. Think you know it all, but then you let me get inside your head. Yeah. Steady jump design, think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is nice and test. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cockroach code. Run it again with it. XOX cockroach code. Run it again with it. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. Yeah. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. Yeah. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is nice and test. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cockroach got me thinking things I didn't mean to. You got me wanting things I never wanted. Is this the way you always get what you want? Alright, alright. You got me right inside of my head. You got me so, so close on the tip of your tongue. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Let's do, say that we're done. Let's do. You got me saying words I've never said. You got me powerless on the edge of your bed. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Let's do, say that we're done. Let's do, say that let's do, say that we're done. Let's do. I'm powerless to you. I'm powerless to you. I know that I want you, and I know that you want me back, and I know that you want me back. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Powerless to you. Powerless to you. I know that you. I know that you want me back. Know that you want me. Know that you want me. Ding ding. Ding ding. Why you just have that look upon your face with the underestimation? It is so yesterday. 'Cause baby, I can't fly without you by my side. I can do a whole lot more than just look pretty. I know that it'll take some time to see, but you're never stopping me. I know that we ain't giving up. If you thought so, well, tough luck. So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't over till the bell goes ding. We're gonna fight, so step aside and let us sing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't over till the bell goes ding. This ain't over till the bell goes. This ain't over till the bell goes. This ain't over till the bell goes. If you think I've had enough, well, I guess you don't know tough. I'll never be the one to back down. You haven't been the first one to show me doubt. 'Cause baby, I can't fly without you by my side. You're never breaking me, never stopping me, never making me be less than all of me. Know that it'll take some time to see, but you're never stopping me. I know that we ain't giving up. If you thought so, well, tough luck. So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't over till the bell goes ding. We're gonna fight, so step aside and let us sing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop Cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins, big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big old confidence boost. You never lose. Just know that you'll be winning cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. You been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Kick me around and you might get lucky. Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good omen. Yeah, you wanna keep me with you. Oh yeah, keep me with you. Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed up, make that thing rev. Foot on the gas so you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was slow low. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it, whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you.
Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
वो जो था वो पास्ट में था, वो गया, अब फ्यूचर पे ध्यान देते हैं।
ये डिसीजन गलत ले ली जिसकी वजह से बहुत खराब हो गया। मेरे को भरोसा है कि इस टीम के साथ मैं ये ट्रॉफी जरूर निकालूंगा।
हम लोग को रियलाइजेशन हुआ कि हम लोग हारने नहीं आए, यहाँ पे हम लोग जीतने आए, जीत गए और कुछ लोगों के हाथ से ट्रॉफी छीन ली।
AKOP जो है को तो कोई जानता ही नहीं है।
There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
फुटबॉल अगेंस्ट एज को नॉक करेगा, ट्रिगर को गेम से बाहर करेगा एंड द चैंपियंस दे पेइंग द प्राइस विद द ब्लड।
We're almost at the end of week 2 and still a few known faces are all the way at the bottom of the overall standings. Can they make a comeback today? That's the real question. Welcome to BGMI Snapdragon Pro Series, where I'm going to be your host and caster Necro John. Alongside with me on the panel, it's going to be Fixes, and we're currently inside of the challenge season week 2 day 3. Fixes, as we know, still a few known faces all the way at the bottom. One of those names is also going to be Vasista Esports, which we really thought can easily make a comeback, and the second one's also going to be 8-Bit.
The interesting fact is that Esports have 2 chicken dinners already in the back. And yes, 8-Bit also in the mix. alongside 8-bit, we've got Phoenix Esports as well. But before we begin today's matches, of course, I have to talk about what happened yesterday, because we saw God's Reign going rampant throughout the lobby, securing 2 back-to-back chicken dinners. In fact, they could have gotten
Almost getting
their
third.
4th also. That would have been there. They did get that hat trick, all of which we could see. But also iQSoul did manage to redeem themselves just a little bit. Phoenix Esports missed out on a golden opportunity, and so much more.
Even Cincinnati Kids tried their best to get something done in yesterday's games, but unfortunately, their best was not enough. K9 Esports, though, still doing pretty good for themselves, but still, the main problem for K9 Esports is Omega. He's not able to activate himself, and it's just the rest 3 players doing all the heavy lifting and getting those constant points on the board. So far, K9 Esports is doing pretty okay on the 11th spot with 94 points. They're having that consistency to play with, but as a whole unit, K9 Esports is struggling a lot.
To be honest, for K9 Esports, we've seen these struggles go on, and there have been minor fixes. But, when you look at how they've been performing as a team, of course, nowhere close to their true potential. So that is somewhere they need to explore themselves a little bit more, as we've got a lot of new returning viewers and new viewers all the time. So we've got the format once again in front of us. We did have the open finals, out of which 24 teams did partake, from which 16 teams made it to the challenge season. And now 16 teams are going against 16 invited teams. And now the top 16 teams from here onwards will head over to the grand finals.
Exactly. The challenge finals are going to be super intense, and only one team can emerge as the champion of the SPS BGMI, as we've got the prize pool off the entire tournament. 1 crore rupees are on the line, from which the first placing team will be getting 50 lakhs in their hand. The second placing team will be getting 20. The third one will be getting it, and it's going to keep on descending downwards. We've also got a few individual accolades up on the line. That's, of course, going to be another factor that can add the pressure on the players. And also, it's about the bragging rights. But once again, moving back to the conversation that we're having, right? You mentioned this. iQSoul yesterday established quite a major comeback, and yes, they did so as well, getting that chicken dinner too, doing so good for themselves, iQSoul. And Summer Downline also shutting down a lot of those haters, but still they're not in that safer shoes yet.
Not really, to be honest. For iQSoul, like we've already discussed, we've been hearing some new rumors just bustling out that there might be a couple of more changes coming in inside of iQSoul, and I think one of the biggest prospects could be Hunters. Of course, he's not going to be playing this tournament, but who knows in the next officials. The prize pool, of course, we had those individual accolades also. But then again, how do you get there? You need to earn points. And these are one of those points table that we've seen for a long time heavily favors the teams that like to go aggressive, like to get a lot of finishes to their names. And if you do not want to do that, you can go the God's Reign route. You could get those chicken dinners, earn yourself 10 points for every victory.
God's Reign is one of the most passive teams, or maybe you can't say defensive teams as well, but then in the final few moments, they know how to amp up the heat as well, and that's one of the main reasons why they got those chicken dinners as well. But speaking of amping things up, we're not really seeing those things being amped up from Diesel Esports. Yesterday, we had a talk with LB, and clearly the players are in 2 different minds. They don't exactly know what they want to pull off in the game. Some players are saying we should focus on the zone. Someone is saying we should go for the fights. In my opinion, the IGL's correct here. They should go for the fight, secure as many points as possible. The earlier you get that aggression on, the more confidence you're going to have in the later stages.
That definitely is the right approach, but for what it stands to be, the players, they've been struggling, right? They've been rather relatively new into the block. They're having those shivers, they're having those chills. So yes, getting a couple of squad wipes here and there will definitely better things up, at least for that squad. But the overall rankings as it is, post-match 30, could clearly see Versatile still leading the chart. Of course, Versatile, after a little bit of a slump in those middays in day 1 of week 2, they've again risen back from the ashes. You've got Hero Extreme got like a little bit of a dip down yesterday. But again, when you look at this roster, a little bit of a dip down on a second position, I'm going to take it any given day.
Exactly, it's completely fine, right? You've also got Godsreen right there on the third spot, and then Wingod Esports. Wingod Esports, for some reason, for me, it feels like a wildcard entry, and so far they've been doing really good, justifying that spot in the top 5, and every single game you will see Wingod Esports somewhere in the top 5 as well. So they've been doing really consistent and really well for themselves. Latter half on the board, and as I mentioned, K9 Esports is on the 11th spot. They're getting that consistent average done, but just that's not enough. We know what K9 Esports is capable of, and we know what sort of potential this team can have. You've also got Team Empire right there. The newer faces on the block doing much better. Empire himself leading the pack is also doing a great job. And then you see a few upsets on the second half, because you will see teams like Phoenix Esports, Team Tumulus, Cincinnati Kids, Vasista Esports, 4M, and you just left to wonder what exactly is going wrong with these teams.
See, at this point, finally, we're getting to see that little bit of a segregation happening, a little bit of a difference between all these teams. And I think we will come to a certain point in this week where we can also start speculating on the cutoff, what it shall be, somewhere around 200 marker, maybe. But as we move on ahead, for 8-bit, it is going to be such a big ask from their side to stage this comeback, especially with how they've been struggling lately. Nothing seems to be working out for them. And even for legit, yesterday we saw they got ever so close to get a chicken dinner in the game of Erangel. They had all 4 of their players alive, still got outsmarted by the players of Aiku Soul and Wingod. So goes on to show that yes, they are lacking some character over there, need to get their heads back into place, because if they do not do it today, then I don't know if there may be anything left to salvage in the next 2 weeks.
You spoke about the cutoff, and I think so the cutoff will be somewhere around 160 points. And you thought that it's going to go 200, because currently the team that's sitting on the 16th spot is Metal Esports with 85 points. And if you move on with that same average, even in the upcoming 2 weeks, I think so, should be somewhere around 160 points or maybe 165, not more than that.
But you know, this is the thing, right? We've seen, we always multiply it by 2, usually is the average. But you also know, Necro, in those final days, you know, all those teams that are struggling, they suddenly decide to channel their inner spirits and they just go all out. As a result of which, we're going to see so much turbulence happening around the bottom order. And that is just, you know, a speculation that I'm coming up with. Maybe, you know, I think 200 might be a little bit of an over-exaggeration. Somewhere in the lines of 180 and 90 could possibly be the case.
Still, in my opinion, that feels pretty high, right? 180, 190. I think it might just be somewhere around 160 to 170. That sounds like an average number. That sounds like an okayish number. But you know what? Moving the conversation on from that and going back towards what exactly happened yesterday, too. We also did see Bot Army Esports do pretty good for themselves. They were getting those elimination points as well. Bot Army Esports getting those placement points down, too. We had the conversation about this, right? Bot Army Esports, they do have the elimination points on the board, but not exactly the placement point. And yesterday was one of those days where Bot Army Esports was doing really good for themselves. They had a decent amount of placement points to work with.
Oh yeah, I mean, for God's raid, I'm sorry, you've got so much traffic around, could barely process what you just said, but gathering up on the bits and pieces, yes, for Bot Army Esports, we did witness again the same old story. They did manage to get a lot of those finish points, and yeah, I think Bot Army Esports, again, back on the right track, did manage to find a success in the form of a chicken also. But I think they need to replicate more of that. They need to keep on hunting. They need to, you know, do what they are doing. And again, make sure they have better position points.
You know what? I've got something even better lined up. Let's move on to an interview that's happening on the Hindi desk right now.
कैसे हैं आप वाइल्ड फैंक्स के साथ? आपका सफर कैसा चल रहा है? How are you doing, buddy?
गाइस आई एम ग्रेट. आप लोग बताओ कैसे हो? और वाइल्ड फैंक्स के साथ आप देख ही रहे हो, थोड़ा बहुत ऊपर नीचे चल ही रहा है जैसे चल रहा है.
I mean, अभी तक तो बढ़िया चल रहा है. I think जो पोजीशन आपने मेंटेन करी टॉप 16 के अंदर, that is nice. Lucifer, Red Ross, how are you doing?
मैं बढ़िया, आप लोग बताओ. बस बढ़िया ही चल रहा है हमारा. तो
हम लोग भी बढ़िया है. मेरा लूसीफर सबसे पहले आपसे तो ये सवाल रहेगा, इसके लिए हम थोड़ा पीछे जाएंगे, ओपन फाइनल्स पे जाएंगे. पहले 2 दिन WSB लगा के खेल रहे थे, बढ़िया चल रहा था. तीसरे दिन क्या हुआ था? रेड रॉस पे टैग चेंज किया हो क्या? वेकेशन मोड पे चले गए थे आप भी संडे को?
नहीं, वो हमें टैग चेंज करना था, बट वही था, हमने पहले 2 दिन पे नहीं करा था और तीसरे डे पे हमें मैनेजमेंट ने बोला कि
परफॉर्मेंस क्यों डाउन गई थी डे 3 पे? पर
डे 3 पे हम बेसिकली एक टीम को टारगेट कर रहे थे, उनके ड्रॉप पे बार-बार जा रहे थे. तो
कौन सी टीम?
उसमें थोड़े पॉइंट्स हैं. SBA.
अच्छा, सॉरी.
बात है।
बट सेंसे मैं आपसे जानना चाहूँगा इस लाइनअप के बारे में, काफ़ी कमाल के प्लेयर है, नामी कामी प्लेयर है, तो इनके अराउंड ये परफॉर्मेंस जो एक्सपेक्टेशन थी ऑब्वियसली हाई रहने वाली थी, लेकिन स्टार्टिंग में टीम्स को प्रॉब्लम होता है, बट वो चीज़ तो इसमें अभी तक नहीं देखने को मिला। इसका रीज़न बताइए कि इतना बैलेंस कैसे चल रहा है, क्योंकि एवरेज बहुत खूबसूरत है आपका।
प्रॉब्लम इसलिए देखने को नहीं मिली क्योंकि अभी ग्रैंड फाइनल्स नहीं हुआ और अभी आएंगे प्रॉब्लम्स। बाकी यार यही मेरा था कि मुझे 2 जवान लौंडे उठाने हैं और 2 हम हैं ही, बस ऐसा, और बढ़िया चले, मतलब एक्सपीरियंस भी हो, गन पावर भी हो, तो वो सब देख के मैंने इस बार इंसान अच्छे चुने, प्लेयर तो हर बार तो बस वही है हमारा।
कुछ प्रेशर पता है नेगी साहब क्या रहता है कि स्टार लाइनअप इससे पहले भी बनाते, ड्रीम टीम की बात आई थी जब, बट जस्टिफाई नहीं कर पाए थे। अनफॉर्चुनेट। भाई देख, अभी यू हैव अ वेरी गुड टीम, सो एक प्रेशर था कि यार मैं फिर से एक स्टार लाइनअप बना रहा हूँ, आई एम गेटिंग तन्मय ऑन बोर्ड, सो प्रॉब्लम हो सकती है, फिर से मेरे पे सवाल आएंगे एंड जस्टिफाई कैसे होगा?
नहीं, इस बार ऐसा कुछ नहीं था, और मतलब मेरे लिए तो मतलब स्टार लाइनअप नहीं, हम सब मतलब हम बहुत नॉर्मल रहते हैं, आपस में दोस्तों की तरह रहते हैं, किसी को स्टार ट्रीटमेंट नहीं देते, मतलब स्काउट हो गया
हमारे लिए तो स्टार है ना, मतलब एक सेंस से
आप लोगों के लिए स्टार है,
हम सेंसे स्काउट।
तो आप नेगी भाई को कम समझ रहे हो?
भाई मैं सबसे पहले सेंसे बोला भाई मैंने, तो देख और क्या बोलूं मैं।
वेल लूसीफर, मैं आपके तरफ एक बार आता हूँ इसी बीच, मतलब जहाँ पे बाकी ओपन फाइनल से जो टीम्स आई वो बहुत स्ट्रगल कर रही है, बट आप इतना काम एंड कंपोज से कैसे मैनेज कर रहे हैं? क्योंकि उनको मैं चाहूंगा आप कुछ टिप दे दें यहाँ पे जो आप फिलहाल कर रहे हो।
सारी टीम ही इक्वल है, मतलब जो यहाँ तक पहुंची है, बस बात वही एक्सपीरियंस का आ जाता है। जैसे कि हम पिछला सीजन भी थे ESL के, तो हम भी 29-30 के अराउंड चल रहे थे जब पिछले सीजन थे इसमें चैलेंजर सीजन में, तो इस बार बस वही गलतियों से सीखे हैं और बस वही एग्जीक्यूट कर रहे हैं। बाकी सारी टीम्स सेम लेवल की हैं जो भी यहाँ तक आई हैं।
I mean, ये एक अच्छा रिस्पॉन्स था। आई थिंक ज़्यादातर IGL से हमने यही सुना है कि माइंडसेट में सबको सेम लेके चलो, बट सेम लेके चलने की बात सेंसे आपसे भी जानना चाहूँगा। आपकी एक कंप्लेन रहती थी अपने लाइनअप से पहले, हमेशा लाइनअप से कंप्लेन रही है कि अगर आप मर जाते हो उस गेम में आपकी टीम अच्छा करती है। इस बार भी सेम सिचुएशन चल रही है या कुछ अलग है? बिकॉज इस बार आपके भी फ्रैग्स अच्छे खासे आ रहे हैं, हमने देखा है गेम्स के बीच में।
नहीं, मेरे 12 गेम में 5 किल्स हैं और
फिनिश
ये 5 फिनिशेस है। सॉरी, वो मैं कास्टर पहले था, और बाकी यही है यार कि उतना भी है नहीं, बस फिनिशेस 5 है और बाकी कुछ इतना है नहीं।
बट चलिए कोई नहीं, आज और निकाल लेंगे।
हाँ, आज तो निकाल लेंगे, मतलब वही है, मैं अपनी जो भी मेरे स्किल्स वगैरह मैं ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के लिए बचा कर रख रहा हूँ। अभी दिखा के कुछ मतलब फायदा नहीं, टीम काउंटर निकाल देगी उसका कि सेंसे ऐसे मार रहा है, सेंसे बच के रहना पड़ेगा। तो अभी सब में मतलब ऐसा लगना चाहिए कि सेंसे अभी मार नहीं रहा है, फिनिशेस कम निकल रहे हैं। ग्रैंड फाइनल में देखेंगे तो शॉक हो जाएंगे।
लूसीफर सुन रहा है बाजू में, कहता है मैं देखूंगा क्या करते हैं फाइनल्स में।
कह रहा भाई कंटेंट क्रिएटर तो है। बट लूसीफर कीप इंस्पायरिंग यंग लैड्स ब्रो, मतलब कमिंग फ्रॉम ओपन फाइनल्स और चैलेंज सीजन के अंदर भी एक अच्छा रखना। गुड लक ब्रदर। सेंसे नेगी साहब, आपको भी ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं, अच्छा खेले और चैलेंज फाइनल्स में मुलाकात करते हैं।
यस, बिल्कुल।
धन्यवाद।
A lot of banter going on, a lot of stuff going on the Hindi desk. But yeah, I mean, Sensei mentioning that he does not really want to reveal his true intentions and his true skills just yet in the challenge season because he does not want the other teams to find a counter. Do you think that's true or that's cap?
His real skill lies in the fact that he always gets taken down early. I think that has been one of the cases which hasn't really been happening in the league stages so far. He's not been those early casualty guy, right? He's been staying on the back lines. We've seen him survive, and there have been a lot of questionable decisions at times. But if he gets back to his old ways in the grand finals, then that would be exciting to see what unfolds for Wild Fangs, really.
I mean, well, I just hope that he does actually do pretty well in the upcoming stages, man, because
that's his hidden power, I'm telling you.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much he cannot be lackluster right in the challenge finals if he's going to be performing the same way. Wild Fangs will be done for. Now you've got the schedule, and we know Group BND is going to be the one to participate first, which means K9 Esports CG will have another shot at doing things even better. The same thing can be said for Phoenix Esports too, because this team is all the way down in the slumber on 20th spot. You've got Group D as well on the screen. Metal Esports barely hanging on the edge, while Resista Esports on the struggling side of things right next to 4M. prem. Can these teams make a comeback? That was the question I'm asking, and still there's a big chance, knowing the fact that it's the last day. They're pretty much realizing the same thing as well, and they would at least want to see themselves in a good spot at the end of the week.
Honestly speaking, Group B and D going up against each other right from the get-go kind of brings chills down my spine. Honestly, looking at the kind of teams that we have, especially, you've got two different segregations here where you've got the likes of the big hitters, you've got Versatile, you've got Carnival, you've got so many others, and then you've got a couple others that are struggling. And amongst even the struggling ones, you've got potential good teams. I'm talking about Phoenix Esports into the mix. We haven't really talked about Phoenix Esports enough because, honestly speaking, Necro, 1 year, if we just go for a rewind, they were one of the top 5-6 teams, no caps, right? They had been there, they had been doing it all, and suddenly there has been such a massive dip. And don't get me wrong, yesterday's game of Vikendi got in so much hope that, yes, Phoenix Esports, they will show that consistency. But for Phoenix, what I feel like, them getting taken down early because of those early engagements that they tend to take, that has been sort of their Achilles heels. If they can avoid that, if they can somehow get themselves inside the final circles, then I think they will have a rather better outing.
I might be a little brutal with my statement, but for some reason, Phoenix Esports has never been the lineup, sort of like the champion lineup, right? They've never gave me that feeling of a champion lineup, because Phoenix Esports is someone
they've still won some LAN
a lot of
events.
menace in the lobby.
Let's give it to them, Necro. Come on.
I mean, they have been doing pretty good in the LAN events, nothing taken away from that, but Phoenix Esports has always been someone that just runs around the map, taking all the fights that they can, and racking as many elimination points as possible. We've never seen Phoenix Esports play a proper systematic game where they place themselves in the circle, where they hope for the best, where they've got the great position to play with, and then just play completely defensive. We've never seen that Phoenix Esports, and I think so somewhere down the line, that's the best way you can play if you want to aim for the trophy. Now, I do understand getting the elimination points as well is super important, but getting that chicken dinner as well, getting that extra bit of top off, that means a lot. And Phoenix Esports, they have been missing those chicken dinners since the past.
I think they've just lost their hunter's instinct is what I feel like, because let's go back to Phoenix Esports when they were Godstrain, right? One of the top teams in the country, and every single time during the online stages, during the league stages, they used to dominate by miles. They used to get a lot of those finishes, but suddenly I think I have to agree with what you said. In the recent grand finals, especially in the officials, they choke. They choke massively. They kind of adapt a completely different style of play, because I'm talking about this is the same lineup that goes up against the likes of Revenant X Park every single time, and it was always a 50-50. And there was even a time where Phoenix Esports was constantly winning against X Park, and they never bow down to change their drop location. Even till date, they're still dropping down at Yasna, they're still dropping down at San Martin, they're still taking those 4v4 fights. The players have it in them. It's all about them really low on confidence at this point. And Venom as an IGL, I think he's going through that mental block right now. He has to get past it. No other way.
I wouldn't even exactly say they're out of form. They're not feeling themselves. They're not confident. No, I wouldn't say that. They're definitely confident. There's a main reason why they're going for the fights early game. But still, it's all about playing it safely till the final few moments, and you rarely see Phoenix Esports do that. Phoenix Esports is taking fights off the rip, and they do not even know what is a difference between good fights and the bad fights. In the past, yes, I do understand, considering they were doing much more better. They had the momentum to play with. That's why they were winning majority of the fights they were taking. But even the fights that they were taking in the past weren't the good fights, but they were still winning those fights somehow because of the pure mechanics that they had. Right now, a lot of teams are much more polished, and they've got a better momentum in the game, and that's one of the main reasons why Phoenix Esports is collapsing against them.
I really feel like, this is up for debate, because when you take a look at this roster, there have been moments, right? We've seen them execute some really good plays, but when you look at them and their performance and how they're standing in terms of the overall rankings, there you see there has been a massive dip. You talk about their finishes just 50. That does not justify this team. And even their placement points, that has been horrendous. So I think for this particular team at this moment, one argument, I'll take that the others have just gotten better. But then again, we need to consider the fact that this lineup has stuck on to each other for such a long time. No changes in the roster, while so many of them have gone with a revamp. And I don't know what's missing. I think today is the perfect day where we can actually get somebody from Phoenix Esports and talk to them about what's going up.
Now, look, for Phoenix Esports, honestly speaking, we just got to give them a bit more time. I do understand I pretty much say the same thing about every other team.
Time for what,
just give them a bit more time. Yes, it's just the week 2. I do understand week 2 as well pretty much means you're halfway there off the challenge season. But for some reason, I have this hope even about Phoenix Esports that they can qualify without any troubles. They are going to be there in the top 16 without any problem because right now they're on the 19th spot, not that far away. One decent game in Phoenix Esports can instantly propel themselves in the top 16. And let's be honest, a few names in the top 16, I do see them on the shaky side of things, including Team Empire. Somewhere down the line, Team Empire can struggle and sort of leave that spot from the top 16. There's a big chance, and that spot's going to be up for grabs. Maybe a few more teams can fall down. So that's where teams like Phoenix Esports can try to prioritize and do much more of a better job. But I do understand your concern as well. There's so many teams on the latter half of the board that are deserving to be in the top 16. So getting that 16th spot in your hands can be tough.
No, that's the thing, right? They have never been put under such circumstances. You look back at their past official stats, even in the bigger third-party tournaments also. They are accustomed to being in the top 5, top 6,
right? Yeah,
all the time. And this time they are struggling massively. Yes, your argument about Team Empire is absolutely correct. And for Team Empire, they need to rack up a lot more points because we know in those final couple of weeks, everybody will put their A game. Everybody wants to see the days of qualification. But for Phoenix Esports, I'm still not able to gather myself around the fact that they need time because honestly, you get in that statement when there has been a recent change in their roster. Yes, they've changed org, they've gone orgless, and this is not the first time they've gone orgless and then being sponsored. Of course, there might be a little bit of a dip in their requirements, whatever the case is, we do not know. But then again, Necro, you have to consider, before God's Reign, they were under the banner of Kemin. And even after Kemin, they played on orgless under Team Venom Gaming's name, and without even being paid any salary, they put so much, and as a result of which got signed into God's Reign. So I'm starting to ponder around where exactly the problem lies. Because you still have all 4 players and not really putting their A game up. Something is definitely not right.
If someone comes and tells me that Phoenix Esports is not really taking the competition seriously and they're taking
I'm not going to
lightly,
take it.
I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised because Phoenix Esports is someone that can do that. And we have seen multiple times in the past as well. Yes, I do understand they like to dominate, but their playstyle's always been super random. They don't like to go with a proper playing structure. Instead, they would go for sometimes a lot of those random fights. And yes, they would come out on top in the past as well, but now it's a different thing. Phoenix Esports themselves knows the fact that yes, the lobby's getting better, but I wouldn't be surprised if Phoenix Esports is not playing super serious, man. I mean, maybe they can pull out the serious game in the final 2 weeks, and that's where we might just see Phoenix Esports rampaging through the lobby and just taking down anyone that stands against them. We might see that happen as well.
Let's hope for the best, because at this point, even for Phoenix Esports, they will have to reconsider dropping down at Yasnaya when they've got Revenant X Park inside the lobby, and then even in Miramar to tweak things around, because 2 of the most played maps inside this tournament, and you've got drop clashes against such a big team. So as a result of which we've seen them struggle, I think they have to take the longer route, maybe bow down for a bit, and maybe keep their heads low and hustle. But now I think enough about Phoenix Esports. Let's talk about this game. We kind of witnessed a little bit of a cluster forming around the Melta region. You've got Medal, you've got Wingod, you've got Team Empire, and not far away are even the players of 8-Bit. And considering the circle is actually centered around Melta, it's going to be really interesting to see if there is going to be a hybrid circle, maybe somewhere around the bridges. I don't think we've seen even a single circle ending at the bridges area.
It's been a while, at least. Those bridge zones can really catch a lot of teams off guard. You do not really have a lot of that playing surface to play with. And that can sort of play with the opponent's minds as well. And the players do not exactly know how to adjust accordingly, because you're going to be so exposed on that bridge. It's a whole different circumstance that pops up. And usually a lot of funnels do happen as well, where so many teams get eliminated in a quick burst. But hold on, speaking of elimination, Team Empire in the line of sight of WinGod Esports. Just had a conversation about Team Empire, and they need to move on with the same consistency that they've got so far. Right now, not in that good of a spot next to WinGod Esports. And speaking of WinGod Esports, it's one of the most consistent teams so far in the lobby. So Team Empire definitely do need to evade the tracks of WinGod as soon as possible. Leave the spot away.
At this point, they're getting surrounded. Slowly but surely, WinGod, one of those teams really flying high in terms of their confidence. And they had been nothing short of amazing yesterday. Really, I felt so bad for the players when they lost it out against IQSOL, because they did so much. And this is exactly the kind of a hunger you would need from a young team like this. And could resonate with the likes of Carnival Gaming, all four young guns, the zeal to prove something, but seems like our dreams of wanting to see maybe a hybrid circle are long gone. But here are IQSOL taking a fight against Gujarat Tigers with Arman already down on his knees. As Jaref, he's got a little bit of that high ground advantage. Tosses one more towards Some.
Oh.
And Some barely survives.
The Alpha Titans clashing against each other. As GT, even they face some casualty upon themselves. But look at IQSOL making that quick work. Taking down Clutch God as well. And now GT on the verge of being eliminated from this entire game. Some was chipped up a bit, but now Zerf is going to be the only glimmer of hope left alive in this compound. Can he keep himself alive for too long? That's my question. Nade tossed up, and that's going to get the confirmation as well. But eventually, Manya pushes up and puts that nail in the coffin against GT. And that's going to be it. IQSOL, such a clean wipe against him.
This is exactly what we needed from IQSOL. Look at how they commanded the entire situation. Looking so poised, looking so stoic, with Gujarat Tigers having no response. And let's not forget, Gujarat Tigers are currently higher up from IQSOL, and this has to be a prompt response, especially with so many questions around IQSOL and their consistency lately. But for Sister Esports, they also find themselves in a little bit of a pickle. Of course, a fight from this position is something that nobody would want to recommend, considering the fact that Rage God is in no man's land. And he needs to find some layer of cover, some semblance at least from his teammates, and maybe try to draw the players out of 8-bit. Because even when you look at 8-bit, this is not a team that is going to push in on you head first, considering the recent run of their players going through a terrible slump.
8-bit's a whole different story. They've been playing too defensive and too passive. Sometimes when they amp up the aggression, they do get the elimination points, but still, 8-bit, they need to bring a nice change in the pace in their own playstyle. Need to experiment a little bit. I know the time's not a lot, but 8-bit, they need to do something. Today's going to be the last day of the week too as well. If they don't establish at least even a little bit of that comeback, the struggles will be there, and too much in the upcoming weeks. Because every other team is going to show their A game, and 8-bit, they might just fall apart. There's a big chance. GT after getting wiped out like that, but still they're on the 6th spot in the overall standings. It's completely fine. This wipe is not going to be affecting GT at all, but it's going to help the players of IQSOL quite a bit. They're on the 13th spot in the overall standings, getting 4 points off the rip. That means a lot for IQSOL. Metal Esports too, on the 16th spot in the overall standings. They need to play for the survival game as well. K9 Esports next to Phoenix. One of the fights that is going to be long awaited. Two teams who've got a lot of firepower looking to clash against each other. This will be an amazing clash. Omega, a player who's always been left out. This is going to be the time where he needs to strike and be back in the playing field. Omega's out in the open. Not a big fan of the position that he's got, but if the players of Phoenix Esports do go for the peak, this can be quite a tough scenario for K9 Esports. But I like the fact that Slug is constantly driving around, playing for the intel, and keeping the players of Phoenix Esports on their knees.
Little bit of a bait and switch strategy going on. Trying to maybe find one of the players of Phoenix Esports off guard. And we know both these teams are quite stubborn. Really do not back away from a fight, do they? But like you said, I completely agree with you. Omega is in such a tough spot. And look at Fury's angle. If he can somehow thread the needle, because the kind of a ditch that Omega is playing from, he gets isolated, if a couple of grenades come pouring his way, and the other players of K9 Esports cannot provide cover fire in time, that would be alarm bell stalling. And for K9 Esports, when you take a look at the map, they're so scattered apart from each other, to the point where I'm starting to fathom what on earth are they really trying to do? Are they gathering information? Are they searching for new vehicles? What's going on?
A 2-2 split. 2 players towards the gas station, 2 players in the back lines. Yeah, I'm not sure either what the game plan seems like for K9 Esports, but it does look like they want to camp out a few teams that might just be crossing on forward from that bridge. Still playing on the northern edge. I'm not sure what the game plan is. Maybe they have done their research and know that there's going to be someone rotating late from the blue. And that's who K9 Esports wants to catch. Omega is there, right next to the players of RGC. But can he spot them? That's my question. The answer pretty much is going to be no, because they're still pretty far away. And maybe now Omega's got the tracks. He's the only player chasing him down, and this is one of the main reasons why Omega gets taken down all by himself every single time. Look at what's happening on the map fixes. We've got the map feed on the screen right now. And Omega is the only player who's chasing down the players of RGC, while the rest 3 players are sticking to each other.
I think maybe he just want to follow them up, somehow chase them on their tracks and try to reach them from the back lines. But if RGC are a little bit careful also, might have all that information relayed. And imagine Genesis deciding to take over the bridge and suddenly they lock horns, and there is a high chance of that happening. And now K9, they will be under a severe disadvantage playing without their IGL as the circle takes a shift towards the eastern side. Versatile in such a prime position, right on top of Prison. Got a very good place to play around with Josh Shelley, Legit, and so much of that cluster building up on the southern side. A lot of these fights are bound to happen, but seems like Genesis and K9, they've decided to part ways and have gone their own respective directions. But for now, Medal Esports really up close and personal. The players of Win got Infinity showing his position away. Prince, he's gonna take a dig at him. He tried to take a couple of pot shots, nothing really connected though. This grenade, however, would have proven fatal. Wasn't really the case. LeBron, the sidelines, he's been taken down. And Wingod, it seems like they've taken a lot much on their plate at this moment.
This seems like a rough fight. Wingod Esports in 2 different troubled waters. LeBron falls down as well. Wingod Esports is getting picked off. Medal Esports from one side, Legit from the other. And as Wingod Esports falls apart, there's also going to be Team Empire in the mix that want to be part of this entire kerfuffle. Maybe scrap a few points away. These points off the rip can definitely mean confidence, and that's what Empire wants. They've already gotten 1 point so far, and that 1 point secured means Empire can now stay peacefully in that spot. That's how Empire likes to play. Empire has been constantly playing for that average, reaching 6 to 7 points per game. And as long as they're getting that goal, it's all good. Legit Esports, though, after getting those 2 finishes, even they're going to be feeling pretty much at the top. But not when it comes to the overall standings. They're still pretty much at the bottom on the 31st spot. Legit themselves, they need to find a way to catapult in the overall standings. 1 good game can do that. 1 good game can instantly bring them back somewhere in the 20s. That can help them quite a bit.
I mean, I don't know. Haven't really even touched a 40 marker. Very close to it though, but this time Legit, considering the fact that they're off to a good start. Yesterday's Erangel game also did go pretty well, but look at this. Carnival Gaming up against Iku Soul. Neo smacks 1 down already. Now up against Ronnie, as there has been some response coming in from Carnival side. As the cavalry does arrive, Iku Soul already on their knees as Ronnie also falls down, leaves Manya to be the final player. He does make an entry though in a very tough spot. And now Iku Soul's Manya still fighting it out against Hector. It is going to be a battle between the IGLs, and Manya prevails supreme. And not just that, all 3 players of Iku Soul live to fight another day, as they will get that revive as Carnival Gaming instantly dismantled in the blink of an eye. And this is Manya at his finest.
Iku Soul, they've survived 2 fights so far. 1 against GT and now this one. They're looking pretty solid. 8 finishes racked up already. IQSOL is looking dominant. And this is the exact domination we all were waiting for from a team like IQSOL. Doing really good now in the overall standings with these 8 points. IQSOL, they already know they've touched the average. And they are going to go for as much risk as possible. RGC out in the open against Vasista Esports. It's such a bad fight. But still, Vasista Esports, they've got the man advantage. Already found the striking advantage at the start, and Picar's going to strike another player down. RGC, they don't stand a chance in this fight anymore. It's such a weird terrain, but still Vasista Esports, they've got the bigger advantage. But K9 Esports was right there around the corner. There's a main reason why K9 Esports has been chasing down RGC since the start. And now they're here to get those scrappy points. They just want to collect those elimination points, steal a few away if possible. Vasista Esports in a world of trouble, as the players constantly do get taken down, and Bunny's gonna toss that beautiful nade, as that's gonna nail the last player down as well. But K9 Esports from the far fray, they will take down RGC too.
Lovely stuff coming in from K9, and this is what we wanted to see. 2 finishes, and Vasista Esports falling flat, as Bunny's high ground position really enabled him to get the squad wipe despite him being outnumbered in that situation. Valiant effort by Picar, whilst the others really left stranded at this point. K9 still circling around, still on the hunt for the next spray, as the Apex Predators have suddenly come alive inside of this lobby. Team Versatile, however, still respecting the circle right now, but they also are feeling the heat of IQSOL, who are having the form of their lives. A lot might say they are going through a tough time, but seems like class is definitely there. Getting back to their old hunting ways, as Versatile Somraj, he also opens up. Puts in all that lead against the players of Team Empire. Proton against the players of Just Jelly, as Ninja falls down. Curse God, and there will be those trades happening in. Just Jelly providing those quintessential cover fires, as now they are also not out of harm's way, Necro. You've got even the likes of Medal lurking around, eyeing for any scrappy finishes. They're just gonna take it with their arms wide open.
Indeed they will. Metal Esports do put that nail in the coffin of Team Legit. Last man taken down, and now they want a third party, Just Jelly. Just Jelly hasn't even recovered yet, and already the players are going to start to drop down like flies. Even Kyo Lamau gets knocked out. Kyo Lamau just got the revival, and he instantly gets knocked out once again. Just Jelly. Ninja wants to go for the revival, but that's going to be denied as well. Interrupted. Metal Esports, they take down 2 more players of Just Jelly. The confirmation on to Ninja, and another player comes into the couple. But now it's just down to Jelly, the one last man surviving. Not for long, because VXT, they drive by.
Oh, everybody is on a hunt at this point, and Versatile shall show no mercy. But look at this, from the far fray, come striking in the players of Phoenix Esports as well. This is as exciting as it gets, as Team Empire somehow struggling to even find some breath in there. Gasping for air at this moment, as Versatile also cruising through, maybe on the lookout for a couple more finishes. 3 already in their bag, and maybe Metal Esports could be next, as Prince OG under heavy fire. S-Power constantly just spraying him down, rattling him down with bullets, as Prince OG ejects from his vehicle, and it is going to be S-Power who secures that first knock. Cyrex might be next on his hit list, as this madman steps out, and there you have it. Raiden also does his bidding, as Versatile are taking such a beautiful advantage at such a crucial point of the game. Versatile are all over the place, and Metal, they are feeling all that heat.
Fights happening left, right, center. Metal Esports 2 getting dismantled. Still one more man of Metal Esports is alive all the way in the back lines, hugging that blue. Soon enough, even he will be snuffed out. Just needs to keep his position anonymous, not even move a bit. And Legit will be safe. And for now, it does seem like Legit's going to be safe, because VXT, their attention is being gathered by someone else, and that's going to be the players of 8-Bit. A fight emerges between 8-Bit and Team Empire. A few taps taken away from Raiden, and that's going to find the connection as well. Mafia's chipped up so low. A few more taps, and that player will be dealt with, and that's exactly what happens. But Hunter hunts down Raiden in return. Did hear all that shots, and eventually Hunter did find the slap against that man. VXT is still proven to be quite a menace in the lobby, as Team Empire, now they need to play this defensive. From the top, it's going to be the players of VXT. From the bottom, it's 8-Bit. VXT's in a big sandwich. If they do make it out alive from this, it will mean a lot. Phoenix Esports, this time around, they've been playing it super defensive, but now finally they've broken that silence. Even they want to be a part of few fights. They want to get their hands on the eliminations. Phoenix Esports, hands quite itchy. They just want to gather a few scrappy points for themselves.
They have had enough lying in wait, and now they know that Versatile, they are vulnerable. Couple of players already fallen down against the players of Metal Esports. They're in such a terrible position at this point, and Phoenix Esports know now is the time. The iron is hot, might as well strike it. But they also have to understand the fact that they have to get inside the circle, given it is a little away from them. And Versatile, somehow they're trying to survive. Somehow in the midst of all that murky smoke, they are trying to get their players back up alive. Troy, he is going to get kicked out from the server as of now, as Phoenix Esports, they decide to take the better decision over here, prioritizing the circle as Somraj just circling around legit as piranhas in the ocean, and they also get dealt with as Phoenix Esports hunt down the players of Team Empire, and they also get annihilated over here. As it is Mad Max Fury going on, everybody just going after each other as Phoenix Esports next set their gaze upon the players of Versatile as the vehicle explodes, and so does Raiden. Team Empire vanishing into thin air as Phoenix Esports couple of moments ago had 0 finishes and now have 5 to work around with.
Exactly what I was about to say. You just stole the words from my mouth. Phoenix Esports has devoured so many teams that wanted to make it inside of the safety lines, but they denied them. K9 Esports, not so safe. This time around, it's not Omega who's fell down first. Instead, it's Ninja Boy. Omega, Slug, and Beast, the remaining 3 players. Now they've got heavy lifting to do. Aiku Soul, they've got a decent spot to play with as well, but the backlines don't seem so clear because there's still Phoenix Esports on the fray. And a beautiful nade from Mania, that's going to open things up. The shrapnel really causing pain to Slug. Another nade tossed in that same direction. Omega pushed back a little bit. Beast is still there up close and personal, and Beast can be the one to pull off that amazing angle. If Manya pushes up a bit more and makes things even tougher, that's not going to be great for K9 Esports. But that nade is also going to find the confirmation that Aiku Soul was looking for. And now they know K9 Esports is hurt. And they also know that K9 Esports has only got 2 players standing. So Aiku Soul, for them, K9 Esports is not going to be that big of a threat. They instantly regroup once again.
What has happened to Aiku Soul? Somehow the manifestations of their inner demons have come alive. Look at them, how they are controlling the circle every single fight. And they look so lucid at this point. As Phoenix Esports is also starting to tremble. Got a beautiful position to play around though, as K9 Esports set their gaze on the players of American Esports as they come pouring through. Of course, Dragon leading the charge as the vehicle drive-by comes by, and nothing is going right for Fomerical at this point. But look at K9. They're also getting eviscerated as Aiku Soul. They decide to trample over them as again carnage occurs throughout the lands of Erangel as Phoenix Esports. They also decide to chime in inside this fight. But look at how beautifully Aiku Soul have managed to reposition themselves, and a couple more grenades, and Phoenix Esports under heavy fire as Venom and Fury, 2 players alive, as Knuckle also from the sidelines, he wants to wrap things up, creates that flank angle as Mani on the front line will be wiping everybody off, and a message sent and delivered by the boys from Aiku Soul. Form might be temporary, but the class is definitely there. It is permanent, and Mania buff just got real necro.
You know what fixes? All the teams that I'm saying that can easily qualify are doing the exact thing. Phoenix Esports, they played it so defensive and got the final 2. Aiku Soul once again popping off the same way that they did in the past, and they got another chicken dinner in the challenge season. And with this chicken dinner, Aiku Soul is going to be confirming quite a great spot in the overall standings and might just confirm their qualification for the finals. Solid stuff from the boys. A lot of the fingers were raised, but with this performance, all those fingers will be shut down instantly. In the final few moments, especially when Phoenix Esports came for that third party, Phoenix Esports thought this might just be their fight, but then Mania's utilities were doing so much damage that Phoenix Esports just could not do anything. Instantly, 2 players got knocked out, and right then and there, Phoenix Esports was handicapped majorly. They just could not do anything. Mania was the VIP. He was the MVP in that previous game. Hands down, he did so much work.
That was atrocious. I mean, for a point, it felt I'm out of words of what IQ Soul just pulled off over there. And imagine, under such terrible circumstances where even the mightiest might crumble, they had all 4 of their players alive. And how many finishes did they get? We have no track of, because they were absolutely mowing down anybody and everybody in front of them. And they did that
17,
even without breaking a sweat in that particular situation. I mean, there were hordes of teams coming at their way, and they dealt with them in pure class. Goes on to show that yes, IQ Soul, the notorious crew, the tag that we had given them in the previous SPS, they finally redeemed themselves.
Exactly. Nuclear performance once again. And the same thing can be said for Phoenix Esports too, because they had a decent amount of elimination points to kick things off as well in the final few moments. So yeah, this performance from Phoenix Esports is going to put them so close to the top 16, or they might have just breached in the top 16 already. Looking at the highlights too, it was one of the most chaotic games of Erangel we've witnessed so far. Off the rip, a fight kicked off between IQ Soul and GT, where IQ Soul played this so cleanly. It was once again Manya doing the heavy lifting. In the final few moments, Knuckle as well pushed on forward and took down the last player. Got Esports, unfortunately, in 2 different heavy waters as they got taken down by the players of Legit Esports. And this clutch from Manya, it was instrumental, taking down the last man of CG and keeping his team alive in the final few moments. Manya was able to shut down those 2 crucial players.
Oh boy. And this is something that we discussed in the pre-game, where we talked about so many of those bigger names going up against each other. Pretty sure there were, stormy signs and thunderstorms did follow the lands of Erangel. It was a lovely game to watch. It was an absolute massacre, carnage, whatever objectives you might call at this point. Everybody just putting in their very best. Even for K9, they tried to survive till the very end. But look at how smooth IQ Soul were in this situation, how they kind of changed the position. Kind of keeping them outside of harm's way, got themselves to the other side where there were no other teams. And suddenly Knuckle, he just wraps them up around. It was so well orchestrated, as if IQ Soul knew everybody was just playing to the tunes of the IGL himself, and the IGL leading the team by example there. I mean, rescuing IQ Soul from what could have been a huge disaster, if you remember that fight against Carnival Gaming. He calms down, takes down 2 players, wipes them off, and from there onwards, I think whatever they conjured was absolute magic.
It was definitely quite a great chicken dinner for IQ Soul. You can't take away any of those moments that we witnessed. And of course, Manya getting majority of the finishes for himself, 7 finishes, and still just only 41% finish contribution. The entirety of IQ Soul racked up a lot of finishes, that's for sure. And once again, you can't really overshadow the fact that even Phoenix Esports, they brought in a little bit of that change in the pace. We did not really see Phoenix Esports go for the fights off the rip. Instead, they were playing it so defensive, and then in the final few moments, Phoenix Esports realized, you know what, our hands are anyways tingly, we might as well be a part of a few fights and try and get those crappy points away. And they gatekept so many teams. They were able to funnel in so many points for themselves, especially taking down VXT, Team Empire. There were so many teams who wanted to get in the safety lines, but it was just one team denying those, and that was Phoenix Esports. You've got stars in the match, and once again, it's also going to be Manya, who's also the best finisher of the previous game, considering he was the one who landed the final blow.
I mean, what do we say? Very... I mean, this is something that we have been missing out from a couple of days, right? This sort of Manya magic is what the community has been talking about, and finally it was on display, and how. But then again, at this point, a lot of other teams also, we have to talk about them. I think Phoenix Esports also towards those end phases really started to come alive, and they also got a lot of finishes. I love that decision making though, where they could have gone in for a hunt, maybe taken down Versatile and Medal Esports together, but they decided to get inside the circle and be the gatekeepers. So a few things that I really loved about Phoenix Esports. Yes, that fight against IQ Soul, could they have done better? Maybe, but they just hit the timing a little off, maybe a second or 2 earlier, and things could have been absolutely different when IQ Soul were going up against Formerical Esports. So for Phoenix Esports, I think still work down in the right direction. Need more of this.
Yeah. I mean, look, if IQSOL was not able to win that game, I would have been pissed. So I would say IQSOL deserved that game.
Yeah, they deserve this.
Fine, the cherry on top of the cake was taking down Phoenix Esports in the final few moments. If Phoenix Esports would have taken down IQSOL, that would have ruined the entire moment. So it's a great thing that happened. Phoenix Esports too, they had a really good game in the bag. But now in the upcoming ones, as you mentioned, they just need to keep on moving with that same momentum. Phoenix Esports, after this game, they're going to place themselves in top 16 without any problem. But the real question is, who is going to be kicked out of that top 16? And I think so we pretty much know the answer, right? It's going to be Metal Esports. They did not have a lot of points backed up, and Metal Esports was sitting on the 16th spot. So it has to be Metal Esports getting kicked out of that top 16 now.
Yeah, could be the case because, again, the ghosts of the past have been coming down to haunt them. The same defensive approach every given time isn't really working out for them. But despite that, in such chaos, they somehow managed to scrap out 5 points. So I'm not really sure what happens next because even Team Empire, they could not get a lot of points. They were constantly being bashed by so many of those teams around them, especially going up against Versatile. I think that was really a tough nut to crack for them. But Phoenix Esports, 12 points. Really promising even for K9 when we were wondering what's going to happen with them. They were looking so lost, so scattered, still salvaging 10 points. And for Versatile, they don't care about position points, do they? Sitting atop, they are the table toppers, 10 points out of this game, more than the desired average. Even for Medical Esports, I'm really happy. Getting 8 points out of this one, I think the graph is definitely looking good for them.
Achieving the average, doing pretty good. 8 finishes from that previous game. Okay, job done. Or 8 points in total. But you've also got the latter half of the board on the screen. 8-Bit is also there. RGC as well, just getting 3 points. 8-Bit and RGC, once again, struggles continuing. The same thing can be said for Vasista Esports. And Just Jelly's performance is on a big decline. And it's a sign of concern now. If Just Jelly do not start to rack things up right now, then maybe in the upcoming weeks, things are going to get even more tight. And we know surviving that will be even tougher. So Just Jelly, it's now time to take the competition serious. If you're going to try to play some weird stuff around right now, it's definitely going to be costing you the overall standings. And it's definitely going to be costing you a great spot that you currently have. And once again, moving back towards the conversation that you brought up, right? Team Empire, they were in troubled waters against so many teams. 8-Bit, they were also taken down by Phoenix Esports, Versatile, and a few more teams that were around them. So for Team Empire survival, it was next to impossible.
Yeah, of course it was. And honestly, for Team Empires, for the like of Just Jelly, it felt like they were completely outclassed in this game. It felt like this was not their lobby to be playing in because this is one of those lobbies that got in so much firepower happening, so many actions happening at the same time. This was an absolute delight to be witnessing and to be commentating. But looking at the overall storyline, we've got Versatile still sort of further solidifying their lead. 164 points is where they sit at. Of course, Hero Extreme, Godlike, God's Rain, they're yet to play. When God did not have a decent outing in this one. From what I really felt, they could have done maybe better. But IQSOL, look at this. Directly bouncing into the top 6. And now I think even if they have one more good game, top 4 does not look far away.
Even K9 Esports isn't doing too bad, right? At the start of the day, they were on the 9th spot, and now look at them on the 7th spot. K9 Esports too, once again, achieving that average, getting those decent amount of points, keeping themselves still in the race. Metal Esports just got 5 points from that previous one, and they're now on the 14th spot. At least they were not the one to get kicked out. But Team Empire is slowly and steadily, they are losing their spot in the overall standings. Now they're pushed down to the 13th spot. And Empire, right now, they need to start getting those points, that consistency that they had in the past couple of days. Phoenix Esports, with that great performance, they instantly catapult themselves in the top 16. Exactly what Phoenix Esports was looking for. And looking for a miracle, too. They're now on the 20th spot. Comeback is definitely possible for them as well.
It certainly is. I mean, at this point, any team could really bounce back. But the misery really continues for the likes of Vasista Esports, for 8-Bit. Again, they were caught napping, especially Vasista Esports. That fight against, I mean, SBA really felt so sketchy there. They could have done so much better, Necro. One player, Bunny, just takes you down. I'm talking about that fight against RGC, my apologies, where they had the entirety of the situation under their control till, of course, K9 happened. But surely enough, Vasista Esports could have done better in that case. Even for 8-Bit, 16 matches played, 59 points. Again, not acceptable by their standards.
Vasista Esports was actually winning that fight. They were in the full control. The only reason why they lost was because of that one single nade from the guy who was sitting at top. He cooked that nade to perfection and tossed that nade right underneath, and the entirety of Vasista Esports just blew apart. And once again, over here, positioning is something that matters. The player of RGC knew that he needs to be on the higher ground, and that's what he exactly did. Sat right on top of that entire ridge and was taking down the players. So he did a great job in getting that positioning down. But Vasista Esports, sometimes they get a bit too emotional in those duels, and they just do not prioritize the position in those fights. And that's something that really does cost them those 4-on-4s. And once again, we saw an example of that.
We did. And for Vasista Esports, I think in that situation, could they have done anything better? Yes, the players, barring Pukar, could have given in a lot of information. Yes, of course, there's a player atop you. You needed to secure some flank angles, and then the argument will come that K9 were also present over there, and might as well should have never gotten yourself into such a sticky spot, because that was bound to happen. And at that point, I think a lot of work needs to be done for all these teams, truth be told.
Indeed. I mean, look, even 8-Bit's going to be in that mix, right? Considering 8-Bit was already on the struggling side of things. And even in the previous game, we did see 8-Bit for a bit of that burst, especially taking a fight against Team Empire. But then after that, 8-Bit was nowhere to be seen, evaporated into thin air. And that's been the main problem for 8-Bit. They're just not able to survive the wrath of the lobby. I'm going to be honest, the previous game was super random. A lot of the action was happening out in the open. Teams did not really have the cover to play with, so we're going to let that slide. But the upcoming game of Miramar is somewhere that 8-Bit really needs to pop off now, right next to Vasista Esports. If these two teams do not do great, then the last game, I'm not sure what to expect.
Somebody needs to get a chicken dinner, at least for 8-Bit, for Vasista Esports. I don't know at this point what could really get them back on the track. Even if Phoenix gets one, I would be really happy, because week 2 has been all about comebacks from so many of these bigger names, and we've been witnessing that to happen. God's Train yesterday, even IQ Soul. Finally, we can say, yes, they've also cemented their comeback, but the kind of a run that IQ Soul are having, don't get me wrong, I won't even be surprised if they get another one in the bag.
I mean, they easily can, man. I mean, look, they've got the momentum to play with. And once again, IQ Soul was someone that also got a great chicken dinner in the past day as well. So, of course, IQ Soul moving with that same momentum, getting another nuclear performance on the board. It was something that was expected. But instantly, they got that same performance down in the first game itself. A little bit unexpected, but hey, it is what it is. IQ Soul's cooking right now, and they should keep on moving up with that same pace. But if they want, they can definitely try and experiment things right now, because they're in a really good spot in the overall standings. Without wasting any more time, we straight up jump in the upcoming game as well. Miramar boots up on the screen as the plane flat path starts all the way from El Pozo towards Los Leones. And this plane flat path is heavily tilted towards the left side of the map. If the teams do want to go towards LSR, it seems like a tough stretch, Sato.
And I love that sort of thing when it happens. I love when teams struggle. So El Hazar, Kempimil, Tore, Emuda, all these cities are quite a certain distance, and it's not going to be easy for the teams to glide over there. But I'm just waiting for the drop clash, and I think we have got a drop clash happening in the city of El Pozo, Neeraj. We have got the players of Team VXT along with one more team. I think Team Vasista is there. So both these teams are having a drop clash. So let's see which team is going to come victorious, because if you remember, yesterday's performance of Team Vasista on the map of Vikendi was quite fantastic, was quite impressive. So even Vasista is feeling confident, but Somraj goes aggressive and takes down Rage God, and with a pan gets a confirmation.
Unfortunate. We just had a conversation about Vasista Esports, and off the rip, they start things off with the struggling side of the spectrum. I'm not exactly sure what's going on with Vasista Esports and why did this happen in the first place, but it did seem like the player was pretty much lost. He had no footsteps of the opponents, and that's where Versatile's player just walked up and got that elimination secured. Rookie mistakes made by Vasista Esports, and that's one of the main reasons why, once again, it might just cost him this game as well. 3 players standing in the playing field, and I'm pretty sure those remaining 3 players would not want to go for the fight. Instead, play defensive and back away as soon as possible. Get your loot fulfilled, satisfy yourself, and just leave this vicinity. And that's going to be the best possible thing you can do. Legit Esports, previous game, definitely were quite visible. But can they make themselves visible even more in this game? That's my question. They need to be a part of the chaos as well. Get those elimination points secured. Get that chicken dinner too. One big performance, Legit Esports 2, they can catapult themselves and they can be in this marathon. But right now, Legit Esports does not seem like a part of it.
Legit Esports, yes, they have lost. They have got 1 finish points, but K9 Esports, after having a very good run in the previous one, this time they are the one on the receiving end. They have already lost on to one of the player, and again it is going to be Omega. K9 Esports still suffering, especially Omega. This needs to be rectified before the challenge finals. Yes, I agree K9 will move into the challenge finals because of the performance which is coming from the remaining teammates. But Omega really needs to find out what's really happening wrong, because it was this time Legit Esports. But for now, K9, they're just waiting, especially Ninja Boy. For the plus of Legit Esports, this could be the next fight we can witness.
For some reason, it feels like the players are in two different minds. The IGL wants to do something else, and the remaining 3 players, they want to do something else. It feels like the compatibility is not there for K9 Esports, especially with the IGL Omega. Because every single time, the same thing repeating itself, it cannot just be a luck thing.
Yeah.
It has to be on purpose. Omega dropping away from the squad, getting taken down like that. It has to be on purpose. Something is going on within the team itself that we don't exactly know. Maybe a few arguments that are going on. Maybe the players not exactly gelling up with each other. As I mentioned, compatibility issues. All of those things do seem like they're happening as a viewer. Legit Esports on the far fray. On top, they've got the high ground to play with, and also the man advantage now. Ninja Boy's there up close and personal just behind this rock. His position's uncompromised. As long as Ninja Boy keeps himself anonymous, he's going to be okay. But the moment his position gets spotted, Ninja Boy's stunned for. He can't do anything. So Ninja Boy needs to be quiet. I do understand sometimes when you see the players out in the open, it is quite tempting to go for the shots. But Ninja Boy's in such a position, he can't back away. A lot of shots taken against the man out in the open. The shots were connected too, but luckily enough, Slug backs away to safety.
Slug survived on a sliver of HP, maybe 10 HP, that is it. He was a lucky man, otherwise Slug could have been taken down in that situation. If that would have happened, I think Legit Esports would have directly rushed onto the compounds of K9 Esports. But for now, they just needs to be happy with just a single finish point. K9, they need to play their cards right, because the last Erangel, the previous Erangel went in their favor. They had decent points, and they need those average points in the map of Miramar as well. Like you said, Beast and Slug, yes, they do have the safety of the compounds, but Ninja Boy is all by himself. And coming back to the previous conversation about Omega, Neeraj, one thing which I have noticed is Omega is the one who always goes for the role of scouting the area. And that is when he gets taken down. So I think Omega needs to be a bit more cautious, or instead of going solo, he needs to have a teammate with him. Because in the previous Vikendi and Sanhok also, I noticed this thing that Omega was the one who was going for the scouting, and that is when he was taken down. But whatever is the reason, Omega needs to fix it as soon as possible.
Indeed he does.
But for now,
right now, it's quite the safer... Yes, Shadow?
I was saying the same thing. That kind of a stalemate situation for now between Legend and K9.
It is going to happen, right? Early game, no one wants to go for that extra bit of risk. K9 Esports, they're in such troubled waters. They're feeling quite unsettled. Ninja Boy's up close and personal in a really bad spot, while the rest 3 players in the back lines. And for K9 Esports, they've only got 2 players standing in the back, so Ninja Boy does not have enough cover to play with. He needs to keep himself anonymous and stay alive for as long as possible. But a team that's doing really good, and we've seen a drastic improvement from, is on the screen, IQ Soul. And so far, they're doing really okay in the overall standings too, on the 6th spot. Looking pretty chill. Metal Esports on the screen, and for Metal Esports, they've already secured 1 elimination point on the board. We had conversation about Metal Esports in the previous game. They got 5 points. Still there in the race on the 14th spot. But it's not the standards that Metal Esports have set in the past. They're capable of much more, and we would love to see them push themselves to the maximum limits. Yes, test a few things out if you do want to, but I would love to see that prime Metal Esports. Right now, Sarvit from the top is playing for the intel, spots out the players of Assista Esports, sprays there. Just a bit of that connection, and that's not going to be enough to get the band down. He's still there in the back lines, looking pretty safe.
Yeah, he's safe for now. Middle Esports, they want to have the control of the Picado Hill. But on the other side of the map, we have Vingod and Team Vasista also locking horns with each other, where Gamla Boy has been knocked out. And all this is happening in the city of Power Grid, where Vingod, they do have a certain height advantage. But look at the split which is coming from the side of Vingod Esports. That's a 2v2 split, where one of the player, Lebron, is in such a close proximity to the players of Team Vasista at this point. He needs to reunite with his teammate, but seems like Sahil is also there, marching on the compounds of the players of Team Vasista. He do realize that Gamla Boy is knocked out. The confirmation is there from the side of LeBron, and Vasista is in so much trouble at this point because remaining two players are so far away from each other.
They indeed are. The separation is something that might just cost a big game. The disconnect is something that does not need to be there right now. Another fight erupting on the screen. Genesis. A player spotted out in the open. And that's going to be a successful knock too. Great way to kick things off against K9 Esports. But it's the confirmation there. Sketch is the only player close and personal. As the second man as well closes on up. And now Slug needs to deal with this nade. But unfortunately, it's not going to be tossed in the right direction. Misplaced. Sketch still in the outskirts. Moving around as K9 Esports. They've got a lot of pressure they need to deal with. And you can clearly see too, Genesis, with the way they've been positioning themselves, it seems quite nice. A few players in the outskirts, far away from the compound, and finally a push comes to shove, as Grind is going to be the one to find that knock on to Slug. Fragger in the back, Ninja Boy's constantly taking the shots. Fragger's on the verge of being knocked out, but no, instead it's Ninja Boy who takes an exit from the game. And with that elimination, it will be K9 Esports out of the second game.
K9, after having a very good run in the Miramar, in the first map of Erangel, in Miramar they get an early exit. Consistency is something which the players of K9 need to focus on. But looking at the map feed, we have few teams going for the late rotation, like the players of Team Just Jelly towards the side of Impala. Then we also have the players of Gujarat Tigers all the way towards south, for not taking the brunt of the blue. But I think they can potentially look for a dominant control from the southern side of the map. Carnival Gaming, even they are having a decent spot in this one. Team Empire right in the center of the circle. Definitely a good position to hold on to, and the way Team Empire has been playing recently, they have been impressing me. So I think Team Empire can definitely go a little aggressive. But I also love the position of Team Ico Soul, Neeraj, because if you look at it, Ico Soul, they just got a chicken dinner. They are already running high on the confidence, and since their backlines are completely clear, I think they could definitely rank up too many elimination points in this one.
They definitely can. There's a big chance. Looking at 8-Bit in the smack center right next to CG. CG is someone who likes to drop in Picado. And even the zone is centering on up towards Picado. So CG does not even need a move. It's looking good in the hood. Team Empire on the right side. Empire right now is just playing on that high ground. It's looking all good in the hood. Wingod Esports towards the center part as well. A lot of teams now, they seem in quite the comfort zone, but as soon as the teams from the outskirts, they start to close in, that's where the real fights will start to break out. Ico Soul, 4M, you've got VXT as well in the outskirts, Just Jelly 2 towards Los Leones. RGC as well, looking to make the rotation all the way down south. For RGC, the route they're taking, it does not seem too safe. There will be a few fights happening on that area.
Of course, they are coming from the eastern side, and even if they try getting the control of the hills of La Bendita, Team Empire, Legit Esports are also there. Even Genesis can also take that route to move inside the next circle. So many possibilities are going to be there. So RGC, like you said, they need to be a bit cautious. But for now, we have two teams in such a close proximity towards the side of El Pozo. We have VXT, along with that 4 Miracle is also there. 4 Miracle, yes, the improvement is there in the gameplay. VXT, they have changed their playing style. Instead of going super aggressive, now they are in the experiment zone. They are trying different sort of plays. Sometimes they really go aggressive, sometimes they play edge to edge, go for the late rotation, trying different rotations also, and everything is just working perfectly for VXT. But Vingod seems like they are spotted on the plus of Carnival Gaming. Hector being out in the open, and Sahil is aware about the position of Hector.
He is. And look at the elimination feed popping off now. Clutch God. Gujarat Tigers, after getting slammed by IQ Soul in the previous game, definitely they're going to have that fire in them. 8-Bit, they put themselves on the advantage side of things, but even Termi gets knocked out. Mafia on the verge of being taken down as well. Clutch God is making that push. And of course it will be the players of GT who find themselves on the big advantage. Omega on the opposite side, still unspotted. Clutch God's in the open. This nade's going to find the knock, maybe, but no is going to be the answer. Not just yet. Still 8-Bit with just the remaining 2 players. They've got some heavy lifting to do. And GT, they've got the man advantage to play with. It's a 2-on-3 scenario. 8-Bit can definitely pull it off. They've got the caliber. But one wrong step and 8-Bit's done for. And now Zeref feels the footsteps approaching him. Omega as well knows exactly where Zeref is positioned. And Zeref is finally making that push with the DBS, but he whiffs those shots. And that's where the cover fire comes into play. And GT, they will wipe out the existence of 8-Bit.
Just when we said that 8-Bit, they have found their footing inside the game. They have started showing the signs of comeback. Once again, 8-Bit gets an early elimination. Omega, he was in a 1v3 situation in such a tight spot, and it was impossible to clutch at that moment since all the 3 players of Gujarat Tigers were rushing towards the side of Omega. And eventually, he also got taken down. 8-Bit, they really need to figure out how to find that consistent gameplay, how to find those average points in every single game. So, again, a very unfortunate end of 8-Bit. But Gujarat Tigers, I think they are going to be pretty happy as they have got a good spot inside the circle, a good compound to work with, and 3 finishes to start with.
Indeed. They definitely do have a decent amount of eliminations to kick things off with. But now Just Chili, they've surrounded that compound. And they're going to make the lives of GT living hell. It will be tough to take an exit from that area. But for GT as well, considering they've got the circle to play with, no intentions of moving out just yet. They want to stay put in that same vicinity and hold it for as long as possible. And also GT's got so much loot now to play around with. The next zone's going to pop up soon enough. And that will be revealing its true intentions. Wingard in a big stalemate against CG towards Picado. Even this is looking like quite an awkward fight. And Wingard, they're also taking a different fight against Metal Esports. It's not the first time this has happened. Wingard, for some reason, the 2-2 split they go for, they always end up taking 2 different fights. And now it's a fight against Metal Esports. Legit is the only player standing, and he still somehow strikes down both of them. What just happened there? Wingard Esports, such a big blunder. A 1-on-2 pulled off by Legit in this compound. Oh boy, this is why Legit is one of the best players in the community. And once again proves themselves mechanically on top.
This should not have happened, Neeraj, first of all, because Legit was so far away from his teammates. Look at the map feed. Legit was so far away from his teammates, right in the compounds of Wingard Esports. Wingard, they had the numbers advantage. Legit was all by himself. And yet, he clutched it out. And Wingard, we can't expect such sort of mistakes from the side of Wingard Esports, giving individual fight to a solo player. Legit is not one of those players, if you give him individual fight, he will lose. He will definitely win that fight. And that is exactly what happened. But looking at the circle, we have an Eastern shift. And Team Empire definitely in one of the prime spot. They're aware about the position of the players of Carnival Gaming as they're trying to move inside the circle. Neo coming under heavy fire. But for now, he's safe. He do have a good compound to work around with. But Team Empire, I love the position in the circle because it's Metal Esports also who is trying to traverse from the northern side. And Empire can definitely accumulate those finish points.
They indeed can. And keep this thing in mind, Empire. They're slowly and steadily slipping away from the top 16 in the overall standings. They're on the 13th spot currently, with 94 points acquired. Empire needs another decent game to sort of solidify the spot in the top 16 and have that cushioning to play with, at least for the upcoming weeks. Empire's got a solid place now, but defending that will also be tough because they can't be the center of attraction. Metal Esports is going to decide to move in soon. And that's where the real problems will start to happen. Team Empire, right next to him. There's also IQ Soul in the mix. Team Legit as well is right there around the fray. You've also got CG underneath them. Oh man, one single fight happens and there's going to be so many third parties. Everyone would want to get the piece of the pie in their hands.
Love the position of IQ Soul, the linear split which is coming from their side. They do have a good control of those mountain, the higher grounds. So IQ Soul, if the circle favors them, I think this can again be a very good game for them. But for now, we have the plus of Team VXT and RGC also locking horns with each other as Rishi has been knocked out. This fight is happening towards the southern side of the circle. And RGC Sanchit might want to go for the rescue mission, but the way Rishi is surrounded by the plus of EXT, this is not going to be an easy rescue mission as Rishi has already been eliminated and RGC seems like they need to back off from this fight.
Indeed, that's what they're doing. Backing away. Playing it as safe as possible. And RGC, 3 players standing. Unfortunately, Rishi was the casualty a while ago. But he can be up as well soon in the upcoming game. But for now, RGC, with just a 3-man squad, working it around might just be tough. Because RGC is already in the struggling waters. On 28th spot with 59 points. RGC needs a decent game. With just a 3-man squad, it seems next to impossible. But you never know. Anything can happen. It all comes down to the circle. If it's favoring you, it's all good in the hood, my friend. But unfortunately, they've got Team Versatile on the tail, and that will be a tough pill to swallow. And looking at how the next circle is shaping up as well, it's really going to be catching a few more teams off guard. It shifted all the way down south towards Los Leones, and that's where RGC, they're going to have a bit more of that trouble attracted towards them. Manya gets knocked out from IQ Soul, but IQ Soul have already got the default man advantage because RGC was already down to a 3-man squad. And now IQ Soul takes him down to just 1. Dope is on the run, and Dope will survive for a bit longer. But for how long he can keep on evading the tracks, because all the teams are now going to be attracted towards this vicinity.
IQ Soul, I told you, it's a very good compound which they're holding on to. But for now, Dope is coming under heavy fire from the side of IQ Soul as Dope is trying to make a safe escape. But he has escaped from the clutches of IQ Soul. But Gujarat Tigers is also waiting on the other side as Gujarat Tigers do have a certain height advantage at this point. Dope, he needs to play his cards right. But IQ Soul losing on to Manya, an early casualty, it was not required at all. But RGC, the moment they found a knock on to Manya, they went for the instant confirmation point. But Dope, he escaped from IQ Soul, walked right in the compounds of Carnival Gaming, and Zyrex was just holding on to that one little corner of that concrete. Immediately marks an end for RGC. But for Miracle, even they are coming under heavy fire. As Poco is on a sliver of HP and his power, he's also taking a lot of damage as he gets taken down by Reaper from a far off angle.
For Miracles, so many teams want to brute force their way in the safety lines. But just because of a few teams, it seems now tough. Playing the ridges can be a good option as well, but those ridges too will start to attract a lot of bees, and it will be tough to survive. Team Versatile maneuvering around for now, playing for the intel. They want to safeguard their own player, and that will be S-Power. He can't be revived, but a few smokes tossed out means confirmation. S-Power instead, he's going to put him in the vehicle and back away to a safety spot. That seems like much more of a wiser option. S-Power will be back up on his feet soon. VXT, no trouble so far. On the top, raining down Hellfire, raining down Terror in the lobby. And look at what I'm watching. Reaper with the Mini 14. It's been a while since we've seen this DMR in action. If he does find some nice taps, that's definitely going to be the confirmations. That's definitely going to be the knockouts. The openers for Miracles we're waiting for.
For Miracle definitely do have the eastern control of the circle, but the next circle shift is going to decide the fate of so many teams. If it favors IQ Soul, then it is going to favor them. a lot. But for now, we have the plus of Team Empire also going up against Phoenix Esports. Grenades being exchanged, no connection whatsoever. Phoenix Esports, one of their players is still down, begging for the help as Aldo finds a knock onto Empire and might look for the confirmation. But the trade is there as Predator takes down Phantom, leaving Phoenix Esports with only 2+. Even Fury gets taken down, but Hunter in a third party gets taken down. Legit Esports, they can accumulate all these finish points in this third party's. Phoenix Esports also gets eliminated by a perfect grenade from the side of Ace.
Evaporated into thin air by just that one single nade from Team Empire. Oh boy, Phoenix Esports, after having such a good game, once again the performance comes down. And maybe after this game, Phoenix Esports will be kicked out of that top 16 once again. I'm not even sure what's going on with Phoenix. Ups and downs in the terrain, and it's really looking bad for their performance in the overall standings. Since Metal Esports, you bring them in the action, and Prince is unfortunately knocked out. And now for Metal Esports, the last two big stars alive. The stars have a lot of burden on their shoulders, but they still need a bright shine. Can this happen? Legit is going to be the man with a lot of trust from his teammates, but unfortunately, Legit falls short as he gets knocked out. Now for Metal Esports, everything is going to come crawling down. It does not seem like a good outing at all. Sarvit needs to toss a few more utils, the smokes, to try and get Legit back upon his feet. It will be possible, only if someone does not make any push. Team Versatile, they switch their focus against VE now. And Vasista Esports, every single time you will see this team on the receiving side of things. There are a few moments where Vasista Esports can definitely do good. Yesterday, Vasista Esports got a decent game in their hands. But after that, we haven't seen the same Vasista Esports.
Yeah, of course. Vasista Esports, even they are on the struggling side. This time, they had to face an early casualty, and Wingod was the one who took down 3+ from the side of Vasista. And the last player survived for a very long time, but eventually VXT definitely spotted them down. But VXT, yes, they do have a good control. Southern control of the circle, but I like the approach of Haiku Soul. They have good compounds to work around with. Metal Esports, they are sticking themselves to the western side of the circle. On the northern front, we have the plus of Legit Esports, but wait a second, for Miracle also coming under heavy fire from the side of EXT as one of the players gets taken down. Even Beard Baba gets taken down, leaving only 2+. And VXT, they have pretty much surrounded the entirety of 4 Miracle as Reaper is the last man standing on a sliver of HP. Saves the day. He has to go for the rescue mission also onto the fallen comrade, but also needs to deal with the last player of VXT, and he does deal with him as VXT has been eliminated. 3+ have been eliminated, leaving only Somraj.
Indeed, for Miracle, Reaper's going for that patch up. He will be doing good soon. VXT Somraj, the only man standing, but what a nade that was. One single nade, and that's going to be the wipeout of 4 Miracles. Beautiful stuff. And once again, VXT don't even need these points, by the way. They're already on the first spot in the overall standings, but still Versatile just wants to inflict that pain and hurt on the lobby. And that's the only reason why they're still playing things much more safer. Unfortunately, 3 casualties worth there, and now 4, considering even Somraj gets wrapped up from the top. But it's completely fine, as I mentioned. Already sitting on the first spot. They've already got the average 6 points. Yeah, VXT is immovable.
Yeah, of course. They are looking fantastic in the overall ranking. They're just playing for that top spot, which they've already achieved. But for now, we have the players of Team Just Jelly as well. Team Empire is right in the dead smack center of the circle at this point. Metal Esports might be looking to have the control of that concrete. Even the plus of Legit Esports are trying to traverse from the northern side, and Kurzgott might slam directly into that concrete where Ace is there in a 1v4 situation. Now let's see how Ace is going to deal with that. But Genesis is doing a perfect third party as Hero gets a knock onto Choco. Definitely a blessing in disguise for Ace at this point.
Expect it. Legit's out in the open. Third parties are ought to happen. Legit super exposed and taken down. Legit means free points, and that's exactly what happens. Positioning was super bad. Legit should have threaded that needle and went in those concrete compounds. That's the only best possible push that Legit could have came through, but they still did not do so. Surrounding awareness lacking for Legit. And unfortunately, Legit now getting taken down. Experience clearly lacking. And Metal Esports now, it's their time to make that push. They want to get their hands on the concrete compound as well, where just that one man of Team Empire is still surviving. And Team Empire, they've only gotten 4 points. Ace is the only glimmer of hope, and Ace is slowly and steadily getting pushed on. The deadly Deserty Snakes. Those are going to be Metal Esports. Aiku Soul's Knuckles also knocked out. A lot of troubles for different banners. But Aiku Soul can't recover. They've got a solid cover to play with. It's not even a question. And if the players of Metal Esports get their hands on this concrete compound, they can be the victors. But it will be tough, because there's also just Jelly in the front. So many different aspects can come back to life. Anything can happen at this point in time. But Metal Esports, they're having second thoughts. They do not know how many players are there in that compound.
Of course, they lack the information, but I think they're aware about the position of Fragger of Team Genesis. And if they head directly to that concrete compound, even Fragger can be a problem for the players of Team Metal Esports. Hero also coming under heavy fire, a Molotov being lobbed, but Legit with a grenade finds a perfect knock onto Hero, and Prince will be looking forward to that confirmation. This is the moment where Metal Esports can accumulate all the finish points. Genesis not in a good spot at all, as Fragger trying to lob a grenade towards the side of Metal Esports, as Team Just Jelly also slams to the compound, but no, they slam on the face of Metal as Sarvith gets taken down. Keo Lama also gets taken down. Prince also goes down, leaving Legit all by himself. Even Aiku Soul wants to be a part of this third party at this point.
Yeah, Just Jelly. I'm not exactly sure what that push was for, but if they wanted, they could have played things much more safer. They had the vehicles to play with. Could have used those as cover and move up slowly and steadily, but still Just Jelly went for that big approach. And Ace is still somehow alive from Team Empire. How is this player making it alive? That's my question. How is Ace still standing? Team Empire, they're pulling off miracles. Another nade tossed up, and Ace is still barely surviving. Patch himself up. That's the only thing Ace can do. Another nade tossed in that same compound, but a bit too far away. Ace is still safe. Oh boy. Ace is doing God's work for Team Empire. He's securing so many points, and Fragger finally strikes. Fragger was keeping himself anonymous for such a long time, but now as he reveals his true intentions and his position, he strikes down one key player of Aiku Soul. But look at CG Zyrex. He's all the way in the back lines, and Zyrex strikes as well. So many anonymous factors, they come into picture, and even Ace now decides to reveal himself. Team Empire's Ace has been keeping himself anonymous since the start, and Ace finally found the right moment to strike. And he's going up against Ronnie from Aiku Soul. Can Ronnie secure another chicken dinner for Aiku Soul? And he will! Back-to-back chicken dinners from Aiku Soul. What an outing that was, but the final moments, there were so many X-Factor that revealed themselves in that burst of time.
Ace, this man refused to die, Neeraj. This man literally refused to die. In the end, it was just a 1v1 situation. Yes, Ronnie did win that 1v1 battle and got the beautiful winner chicken dinner. Aiku Soul. What GDR was doing yesterday, I think Aiku Soul is doing exactly same thing today. They were struggling yesterday, Aiku Soul, but today they've rectified all the mistakes and they are on a rampage. Getting 2 back-to-back winner chicken dinners definitely is going to help Aiku Soul propel themselves in the overall ranking. And for sure, like you said yesterday, that Aiku Soul is definitely moving into the challenge finals. But I'm super impressed with the performance of Ace. This guy proved to be an absolute menace for the players of Phoenix Esports. After that, took down one of the players of Legend Esports, dealt with the remaining 2 players of Team Just Jelly also, then dealt with few other teams also. This guy was ranking up finishes in the final few moments.
Ace was doing God's work, keeping himself alive, keeping himself anonymous for such a long time. And the fact that the other teams did not even want to make the push against Ace, that was another big factor. Ace was able to stay alive from such a long time. There were 3 individual players, Genesis, Fragger, and there was also Zypher from the side of CG. And those 3 players just changed the entire course of the game. Aiku Soul had the big man advantage in the final few moments, but then Fragger strikes down another player of Aiku Soul, taking down just that one player. And then in the end, Zypher as well revealed himself, took down Fragger, and then it was just a 1v1 in the end against Team Empire. And of course, unfortunately, Ace was not able to stand through. He was not able to come through victorious, but still, he secured so many points for Team Empire. And as I mentioned a while ago too, those points were desperately needed because Empire was on a decline in the overall standings.
Agreed. And out of 7 finishes, 6 finishes were just by Ace of Team Empire. So this guy was doing a lot of work in the final few moments, not just hiding himself in one corner. He struck at the right moment against the plus of Team Jelly as well, because if you remember, Keo Lama was knocked down by the plus of Team Metal Esports, and it was Team Empire Ace who converted that finish point and dealt with the last player of Team Jelly. But looking at the highlights, it all started with Legit and K9 locking horns with each other. After that, K9 and Genesis also locking horns with each other, where Genesis took down 3+ from the side of K9 Esports.
I mean, this clutch from Legit too. Today's day has been quite miraculous. Today's day has been pretty entertaining. First game with the way it kicked off through BND, they definitely have been super entertaining. There's so many struggling names in these two groups, and that's why the intensity's amped up even more. We're seeing a lot more aggression in the lobby. Few teams, of course, giving it all they've got, just like Team Empire and Metal Esports. But unfortunately for Metal Esports, they could have done much better, only if they would have pushed up close and personal against Ace and got their hands on this compound. But unfortunately, they didn't do so. That's why Ace was able to stand for such a long time.
So many teams wanted to have the control of that concrete compound which Ace was holding on to. Metal Esports, they also came under heavy fire. They wanted to have that part of the compound. Even IQ Soul wanted to do a third party, and that situation, they also lost one of their own. So many things, all the chaos was happening, but this was the main moment where Ace should have stepped up, but unfortunately that didn't happen, and he came on the second spot. But still, he did accumulate a lot of points for the team, and IQ Soul, I think they are going to be pretty happy. 2 back-to-back chicken dinners. Are we going for a hat trick?
Maybe they definitely can. Ico Soul, they're on the move, they're on the roll. They've got the big momentum as well going for themselves, but still in the final few moments, still in the end moments, right? If you're trying to really focus on those, it got a little too close. A 1v1 is still a 50% chance, and anyone could have been the one to snatch it away. If Ace lands that shotgun shot, he's the one to win that. But luckily enough, Ronnie was the one who landed that blow and secured that chicken dinner for his team. Match MVP of the previous game will be Legit from Metal Esports with 7 eliminations racked up. Hold on, Metal Esports, they're doing pretty good.
Of course, they are doing pretty good, but looking at the stars of the match, we also have Sarvit from Metal as the best companion, and of course, Ronnie as the finisher, because he's the guy who landed the last blow every time in SPS. Ronnie impresses me the most with his performance, this time 4 finishes, 2 assists. But along with that, I want to discuss one more fight with you, Neeraj. That was for Miracle and VXT. That was such a scrappy fight, where Reaper dealt with the 3+ of Team VXT, then Fierce came in and dealt with the last player of VXT. So much happened. It was such a chaotic fight.
Yeah, I mean, look, sometimes it's all about the surroundings as well. And teams, they need to keep the surrounding in their mind and then go for the fights. And sometimes keeping the surrounding in the mind, knowing that you can be third party, you do make a lot of those tiny mistakes. And that's exactly what happened in that fight as well. Because they knew there's so many teams around us, one single bad mistake and instantly a third party can happen. And maybe that's one of the main reasons why we just saw that scrappy fight really come into play in the first place. But yeah, it's still something that's not really going to matter a lot, because For Miracle is someone, yes, they do want to make the climb happen. They can make the climb happen as well. Previous first game was really good for For Miracles, and they can use that as a jumping pad and move on even towards the last game of Erangel and secure those consistent points. VXT, they're already doing really good in the overall standings. It's not even a question. They're doing pretty okay. But Vasista Esports is a big sign of concern, because if they do not step up right now, they're done for. But right now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back on the other side of the break with some more BGMI action.
और कहीं दर्द हो रहा है?
थोड़ा सा शोल्डर्स में, बैक पेन।
हेलो, डेंटिस्ट।
वसूलना तो पड़ेगा। 10 नंबर। वसूल तो करना पड़ेगा।
फुल वसूल करने का है शौक तो डू इट लाइक अ बॉस। BGMI रॉयल पास, यहाँ मिलते रहेंगे अमेजिंग इमोट्स, कूल स्किन्स और बहुत सारे रिवॉर्ड्स, और साथ में फुल कैशबैक यूसी में। तो अब सोचना क्या, गेट फुल वसूल विद BGMI।
got me thinking things I didn't mean to. You got me wanting things I never wanted. Is this the way you always get what you want? Alright, alright. You got me right inside of my head. You got me so, so close on the tip of your tongue. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do. You got me saying words I've never said. You got me powerless on the edge of your bed. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Let's do, say that we're done. Let's do, say that let's do, say that we're done. I'm powerless to you. So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't never to the broken thing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't never to the bell goes ding.
Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Welcome back, everyone. You guys are watching Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Season Week 2 and Day number 3. My name is Shadow, and alongside me is going to be Fixes. And Fixes graciously reminded me that it was the third winner chicken dinner of Team Aiku Soul. It was a hat trick, actually.
Yeah, so records are being matched and almost on the cusps of being broken if Aiku Soul get another one. This would be record being created in the Snapdragon Pro Series. I do not know if it does happen globally, but in India for sure. And yesterday, God's Raid really was so close just to get denied. But today could be a different story for Aiku Soul because the kind of a momentum they are on, I mean, the matches, the intensity that we are getting to witness in the final day today, that has really topped off all the charts.
I think the next one is going to be more energetic and more aggressive because this is going to be the last game of this particular group for today, and week 2 already is ending. So I think the teams who are already on the top of the leaderboard, just like Aiku Soul and few other names like VXT, they'll go on a rampage. This Miramar would look a very slow as compared to the next Erangel, which I believe is going to be.
Yeah, it certainly will because honestly, at this point, it's so difficult to really, predict or speculate what's going to happen because that game of Miramar really had me on the edge of my seat because it could have gone anybody's way. There were like 4 contenders and still Aiku Soul to swing out through. Really felt like Genesis should have had this in the bag given Fragger had all the opportunity in the world to wipe out Aiku Soul. But that being said, match rankings in front of us and Soul, I think with this performance should be cruising through the top 3 if not the first position. But Team Empires, nice comeback from their side. Medal Esports again legit being one of those star players to really watch out for, get themselves these 12 points, but very valuable 9 for Genesis.
Of course, Genesis also stepping up. Carnival Gaming this time having a decent run with 8 total points. Team Just Jelly also. They tried to do a third party. They tried to slam, not a third party. They wanted to be a part against Medal Esports, but unfortunately a third party happened during that fight. And 8 points to their name. VXT, 6 finishes, no placement points, but I don't think that's going to be of any concern at this point because VXT, they are right at the top of the leaderboard. But K9 Esports again getting an early elimination with 0 points. RGC just a single point to their name. Even Phoenix Esports, they had such a good outing in the first Erangel, and Miramar just a single point to their name. Consistency is something they need to focus on.
And given the fact that it did not have to go up against Revenant X Park early on, really felt like Phoenix should have gotten a few more points in this one, especially knowing the fact that yes, they have had a decent start to the day. In fact, a very good start to the first game, but again, collapsing like that is not acceptable by their standards. But still, one more chance, one more go at it. It is going to be Erangel once again. So at this point, the world wants IcoSoul to be getting this one to for them to create a record today and do something that Godstrain failed to. But who knows? I think sometimes when you have that little seed implanted in your brain that you might be creating a record, suddenly you have those shivering moments. But then again, who are we? We're just mere mortals just watching these players win it out, because this time it was not Manya involved. This time it was Ronnie, and so much happened. It was a lovely game, but again, we're talking so much about IcoSoul, given that we have so many other teams inside the lobby. Carnival Gaming is there. You've got Versatile, so many of those bigger names, but they're completely getting overshadowed here.
Of course. IcoSoul, they are playing it perfectly. Carnival Gaming, Team Just Jelly, even the players of Team Revenant X Park can also try doing something, but their games are coming later on. As we can look at the schedule, Group A and C will play on the map of Sanhok and Vikendi, and after that Erangel. But this is going to be the last Erangel for Group B and D. IcoSoul, Vikendi Esports, even they also had to face an early casualty this time, and they were not looking in the best of form in the Miramar.
I mean, honestly, yes, the form has been a question for this team, because at this point, you would want to convert those games. We have been constantly harping about this, Shadow. I want these teams to be securing those average points, and yes, they will have to figure a way out. But, heading on, especially Miramar being one of those maps where the known teams have to come out swinging. They have to use all that experience and all that acumen, get those good results. But who knows, maybe their fates change in this green pastures of Erangel, as the flight path trajectory on our screen. And it's going to be going straight up north from the southern side, quite inclined towards the west. So you might see a lot of those collisions happening early on, especially on the eastern side. So many of those teams in contention. Do we see teams taking a different approach? Do we see teams fighting for vehicles? I think all that mystery unravels right here, right now.
Of course. And already few teams are dropping toward the side of military base. Like we have the players of Team Empire. I wish I also had a same luck, just like Ace had in the previous Miramar. I would have been a happy person. But for now, we've got Esports are also going toward the side of military base. But my complaints are that Legend did a 1v2 against the players of Vingod Esports, and that should not have been allowed, because Vingod is not one of those teams which lack those 4v4 fights, which lack that sort of experience that they can get. They can lose that sort of a fight. So few complaints were there, few mistakes were made, which I think Vingod will be looking forward to rectify. Even Team Jelly heading toward the side of Novo Ripnoy at this point. But let's see if all these three teams, will they go against each other?
Questions, because as of now, this is their final game of this week, right? They would want to make sure they come out swinging, they get a couple of points, as a result of which maybe delaying the fights, not getting into those early engagements in which things will be 50-50, something that I would not really recommend. Look at Versatile. They're on a Han Shadow, and or maybe are they just trying to avoid them, because the spot they're dropping down at, it could be maybe to get a couple of vehicles and the hell out of there, because K9, this is one of those squads that you do not want to be taking those early 4v4 fights with. But if you want to take it, this has to be the right moment, because you can see K9, they are way apart from each other. And Versatile, all four players together, it might look really exciting.
Even if the players of EXT go up against the players of K9, it is going to be a lot of RNG factor, because both the teams are not having enough loot. They pretty much have got nothing in their hands. So whoever gets a weapon first in their hand is going to win that battle. Yes, K9 Esports in the map of Miramar also, they went against the players of Genesis at the very start of the game and had to face early casualties. In fact, they were the first one to be taken out from a lobby. So K9, this game is going to be important for them, because the previous one didn't go entirely with 0 points. I think K9 is not happy at all. But it seems like VXT, they are not in the mind of going for any sort of early fight even with K9, they are heading over to the side of Stelber and Kameshki. But Phoenix Esports, we have them somewhere around Yasnaya. For now, they don't have a vehicle, I believe. Phantom is having, but seems like CG and Gujarat Tigers, they want to have an early fight as Arman has been knocked out.
Yeah, Gujarat Tigers, all they intended was to get back to their drop location, or maybe even have a first go at it. But Carnival Gaming surely read this through. And now Zerix. All right, beautiful stuff coming out from this young lad. 3 finishes in the bag, and Gujarat Tigers, they've been dealt with. Early success for Carnival Gaming. A lot of room now to play around, especially for CG. If they want to explore even the western cities of Georgia, they've got all that avenue to do the same. But then again, the circle is completely shifted towards that eastern side. Another similar circle to what we saw in the first game of Erangel, centered around mansion and prison. So it's going to be interesting to see if Carnival Gaming drop down and get some loot done, maybe at Katka, and then head over there.
A few teams would love to go for the early rotation because it's not an easy circle to play around. I think even the plus of VXT can benefit heavily. They can take the complete eastern highway and go somewhere around Mansion, Prison, or Lipovka, or around Shelter, and VXT will find an easy, clear pathway inside the circle. But I can't say the same thing for the plus of Legit Esports because even they are towards the western side of the map, looting onto the compounds towards the outskirts of Gatka. So Legit also needs to be a bit careful. Even the plus of 4 Miracle are also towards that area of the map. So all the rotations which will come from the western side are not going to be easy ones. Maybe they'll go for the late rotation, but also we have the plus of 8-bit somewhere around the bridge. And we know Vingod is towards military base, so maybe 8-bit will go for that bridge camp. And Vingod, they need to be very cautious about that.
Of course, they will have to be, especially considering Vingod did not have the best of outings today. First 2 games really not going their way as they're slipping spots. Now, considering the fact that Ikusol, they've gotten themselves to the top 4. Look at them. Just a little shy of maybe entering inside the top 3. And if they get themselves another chicken in this one, who knows? Maybe that could also be a possibility. But for Team Empire, really impressed. They have a good position to hold around the center of the circle. Could make some quick rotations over there, find some concrete covers. This is where I think Empire has to make the right calls. Because this is a game where they can actually get a chicken dinner out of. And don't get me wrong, I would not even be surprised if Medal Esports also come swinging out of this one, because they do not have a lot of force to deal with. And we know they thrive undertaking the central positions. And that is exactly, Shadow, what they're up to right now.
Yeah, the next fight could be with the plus of Team Empire, because the spot which Team Empire is holding on to, maybe Medal would want to have that area under their control. So that's a possibility always going to be there. But also we have the plus of Ikusol towards the side of school apartments and Rozok. Ikusol can also benefit heavily in the circle. They can try gatekeep all the teams who would try to migrate from the western side. Even Vasista in the city of Pochinki and Carnival Gaming, the way they are heading inside the circle, maybe we can see the fight between Vasista and Carnival Gaming. A lot of possibilities are always going to be there. But speaking about Team Empire, definitely a good performance in the previous one. But along with that, I think Reaper of 4 Miracle also delivered a very good performance. The way he clutched it out against the plus of VXT, it was not at all easy one, because it was such a chaotic fight. And I think Reaper made the most out of it in Miramar.
And truth be told that it was needed, much needed, especially for the players of 4 Miracles. And to Reaper being the hero, shining out against the likes of Versatile, I think now finally we're seeing that little bit of confidence in the players. Finally we're seeing that interest in them indulging in those fights. So good signs for Miracle Esports still. A lot needs to be done, a lot needs to be put if they have to make it inside the grand finals. And this is a team that comes with big hopes, big aspirations. Surely they do not want to be satisfied by having that tag of being one of the mid-packing teams, right? So clearly they want to further improve themselves, but there's a little bit of a different pace going on as anticipated. So far, Erangel has been pretty slow. Not a lot of those early fights, barring the one where Gujarat Tigers just got clapped by the players of Carnival Gaming. As Assist Esports, they're also taking this sweet time to make an entry inside the circle. And at this point, look at 8-bit. They're also trying to enter in through, maybe hold off some areas around farm. And this circle looks pretty interesting. Could be one of the replicas of the previous outing where we saw something happen around prison. Heavily inclined and versatile are really making some good movements there, Shadow.
Oh, of course, versatile. I already pointed out they are having a very good rotation. This is one of those circle where VXT can benefit heavily because they drop down towards the side of Kameshki and they have the entire eastern control of the circle. They can hold on to the shorelines, they can hold on to the Lipovka, they can hold on to whatever area they want because they have the best best control of the circle at this point. But K9 Esports, even this is one of those teams which is going for the late rotation at this point because they dropped in towards the Severny and now taking the brunt of the blue. But Ninja Boy has got no first aid, 0 first aid, and that's something he needs to find as soon as possible. Yes, I do agree that it's a stage 1 circle, the blue zone damage is not going to affect them much, but still, I think 1 or 2 first aids is not going to harm him.
No, I feel like it's all good in the hood. So what these pro players are doing lately, they kind of systematically divide the loot. Pick up whatever you want, whatever you're getting. Do not, waste time. And the moment they come to their first holding spot, that is where they tend to exchange. I'm pretty sure somebody from K9 must be having a lot of first aids that he would not mind sharing with Ninja Boy over there. And still, it's stage 1, Shadow. So nothing much to worry about, at least for K9. Because from what I really believe, this is one of those teams that really thrives around playing from the edges. We saw in the previous game of Erangel also. They got a lot of finishes there, so made it till the very end, and whatever happened next was a different story altogether. But so for K9, I think these are favorable situations for them to come into play. But surely must be anticipating Genesis be making that run from that northern corridor. So if they are caught off guard, then they might be in a little bit of a pickle there.
Vingod and Team Jelly, they both want to come into the circle by crossing that Novoripnoy bridge, and maybe they can have a rotational clash at this point. That could be a possibility because they are in such a close proximity to each other. Poor Medical still going for a very late rotation, and look at that, Jelly trying to pip a few bullets towards the side of Vingod Esports, but seems like Vingod, they have made a safe escape. And they have already crossed off the bridge, and now it's going to be a problematic situation for the players of Team Just Jelly because now Vingod will be waiting on the other side of the bridge. Team Jelly, they have poked the bears. I don't know which path Jelly is going to take at this point, but somehow he needs to cross over the bridge and head over to the side of Milta at this point. But look at the cluster which is forming around the shelter area. So many teams are there, but Phoenix Esports and VXT, they're keeping themselves away from all that commotion.
Yeah, for Versatile, I think the priority has to be to take over that little hilly region just on the backside of prison, right? So they will be holding that spot. You've got a lot of good ridges to play around, a lot of high ground to get in all that information. And Vingod, they had to make a choice, and I feel like they made the right one. Prioritizing on getting a better position rather than trying to bridge camp a fight and then eventually get third party. So they're looking at the bigger picture over here, giving Just Jelly that room and access to get in through from that eastern bridge itself. As 8-bit, like you said, they've gone in a little bit deep, and this is good shot calling from the IGL over here because under these circumstances, we have seen these circles taking that eastern shift. But what I'm really concerned about is Mafia being a little aloof, and it's high time Mafia and Omega get back to their old grooves as now there you go. They made their presence felt. Ash still trying to draw in some attention, trying to lure the players out of Versatile. And seems like Versatile aren't really falling prey to that.
Of course they are not. They're just trying to find a good spot inside the circle, and they do have a good spot in fact. But the next circle shift is going to be important, where we also have the players of K9 and RGC in such a close proximity to each other, as both of them want to traverse inside the circle from the side of Yasna at this point, and maybe we can see a rotational clash. But Beast needs to be careful because Beast is the one who is in such a close proximity where his other teammates are at certain distance. But for now, nothing really is happening. I think RGC is aware, or maybe they have spotted down the players of K9 Esports, so they're just holding on to the area and will wait for some more time. as K9 is taking a complete northern rotation inside the circle. But the next circle shift is going to determine a lot of things. If it goes a little north, I think Phoenix Esports can benefit heavily from it. But if it goes south, east, I think Team Jelly and Wingod Esports fixes, even VXT, they are in a very good spot.
There you go. Josh Shelley threading the needle, get that one knock. And Wingod again in a disarray. As K9 Esports, they're also on the hunt as well. Already have tasted blood there. Sketch, done and dusted, and Genesis maybe did not see this coming. K9 rotating so late inside the circle, and Shiro, he feels helpless at this point. Needs to find some quick cover. As Genesis this time, they've got a couple of houses to defend. But look at Slug. He wants blood, he wants more of it. At this point, just inching in as Wingod Esports still colliding against the likes of Josh Jelly. Infinity already having been dealt with, trying to find an opener. As Wingod, they have been so limited in this spot.
Of course, and Yash is also taking a lot of damage. He needs to patch himself up as LeBron also comes in and regroups with his teammate. But still, it's an outnumbered fight for the plus of Wingod. As Team Just Jelly, they have the numbers advantage. As Sam, with a grenade trying to find some sort of opening, takes hefty HP out of Sahil. This is a battle of the grenades where one of the player, LeBron, is in a very good position, but seems like even his position has been compromised. Sam is having a lot of information as one more grenade goes in, but LeBron, who is hiding inside that wooden shack, is safe for now. But somewhere else, we also have the players of K9 and Genesis locking horns with each other, where K9, one of the players, Slug, has been knocked out. Even 2 plus from the side of Genesis seems like are knocked out.
Oh, this is going to be really interesting. Fights happening on 2 different fronts as Josh Shelley rallying their forces together. Wingod, options quite limited. LeBron, his position absolutely compromised as they get reduced inside that one building only. As Jelly, he's trying to just wrap around them. And if he finds another angle, if he somehow opens up one more knock and Josh Jelly, they know that the floodgates would open. But Josh, this is a position where he's playing with fire. One little hiccup and he could go falling down. But LeBron, he sensed it. Of course, feeling the chills in his spines at this point. He knows that Jelly, he's made a wraparound. So he's got to be extra little cautious over there. As Wingod, not really have the numbers advantage to work around with. As Ninja starts getting a little impatient. They know that LeBron is out there. And there you have it. Outsmarting the players of Wingod. Josh Jelly, as Sam also playing from the exteriors of the houses. Sahil OP, he has to deal with a lot on his plate right now as Sam really brought down to low HP. Yash definitely gets a trade, but Kyolamau is present as again a lot on the nimble shoulders of Sahil OP to clutch it out as he resorts to give a revive, and same goes in the heads of the players of Josh Jelly.
Yeah, of course, even Sam is going for the rescue mission onto the fallen comrades, but still, Yash needs to patch himself up. A Molotov being lobbed, but finds nothing at all. But here it is, Kyolamau taking down Sahil. Instant confirmation is there, leaving Yash all by himself in a 1v3 situation as Sam is going for the rescue mission onto the fallen teammate, which is Ninja. It is a lot on the shoulders of Wingod Yash at this point as Jelly also comes in to regroup with his teammates. It's a 1v4 situation as Kyolamau gets all the 3 finishes, and if he gets a 4th one, it's going to be a 1v4. But Yash takes down Jelly with a DPS right on his face. We'll be looking for the confirmation, but before that, Ninja strikes in and deals with the last player of Wingod Esports. And with that, Team Jelly, they have been rewarded with 4 finishes, but 8-bit also striking on their doors. But Jelly and the team is not ready for the plus of 8-bit as one of the players, not 1 but 2 plus, are still knocked out.
Not being given a breathing space over here. Josh Jelly, they have a lot on their plate right now. 8-bit, they just flood in, and this is what was needed from their side. But Omega gets clapped. Sam jumping from above. Kyolamau gets a knock as Termi. He's been isolated from his pack as Kyolamau. He needs to slow down the pace a little bit. As of now, Ninja, he's struggling for a revive. Termi, he's got to make some quick movements over there as Sam needs to patch himself up. 8-bit again find themselves in deep waters in this situation. Termi missing out on that Q as now tables have flipped. Josh Jelly having all their forces tied once again. Jelly, oh my goodness. This was something that should not have happened as things are now slipping out of their hands, as Mafia is getting a lot of damage on himself, but still enough to make it inside of the compound, safe and alive, as Ash from the back lines trying to provide cover fire, as Just Jelly, they have to say goodbye to their IGL at this moment.
Of course, Termi was the one to mark an end for him, and now Team Just Jelly left with only 3 players remaining. It's a 3v3 fight as Mafia, Ash and Termi trying to find one more opening onto the players of Team Just Jelly. And all this is happening outside the safety of the circle. Both these teams are 475 meters away from the circle, and even the wall of death has started closing in. They both need to prioritize the rotation, but this is a fight which they have to take. This is a bullet which they have to bite at this point, as Ash still holding on to that triple story. Where else? All the 3 players of Team Jelly are holding on to a single compound. One single grenade from the side of Mafia can take down Sam, as Sam comes out in the open. Yes, the smoke is there, but still Sam needs to be a bit cautious. And even the wall of death, the blue is dishing out a lot of damage at this point. Both these teams, do they have enough medkits? Do they have enough first aids to deal with such a situation?
Can't say, because Termi just has one to work around with. If he takes some damage, it's going to look so much more sketchy. Termi, he's got a nice position to play around. A little off position, but look at Just Jelly just flooding in through. But Mafia and Ash, they work together in tandem, as now Jelly, they are surrounded. Kyolamau being the final player alive. 8-Bit won these points desperately, but Kyolamau does not want to bow out without a fight. And suddenly he just clutches it out of nowhere. An absolute shocker for Team 8-Bit as they get dismantled. Oh my goodness, Shadow, what has just happened as Team Empire taking a dig at the players of Phoenix Esports as the pour comes in, and now Venom, he also gets wiped out. What just happened right now?
2 teams have been wiped out. Phoenix Esports and 8-Bit, and Kyolamau, kudos to him, the way this guy has been clutching. First against the players of Vingod Esports, he got 3 finishes. After that, against 8-Bit. But we'll discuss that more in detail. We have Team Empire and so Ico Soul also locking horns with each other. Predator has been knocked out, and Ico Soul, they are on a hunt. They are looking for those finish points. And Team Empire, they need to be very cautious as the circle takes a sudden shift, heavily favoring the players of VXT, Vasista, and the spot which the players of Team Empire are holding. Ico Soul wants to hold on to that area, because from there on they can look for the potential dominant control from the northern side. But they also need to be cautious from the side of Legit Esports. Even Legit can do a third party, as Curse God has been knocked out. K9 Ninja Boy strikes in and takes down Proton as well.
Fights are happening left, right and center right now, Shadow. And it's so difficult to say who is gonna swing through. The scales being tipped off, and Kyolamau, you beauty, what you just did 8-Bit so dirty. Cannot really sleep tonight, are they? But now, as things stands, Legit really have a good position in this fight. The high ground to play around with, as Bunny almost on the verge of getting dismantled. As Sanchit, he's got to make a run for his life. Bunny brought down to real low HP, finally put down out of his misery. As for Miracle Esports, they also decide to chime in. Getting that knock on towards Legit Esports, a rather gloomy Legit Esports at that. As Zeus, on his knees, needs to get that revive ASAP. But no, K9 have no intentions of letting that happen and have been pushed back to this little cave inside of shelter. How long can they survive? As now for Miracle Esports, they set their eyes on RGC. As Sanchit, he just got away with murder. One of his fallen teammates decides to put him in his vehicle and takes him back out of harm's way. But for Miracle Esports, keeping all that information to themselves, everything intact. And now the big question is, can RGC make it inside the circle alive?
I don't know how they are going to do so, because even K9 Esports are also trying to lock horns with the players of Legit Esports. They also want to have the control of the shelter, and the circle is favoring the players of Team Vasista a lot at this point. Ico Soul, look at the split which is coming from the side of Ico Soul, a 2v2 split. They can also rank up too many elimination points at this point. VXT, even they can also look for a southern eastern control of the circle. But all the traffic, look at the amount of colors towards the northern side, as Prince has also been spotted down by Omega. Omega of K9 Esports. And K9 this time, they do have a good amount of finishes, 7 finishes, and Omega is also alive. I think Neeraj is going to be pretty happy to see Omega alive at this point, because K9 they need the numbers advantage, because if they get the Northern Control, I think K9 can also be the prime contender for a winner-winner chicken dinner. For now, Slug gets a knock on to Prince with a grenade, looking for the confirmation point. Medal, the split which is coming from the side is not at all working in their favor. Yes, they do have a certain high ground to work around with.
They do. At this point, K9 Esports, they are men on a mission at this point. Already 7 finishes secured and without a single casualty. I like the ring of it. As K9 decide to barge in on the doors of Medal Esports, Sarvith right in front of Omega. As Omega strikes, finally, Medal Esports, they are left lamenting in this situation. A little bit of a collision could have been avoided though. But as things stand, legit in a real good spot. And now again, Cyrex Ninja Boy, he shall not prevail. He goes down. As now Slug also decides to charge in over there. Legit position compromises Omega, trying to flush out the players of Medal. Legit in real dire circumstances as K9 Esports, leaving him no room to breathe, no room to do anything at all. But Omega being brought down to low HP, needs to find some cover, needs to find some patch up over there, as Legit being really fast on his triggers, gets that Molotov. But Omega, is he Spider-Man? I do not know. How on earth is he still alive? How is he living there? Shadow, please tell me. Is he really good at parkour or whatever the case is? For now, K9 live to fight another day. But this time, it has come at a cost. Cost of 2 players. They will finally get inside the circle. But now you've got Iku Soul surrounded by a lot of teams, even Legit trying to get in. And there you've got Curse God stuck between a rock and a hard place, just directly ramming onto the tree. But from the back lines, it's going to be Choco who comes over for the ram in. And there you have it. Omega, he's been dealt with, but now Iku Soul, they have to deal with the forces coming in from Medical Esports. It looks like a rewind recap once again as Iku Soul just blitzing their way, obliterating their opponents, and they still have all men surviving with 5 finishes to their name.
Of course, 5 finishes to the name of Team Iku Soul, and looking for a Northern Control. We also have the plus of Team Vasista, all the 4 players alive, and they do have a control of the western periphery of the circle at this point. Iku Soul, the next target could be the plus of Team BXT at this point, as they are right in the crosses of Manya. Few shots being exchanged at this point, but VXT, even they also need to move inside the circle. They are looking for the Southern Control, but Iku Soul, how they are going to move inside the circle, but VXT toy gets taken down. And what just happened? The vehicle blows up and VXT, they are about to be dismantled. They're about to be eliminated from the lobby. This is the moment when the plus of time Iku Soul can rush in and charge directly onto the plus of VXT, and that is exactly what Manya and Ronnie are doing.
They certainly are. They want to get all that revenge to themselves. Revenge, as they say, is a dish served cold, as Somraj left absolutely flabbergasted as Iku Soul decide to come in on them as Kyolamau, the last hope of Just Shelly, gets dealt with. But hold on, the action is still not over, because Carnival Gaming out of nowhere, they've also charged it. But here comes the hero from Iku Soul, Manya himself, as now Xerix in a really precarious position over there, but Ace completely catching Knuckle with his pants down. From the woods, he steps out, and Some just on the verge of a collapse as Iku Soul have been denied their 4th back-to-back chicken dinners. Carnival Gaming, they will deny them of that luxury, as now even they need to recuperate. As Vasista Esports, they have their troops tight, all 4 players still breathing, and RGC, Shadow, they're still alive.
Oh, yes, they still are. They still are. Sanchit refused to die as he's going for the heal battle at this point, trying to accumulate those placement points. 4 teams still alive. Sanchit has made it inside the top 4. Even Ace of Team Empire is also going for the heal battle as he gets taken down by the play zone. And Vasista, they do have the numbers advantage, but Carnival Gaming, quite an opportunistic one, strike at the right moment onto the plus of Team Iku Soul when they were unprepared and got all those 5 finishes, and Zyrex getting 5 out of it. Carnival Gaming, yes, they do have a certain control of the circle, but Vasista, they have the height advantage. Lot of smokes being invested as Fierce is trying to go up close personal to the plus of Carnival Gaming. Even Pukar having an off angle, and Neo trying to get a knock onto Fierce with a grenade, but no connection whatsoever. Even Fierce is trying to find some sort of opening with those utilities.
I'm still trying to process, are these grand finals or just league stages, because these teams have something else to say about it as the nade sails through. Neo finds that crucial opener, but look at Pukar. He's got such a beautiful angle to play. Flank at that, threading the needle, getting that first knock. But again, situations even Steven. Rage God comes in aid for his fallen teammate. Fierce as another nade. Chaos flying by. As of now, we've got a proper 4v4 fight happening. Pukar, his position has been compromised. Gamla Boy has to relay in, give in some more intels. Both the IGLs playing a little aloof from their team. Quite a risky position at that as Pukar. He's making quite an unorthodox push. He knows Hector is right in front of him, and Hector tosses that grenade, and Gamla Boy falls prey to the zone, and now things are starting to fall down for Vasista Esports as Rage God and Fierce completely pins it down to just a cover of a vehicle as Rage God will come out of that site. And at this position, CG just marching in through, trying to get that final finish and get their hands on this beautiful winner chicken dinner as Goblin, he's up to his shenanigans, trying to pan it around, and Rage God still answers back, but eventually it is going to be a pan nonetheless. Oh boy, Carnival Gaming surely want to win this week in style, do they?
Oh, certainly. We all were saying that Carnival Gaming is facing a dip in their performance. Yesterday, they didn't get too many points. We were all complaining, and I think Carnival Gaming, they have answered it in style by getting that victory in this last map of Erangel. I think the fight which happened against the players of Team Ico Soul proved to be an absolute catalyst for Carnival Gaming to go for that winner chicken dinner, because they had such a good spot, and the surrounding awareness which Carnival Gaming had in the final few moments. They were aware about the position of Fierce, they were aware about the position of Pukar. They had every information which they needed to go for the victory, and I think they got all those knocks in such a style, especially the last finish which they got with a pan.
Oh my god. I don't know at this point when I, rewatched it. I don't know if it really was a pan, because Goblin was knocked out, and suddenly when they got that final finish, he comes back to life with a pan. So maybe the pan has been avoided. I don't know, whatever the case was. Carnival Gaming still will rejoice with this chicken dinner. I think much needed for CG, given how they came out to play that early fight against Wingod, and finally had the wind in their sails. But so much happened in this game of Erangel. Kiola Mao clutching the entirety of 8-bit and giving them the most terrible nightmares than they could ever imagine. And at this point, this has to be shattering for a team like 8-bit. I mean, I do not know. I feel so bad if I were in their shoes, but Ico Soul also getting denied to create a record over here, 4 back-to-back chickens, and Carnival Gaming will be the ones. Of course, everything was going right for Ico Soul. They had 2 players already done and dusted from VXT. They knew that the circle, they had to force that fight, but Carnival Gaming, they were lying in wait, all coiled up, ready to strike. The moment they knew that the iron was hot, they went it, hit the hammer, and put the final nail in the coffin and ended Ico Soul's chapter there.
And if Ico Soul had won that fight, if they had time to regroup and patch themselves up, if they had time to readjust, I think they would have won that fight. And if that had happened, maybe Ico Soul would have got one more chicken dinner in their backpack. And I think it's not only 8-bit. I think Wingod Esports, Kyo Lama also clutched against the players of Wingod Esports, where he got 3 finish points. So I think Kyo Lama was definitely the MVP of this game in terms of the clutches which he did of course. But definitely winning all the love and support of his fans also. But along with that, I think Phoenix Esports, they also had to face an early casualty. But Team Empire, I have to say it, I don't know how every time this team does it, but they are in the top 5 or top 6 every time, either through a mid strat or they are just lucky. In Miramar, Ace was so lucky, he was not going with the mid strat. He was just pure lucky in terms of his position, and this time going with a mid strat. I think Team Empire is definitely the dark horses.
Just sneaking through the shadows there, no doubt, because even Ace played such an important role in Ico Soul's elimination there, because he was the one who caught Nakul off guard, and Nakul was not really anticipating it. So that was there. But yes, Kyolamov, 7 finishes, and finally shows in all that hunger that he has in him, and lovely stuff from this young lad. Really did not expect him to pull that clutch off, but he did. especially with a shotgun. We know these days 1v4s are possible, but what a wild game it was. Bizarre scenes absolutely happening. Even that fight where K9 went up against Metal and Omega somehow surviving around the windows there and still managing to take them down, and so much followed later on. I think today's day has to be the best so far we've witnessed in the Snapdragon Pro series. And hey, we still have 2 more groups to duke it out. So I think a lot of action awaits. But yeah, stats and figures pretty much in front of our screen there. Neo getting that final finish, of course. Now it has been confirmed that there was no pan involved, at least for Rage God.
Of course, there was no pan, but speaking of K9, even they had a pretty decent run in this one. They were on a rampage. I think they've got accumulated more than 10 or 11 finishes, because last I saw they had 11 finishes, and K9, they were engaging in a fight with the plus of Legend Esports, RGC, 4 Medical. So much was happening. In all that chaos, K9 was definitely getting all the finish points and situation in their favor. And thankfully, this time, Omega was also stepping up, because Omega was not performing. He was underperforming in the previous weeks, but this time, he has rectified all the mistakes. And looking at the match ranking, we have Carnival Gaming on the top with 21 points.
I think this was much needed from K9 side, because K9 were missing this momentum. And to end the week on such a good note, look at this, 21 points for Carnival Gaming. Surely a nice bounce back from their side, but even more impressed with Team Empire. Today's day has been very consistent, and Necro and I, we were both concerned that coming in the next couple of weeks, maybe the experienced teams will take over, but Team Empire trying to make the most out of the matches that they have themselves playing in. Wind God, however, did not have a great day today. Not even a decent day, to be honest. Getting picked off early on in every single match. No flashy moments, in a stark contrast to how they played yesterday. Even for Metal Esports, it looked lost in this one. And for 8-bit, what do I say? Where do I begin?
3 finishes. A lot of issues are definitely happening towards the side of 8-bit. But I think Termi is still doing decent from the side of 8-bit, because every single time if we find an early casualty, or if we find any sort of opening which the team is bringing in those 4v4 fights, it's always a Termi. It's always Termi who's getting the first knock, first casualty onto his foes. But I think the other teammates also need to step up, because this time also when the fight was happening against the plus of Team Jelly, I think it was Termi who did find a 1 knock on Jelly, and after that the entire team was just... It was just evaporated. It was in a blink of eye, and the entire team got eliminated.
I think, Termi being one of the recent additions, surely has been an amazing player. We've seen him have a really good spell in the recently held BMPS. So, rightful reasons, but still, I'm trying to gather myself around why they had to replace Ninju. He was such a good player. He showed so much promise back in when he was playing for Team Forever. And then he was benched throughout the entire official tournament. Now to have not been a part of this roster, I do not know from which team he's playing, but I hope, good luck to him wherever he goes. Got a lot of talent, a lot of potential. But yes, folks, finally done with the matches. Groups B and D, they can rest it off, go away, get a couple of drinks whatsoever. But now playing groups will be A and C. So at this point, I do not know what to expect, Shadow. It's basically like me going on and opening a mystery box. And you open it, you do not know what to expect. Because now the bars have been set so high. Surely all these teams have to be riding on the wave. They have to give those matches. And I think Sanhok could be that perfect start we want.
Well, Sanhok could be the perfect start, but I still want Godstrain to dominate on the map of Sanhok and Vikendi, because these are the 2 off maps where Godstrain is still struggling a little bit. They are doing really well on the map of Miramar, and Erangel has always been a strong point. But this time I really want Godstrain to step up on the map of Sanhok and Vikendi as well.
For Godstrain, I think things might align considering their recent run of form. Yesterday, we saw them almost were also on the verge of getting their 4th back-to-back chicken dinner. But regardless, I think they're also soaring high. Finally, the confidence is there. The players are all ready, all riled up. They just want to put in their best foot forward. But anything can happen in Sanhok, because, of course, in these rainforests, everything is uncertain. And with that hope, we set sail, and hoping to see some early collisions as Shadow, she's had enough. She's going to take a little bit of a breather because of what happened in Erangel. But now I've got Necro along with me as the flight path trajectory all the way towards Kampong. But before that, Necro, What games are we getting to witness today?
Group
Super
B
Sunday.
and D. Group B and D are the perfect match. That's all you can say. Even at the start, when we saw the groups, right, for the first time, I mentioned this. Group B and D, they seem like the group of death. And when two group of death go against each other, of course, there's going to be confidence oozing out. And that's exactly what happens. Off the rip, we saw so many actions. The first game packed up with a lot of action as well. Second game, Miramar, the same thing, action-packed game. The third game, too, the same thing happened. And because of that, a lot of the random nature as well came into picture. And because of that, we saw so many entertainment moments. And hopefully the same thing's going to happen over here as well. I would love to see a lot of entertaining moments in these two groups as well. You've got Myth, Godlike right next to each other, especially Oxen in the close vicinity. I'm looking for a few collisions, but we do not really see those clashes yet. There's still one clash between M40 and Genix FM.
It's going to be really interesting because minus 40... they've always been under the receiving end of things, and this time also, Genix FM just making sure that they put them further down their misery. As minus 40 clearly have been ousted by the veterans, even by the new teams that have come into play. And Spider, I really do not fancy his chances, just hugging to the wall. His position compromised, but still will walk with a knock. But want to finish there. As Genix FM trying to rally their forces, but Madrick, he's got to make some quick decisions right now.
He indeed have to. It's a 3-on-3 moment. With Dhruv getting knocked out. Bit of a tough pill to swallow for the players. Evil as well, closing on up from the sidelines, and now Spider's taken down way too low. And 40, they need to provide some sort of cover. But unfortunately, it's a little bit too late. The cavalry does not arrive in time. And Maverick's going to go for that finishing blow as he secures the elimination onto Spider. But still, Maverick is quite exposed as well to that threat. He needs to watch out. And exactly what I mentioned. Vodka finds the return knockout. Trades starting to happen back and forth. And Genix FM now taking down a two-man squad, just like M40. Nishi OP gets spotted as well. He's taking a lot of shots upon himself. A third party comes into the picture. As usual. It is the map of Sanhok. Third parties ought to happen. And once again, the same thing happened over here as well. Minus 40 up against one of the teams in the front, and even Do or Die in the mix. And Do or Die is on the struggling side of things, so it makes a lot of sense why they want to be the opportunistic ones and get those eliminations in their hands. But look at Vishu. He flanks all the way in the back lines, and he gets another player down to minus 40.
I don't know what to say. At this point, minus 40, they're looking so lost. They're being surrounded by prey. And especially Vodka, still one with the nature, trying to slither through. But he's just delaying the inevitable. Or does he pull off a Kyolamau? As Evil, just trying to circle around, maybe spot him out as Team Tamilas. They're off to also a good start. Vodka somehow has managed to be elusive over here. He's managed to keep Genix FM searching for him. And at this point, Necro, it feels like he might get a little window of opportunity where he might walk away with a finish of his own. As Evil still completely unaware of Vodka's position, and Vodka is really being smart there.
There's no line of sight yet, though. And look at MJ, too. The moment Vodka reveals his position, MJ will go for that strike. And that's where everything will come crashing down for Vodka. Knowing the fact that Genix FM as well, they do not really have the full force. They're going to try to play a little bit in the back lines. Even they're hurt. The only team with the big advantage seems like it's going to be DOD. But DOD, known to choke their fights, anything can happen. So far, all the four players of DOD holding it back, playing it safe. As long as MJ's position's anonymous, he's still good in the hood. But as soon as his position gets noticed, MJ will be done for. There's still one man, one foe in the sidelines that can play a big picture.
He can. At least for DOD. And I think we remember Balu coming up and saying in an interview that MJ being one of the recent additions to the roster and them taking a little bit of a time to gel up with him. Let's see what can he offer. Especially with a player like MJ who's carried in so much experience. to come down, play with the underdogs. It takes a lot. And if MJ can somehow redeem himself, has been part of such big rosters, has been there, has seen it all. Even, in the past, in different titles, has also won official tournaments. So he's got a lot going on his back. But I think he's also one of those players who has to redeem himself once more. But for Vodka, of course, it's winters. He's inside this little cozy shack. Can fancy himself. A little glass, won't really complain there. But Necro really saw some bizarre things happening in Sanhok, especially when it comes down to Godlike and again, another drop location change. They this time decided to drop down on Bootcamp. Now, this is like their 4th or 5th drop location that they're trying out.
They indeed are. I mean, as long as it works out, fine. I guess they're doing pretty good in the overall standings, right? Godlike is unsettled for now, but who cares? They're already doing so good in the overall standings. Do or die. Once again, we are on them, man. Speaking of their performance so far, on the 31st spot, next to M40. Both these teams all the way at the bottom, not being treated nice in the lobby. They need to earn that respect. Need to earn a good spot for themselves. Genix FM, they've already evaded the tracks and backed away, while M40 and Do or Die still next to each other. And that sounds like a big threat. That silence, it might just break out. Even Hero Extreme Godlike is close to Reckoning Esports. Even that fight can break out. So many possibilities slowly and steadily starting to brew up, as even the circle is having a big anonymous factor. Where is it going to go? Is it going to go up north, or is it going to go down south?
Once again, a hybrid circle, and it's going to be interesting because look at Hero Extreme Godlike. Punk has taken a small page out of Manya's playbook because the spot that Hero Extreme Godlike are holding on to, you know that this is one of the sweet spots of IQ and has tweaked it a little bit. He's got 2 players positioned, maybe just trying to pincer down somebody, just make a sandwich out of that and devour them. But would have been a sight to somehow relish if God's Reign really closed in, and even Reckoning and Hero Extreme Godlike into the mix would have been fun. But as things stand, what's up with Genix FM? Just delaying so much. Got a team right beside them. Losing out on Madrick is definitely something they won't be happy about. But Revenant X Spark, they've also opened things up, and seems like they've got a knock on one of the players of Hidden Ones.
Indeed they have. I mean, it's Revenant X Spark. No matter which team this team goes against, they're always going to find that advantage. Even if they don't, they still know how to bounce back. And right now, in this current instance, Revenant X Spark, they've got the players of Hidden Ones in their sights. Hidden Ones quite hurt. Not looking so safe. Daniel's out in the open, not a big fan of this. Sarang's crosser's train is just waiting for Daniel to stand still. That right moment to strike, that's what he's waiting for. Revenant X Spark. Oh, while you move on towards another fight that brews up. For a moment we thought Reckoning Esports is going to clash against Godlike, but no, that's not the case. Instead, Reckoning Esports, they take a fight against OG. And OG, as they brute force their way towards this compound, they're going to start to eliminate the players of Reckoning Esports slowly and steadily. Seems like a systematic dismantle. But if you speak of the core, this is quite a scrappy fight. Another man gets knocked out. And now even Godlike from the backlines wants to get a little bit of the piece of the pie. They're quite jealous. Free elimination points distributed, and Godlike wants a bit.
They certainly are doing the bidding there, Necro. But look at Admino. Like you said, right, Aru needs to get back to cover ASAP. Admino's position still uncompromised as Veron out in the open like that. Does not end well, and Admino just lying in wait. Waiting for that golden opportunity to come in front of him as Wizcott. He, of course, gets that final finish done there. Birthday boy Dionysus denied. And now Rangutan, are they aware that Hero Extreme Godlike are lurking in the shadows? Admino still waiting for the players of OG come out in the open. He's just gonna bite them and chew them off into pieces.
Hero Extreme Godlike.
Oh, he's waiting for
Looking
backup,
at-
Necro.
He indeed is. But I'm pretty sure Admino is also one of those players that is quite a thief. He's just waiting for someone to move out in the open, and as soon as that happens, Admino's gonna steal one away. That's definitely gonna happen. He's waiting for that scoop. He's not even moving a muscle. And speaking of the backup, the players are in the back lines, on the high ground. If Admino gets in any sort of trouble, they will provide that cover fire. That's gonna happen. God's Reen on the screen, a team that's doing really good. Just like Ikusol as well, even God's Reen got a lot of chicken dinners. Back to back, actually. The next zone's going to pop up, revealing where is it going to go. And once again, maintains that anonymous factor. Is it going to go up north? Is it going to go down south? Bot Army Esports, if they want, they can have a nice split for themselves. 2 players on this side of the bridge, 2 players on the opposite.
I really feel it's going towards the western side there. Now, Revenant X Park, especially in ones, got a couple of warehouses to play with. Maybe a couple of compounds here and there. Bot Army Esports, they've got themselves in a really good spot. And now, Admino, he somehow needs to sneak in back towards his teammates. Needs to rendezvous. Given the fact that Botswain have decided to take that northern route. Make things slightly easier, but at the same time, he's got that avenue to also go after the players of OG. Now, for Hero Extreme Godlike, it's such a difficult circle to approach. But for Revenant X Spark, things are starting to align as Vodka gets another finish. DOD again left stranded with their jaws wide open of what's happening. This is just one player. And he's causing so much menace. And Bhalu finally frees him of his misery there. But DOD, this comes at a cost. Avnish, no more with them.
Indeed. Just one elimination point. Not worth it. And as I mentioned, Admino is a thief. That's exactly what he does. Waited for one of the players to move out in the open, get a little bit complacent in that compound, get a little bit comfortable. And as soon as that happened, Admino, he scooped 1 point away. That instant reposition as well comes into picture because he knows there's going to be a few utilities tossed against him. Another nade comes into play, but he instantly backs away as well. That nade's not going to catch him. Wild Fang's on the receiving end of things in the elimination feed too. A few fights now starting to break out. Wild Fangs is not in that good of a position in the overall standings anyways. So Wild Fangs too, they need a decent game in their hands. The Sanhok game has to be it.
It has to be because for Wild Fangs, right now in safe haven, but you never know. The moment the circle shifts away from you and suddenly things will start looking awry. There you have it, Safe. One of the players that performed really well yesterday now has been eliminated, and Wild Fangs invite themselves the same issues, the same troubles as same successfully gets Admino out of harm's way, and now Scout might be on the receiving end. The vehicle's tire exposed, of course, flattened out. Bot Army Esports, very clever and cunning, and Sensei, he's also given his position away. That smoke reveals it all, and yes, Devotee knows all the whereabouts. And now, Bot Army Esports, they've got to make a choice. Do they go after Sensei because he's isolated? If they can somehow hinder the vision of Trey Scott and Scout, I think Wild Fangs might feel quite exposed.
Exactly what I was about to say. If Bot Army Esports wants, they can make the push right now against Sensei. He's the only player up close and personal, a little bit isolated too. If the push is executed properly, they can't block the line of sight as well. But here's the main problem. There's also Cincinnati kids around the fray. And they can play a big spoiler as well. And look at the next zone shift fixes. It shifts all the way up north on those hilltops. And that's where Revenant X Park, they find themselves with the big advantage. They control the entire zone. 50% of it. How are you supposed to snatch it away? Revenant X Park, they've got so much intel to play with. This is going to be a tough outing for the teams. As soon as they try to make it in the circle, It's just going to keep on getting even worse. Diesel Esports is taking a fight against Genix FM, which is right next to the players of Bot Army Esports. While Fangs is trapped, even they want to make it to the safety line. So look at what Hero Extreme Godlike is doing. They're going to rotate all the way from the northern side, tanking a lot of that damage from the blue. Luckily enough, it's still the early stage. It's not going to do a lot.
That smart move being made by Hero Extreme Godlike maybe could potentially want to catch the players of Revenant X Spark off guard. But like you said, right? The Harbingers of Death are waiting atop, and they will rain hellfire as Diesel Esports find themselves in a fight against the players of Genix FM. Dhruv already down on his knees there as another player comes swinging through, does get that knocked off. Vishu will find some success as Diesel wanting to execute a little bit of an aggressive maneuver there. They do it, but at the cost of one of their players. In fact, make it two. And now that is not where their misery ends, right? They have to deal with the likes of Wildfangs as Sensei quite exposed as Orlo spots him out right in the open without any cover whatsoever, but does whiff those bullets there. Sensei still just scuttling around, bobbing and weaving, but Orlo will not miss the second chance he gets. Gets that knock, devours Sensei, but at this point, Wildfangs having no other option but to make a hasty escape because Scout, he's also been brought down on his knees. And now that leaves Trey Scott to be the final member surviving. Does he opt for a healing battle? The answer is going to be no, because he's got no meds to really work with.
Yeah, Hidden Ones now, even they've got a lot of trouble. That's going to be the players of Team Tumulus. And of course, the utility is quite easy to toss in that shack. It's easily going to catch one of the players as well. Team Tumulus with a big advantage in the fight. Now Executor 2 gets executed. Mr. Igel's knocked out. The fallen player, he needs to be back upon his feet. Myth Official, even they chime in the action. Wanting a little bit of the piece of the pie with this third party. Just snatch a few elimination points away if you can. Even one or two can mean a lot. Even somewhere else, there's another fight erupting. Hero Extreme Godlike taking a clash against the players of Revenant X Spark as expected. Hero Extreme Godlike wanted to go and contest for that high ground, but now they need a face-off against Revenant X Spark. And looking at the stance of Revenant X Sparks too, they're quite spread out. But once again, moving back to this fight, Team Tumulus, as they constantly make sure that Hidden Ones are going to pay for all the mistakes that they make. But Mr. Igel, the only lonesome survivor now in the zone, is trying his best to play that survival game. Even the Wall of Death is going to do a lot of damage. Mr. Igel does not have enough HP to sustain all that damage. And Myth Official too, Aiden closes on up. But look at what Fox OP does. He went for that push up close and personal as Daniel is the one to come out on top.
Daniel lives to fight another day as the Molotov gets swung over on towards his direction. It is going to be the players of Myth Official though, as Daniel somehow hugging himself inside this room, all hunkered up at this point. As Hero Extreme Godlike, they have been phenomenal. This decision making of striking Revenant X Spark from the backlines, and seems like Revenant X Spark were caught with their pants down. And considering the fact that they had such a wide spread to play around with, their plans have now been followed, all thrown across the window. As even Hero Extreme Godlike, they did manage to find that opener, but that came at a cost. And now Revenant X Spark just survived by two of their players. Doesn't get easier than this. This could have been their dinner, but they decided to be a little bit more brave, a little bit more bold. And that has come to bite them back. But Cincinnati kids, they have a really good position to play. A beautiful high ground, right concrete covers, and Aditya, he's not overstepping. I like it. If they can somehow deal with the players of Myth Official, Cincinnati kids, they also can have a really good outing now. Have their eyes set at Borami Esports score. Scary Jod, he is absolutely being hammered down with all those bullets because he's got his hands full. Has to deal with the players of Godstream. So much happening right now as Ninja Jod trying to somehow ensure that Godstream survive this onslaught.
Destro knocked out, the main casualty in the game. But the utilities that are being tossed, they're doing some serious damage. Punk comes into picture. That utility tossed is going to find Devotee. Good stuff. Bot Army Esports, now they seem handicapped. They can't do a lot. They can't pull off a lot of parkour moves to keep themselves in the game and running. CK, even they find some successful knocks against the players of Myth Official. And Myth Official forced to reroute. God's read for now, though, as they constantly do bombard. Oh boy, Bot Army Esports, they've got nowhere to go. Two players knocked out. from which one of the player gets confirmed. And now it's down to just Monty. Even Monty possesses a lot of firepower. He can make a lot of great stuff happen. But it still sounds a bit too much. And look at who's around the corner. It will be the players of Red Ross. Still alive and cooking in the game. Red Ross is one of those teams that's been slipping under the radar since the start. And they're actually doing pretty okay in the overall standings as well. But look at what's happening. Cincinnati Kids, they make the push against God's Reign as they wipe him out from the face. And now, Cincinnati Kids, they control a lot of that terrain, but they still need to be on the safer grounds.
Cincinnati Kids, that was a well-timed push, and God's Reign having no answer to this. As now, Red Ross, I feel like Necro could really work away with the chicken dinner. Positions absolutely unknown. Here, Extreme Godlike, they also have a good chance, as Revenant X-Spark still have Spray God surviving. But he does not have the luxury of the circle. Just around the edges, he has to take that leap of faith. With even Orangutan having spotted the players out of Red Ross, and suddenly they just get wiped off. Red Ross very well prepared for this fight, but look at this, Spray God. He has to pull off some sort of a miracle. He has to pull off an ace off his sleeves. At this point, Spray God, the final surviving member, he's got 3 finishers to work with, and he has to ensure that he does not get picked off. Sad part is that he does not have a lot of meds to even work around with. He has to let the others fight it out, and maybe could look for a potential backstab.
Maybe. Zone moves out in the open in no man's land. Look at Spray God! He lights him up! And this is going to be the mob that might just wipe out the entirety of Red Ross. But still, it's just one casualty so far. Phoenix, luckily enough, he goes prone instantly. That's going to keep him alive. That's going to keep him surviving in the game for a bit longer. Spray God, he's going to go for the med strat, but the utilities, they're doing a lot of damage. Another nade that's tossed right next to him, and that's going to be the nail in the coffin. Jonathan, the man himself, gets that final nail. And now I've got Hero Extreme Godlike in a really dominant spot. This can be their chicken dinner. They've got a bit of that edge to play with as well. This high ground that Hero Extreme Godlike has, if they cook properly, this can be their chicken dinner. Red Ross, 3 players right next to Cincinnati Kids. Monty Bay keeping his position anonymous as Hero Extreme Godlike. They strike down Flock. Cincinnati Kids, with that strike, their chances of winning, they narrow down even more. Aditya, they're up close and personal. He will take down Simp. A big mistake from Hero Extreme Godlike. They overextend, but Cincinnati Kids still anyways, they're in a big problem.
Oh, at this point, look at this. The man himself, Jonathan, he's trying to wrap around. Arthur can try and spot him out. This cosmetic might be visible, but Monty, he's dug in so deep. His position, absolutely anonymous. Red Ross out of the opinion that he's already been dealt with. And Jonathan finally lets loose. Out in such a vague position. Out in the open right now. He has to push in, and there you have it. Got smacked right back as Beast withstands this blow as Aditya will secure that finish, and Mighty has to be that hero once again. Of course, Red Ross still aware of Monty's position, trying to flush him out, but he refuses to give up. He refuses to die as Mighty.
That was
one with the nature. Has he been spotted out? Not yet,
yes,
but Red Ross, no, this is in the bag. There you go. Mighty decides to strike, but there you have it. Red Ross being a little extra clever, bit more cunning, and much more agile will secure this chicken dinner. Beautiful stuff.
That was a 200 IQ move from the knocked out player of Cincinnati Kids. The only reason why he tried to go in that little ditch is because he knew there's Monty in that ditch. And as soon as he tried to back away to that spot, all the players of Red Ross thought that there's his teammate. And that's why they started tossing out the utilities. These minute details helped the players of Cincinnati Kids secure that second spot in the previous game. And Red Ross, of course, they had the chicken dinner in the bag anyways. But still, that was a 200 IQ play from the knocked out player.
Oh, 100%. I mean, this was lovely stuff from Red Ross, especially considering how much they had to withstand. So many jump scares in that situation, Necro, because it was OG who had spotted them out. It was also Spray God unleashing hell on them. And I think them being given that room and space to get their forces back up. And that was a blessing in disguise. For Cincinnati Kids, that push onto its God's Reign was absolutely perfect. I think chef's kiss for that one. But towards the end, I think it was just Red Ross taking over. For Hero Extreme Godlike, in that situation, when I took a quick gander at the map feed, the circle had actually shifted away from them. So it had to be an objective push where they decided to slam in. And when you go for a slam in, it's always 50-50. And that move from Jonathan surely will again raise a couple of eyebrows, because yes, the decision was right, but in those 1v1 engagements, you would want to expect from him to excel in those situations. Having him fail to do that without even getting a single knock, yeah, Hero Extreme Godlike maybe in that situation could have done better.
Yeah, indeed, they could have, right? I mean, the zone moved out in the open in no man's land, and Hero Extreme Godlike was a bit too exposed. It's understandable, but still, Hero Extreme Godlike wasn't doing too bad with the position they had. The only reason why Hero Extreme Godlike lost out in that chicken dinner is because they made the push against Cincinnati Kids, and that was not needed. Aditya, even though he just had 1 HP, he still struck down that player of Hero Extreme Godlike, which was Simp, and as soon as Simp got taken down, it was just Jonathan all by himself. He could not really do a lot. This is the moment that I'm speaking of, and in the final few moments, Aditya was the one to take down Simp, Jonathan the only leftover player, and Aditya, he played a brilliant role. Even though he was useless for his team, he was knocked out, he still went to that ditch where Monty was hiding, and because of that, it gave Monty's position away, because they thought CK's remaining player is in that ditch. They did not knew it was Monty in that ditch.
No, I feel like Red Ross still had information, if not for Cincinnati Kids, because they were constantly bombarding that particular area. But for a moment, I felt like they might have missed him out, but seems like that wasn't the case, because they were constantly just throwing those Molotovs, deploying it all over there, trying to flush Monty out. But Monty, kudos to his survival skills, especially considering such a difficult zone to play, and they had to deal with so many of these other teams. But Beast being the MVP, lovely young lad, finally gets his spotlight over here. But let me tell you one thing, this chicken dinner was supposed to be Revenant X Sparks, and I'm still trying to gather myself from the fact that how could they leave their certain sides unchecked, because that is how Hero Extreme funneled themselves through, and which could have been a biggie for Revenant X Spark. Still a decent outing by all means, courtesy to Spray God and his heroics, but they should have done much better in this one.
Getting struck down from the back like that from the blue, especially by Hero Extreme Godlike. I mean,
yeah,
Revenant X Spark were someone that was having a look at the backlines as well for a long time, but then they realized, all right, anyways, the blue is way too deep. They highly doubted that anyone's going to make that push from the backlines anyways, so they were pretty much tunnel vision just in the front. But that's where Hero Extreme Godlike were the one who sort of came through with that 200 IQ move and pulled off that rotation and caught a few players of Revenant X Spark off guard. And honestly, they were the one who dismantled the entirety of Revenant X Spark. Just the last man Spray God, able to secure a few elimination points here and there. That's it. But Revenant X Spark still, it's one of those teams that's doing good in the overall standings. These sort of games are really not going to be affecting anything, so they're still doing good. Now you move on the conversation towards a few more names like Red Ross. And let's be honest, Red Ross is one of those teams that's been going under the radar. We haven't had a lot of talks about Red Ross, but still, they're doing really good in the overall standings.
They certainly are, and finally, I think they have been drawing a lot of attention. And this is a team that I would love to talk much more about, Necro, but I think it's time for us to go for a short little break. We'll be right back after this.
सो नीरज, स्लाइड पाथ देख के आपकी लैंडिंग स्ट्रेटजी क्या होगी? बस सही एंगल, राइट ग्रिप, फोकस, और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता। ओके, फाइनल सर्कल, 20 बंदे बचे हैं, क्या करोगे? प्रेशर नहीं लेता मैं सर, जेवलिन में दिमाग को ठंडा रखना पड़ता है। और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता यार। नहीं आता। क्लोज रेंज में आपका फेवरेट वेपन कौन सा है? सबसे स्ट्रेटजी और टाइमिंग का खेल है सर, जेवलिन की तरह। अरे मेरा मतलब गन्स, M416 ग्रेनेड फेंक देंगे सर, सब फेंक देंगे। यार इसको सच में फेंकना नहीं आता। नहीं आता। अच्छा ये लो, नेट स्पैम करके दिखाओ। वाओ, इसको फेंकना नहीं आता, मगर इसको नेट फेंकना आता है यार। आता है। नीरज तो फेंकने में पास हो गया। आप भी BGMI खेलो और रश करो और चिकन डिनर। यार तुम तो फेंकने में चैंपियन निकले। चैंपियन नहीं सर, कॉन्करर। ओ यस।
So we're just gonna do our thing, and you never do the Broncos thing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. So you never do the Broncos thing.
Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Welcome back after that short break, and yes, Red Ross once again getting that chicken dinner, and sort of we talk about the decline in the performance. Now all of that has been compensated with just that one single chicken dinner, and Red Ross once again puts themselves in a remarkable spot in the overall standing.
Of course, and if you look at the rotation also of Red Ross, they were coming from the northern side, taking the brunt of the blue. I love the rotation of Red Ross. Instead of directly heading inside the circle from the northern side, where even the players of Reven and Xpac were also present, they headed to the western side. They dealt with the players of Bot Army, Esports. It was such a beautiful rotation which came from the side of Red Ross. Even Cincinnati Kids as well. This game, they played really well, but I have few complaints from the side of Reven and Xpac, because this should have been their winner chicken dinner. They were in such a good spot.
I mean, Revenant Spark, look, I do understand why that lacklusterness came into play, why they were so ignorant the fact that they can be backstabbed as well, because they were controlling the entire Camp Alpha Island in the first place.
Yeah.
So, of course, they had no clue that there's going to be someone coming in from the backlines, because from the start, there was no one. So Revenant Spark thought that no one's going to be that crazy to go all the way in the backlines, rotate such far away from the blue, and try and get them from the back. So Hero Extreme Godlike definitely pulled off a move that was completely out of the blue and sort of caught off guard the players of Revenant Spark, because they never thought someone's going to do that much hard work just to get a good position in the circle.
That's why I say Punk is doing wonders for the entire team of Hero Extreme Godlike, because not just Sanhok. I think every single map, if you notice, Hero Extreme Godlike, since day number 1, they have been having very good rotation and they are working in their favor. It's not like they are going for a similar rotation in every single game. No, they are trying and experimenting different things, just like they did in the map of Sanhok, going all the way in the blue and trying to backstab the players of Revenant Xpac. That was such a risky move which Punk tried to pull off, and it did work in their favor.
Exactly. I mean, let's have a look at the match rankings and see how many points exactly they gathered. Revenant Spark wasn't doing too bad. They had a decent placement as well in the previous game. So, yeah, 6 to 7 points we speak of. They've already got 7 points from that game. Average reached. Red Ross, 18 points. Solid stuff. Cincinnati Kids, slow and steady comeback we're seeing from them. Yesterday as well, Cincinnati Kids had a decent day. So, once again, getting 13 points from that game. That's quite a great outing. Bot Army Esports too, even they're doing quite a great job. Before, they had a lot of elimination points, but now they're slowly and steadily getting there when it comes to the placement as well.
Of course, they are working on that. 5 placement points, and Bot Army Esports, they do have worked on the mistakes, and do or die, they are still on the struggling side, because this time only 3 points to their name. Then we have the players of Team IQ Reckoning as well with 0 points to their name. Myth Officials with just 2 points, minus 40 again, only 2 points sitting right at the bottom. Wild Fangs, they also have their ups and downs, and this time things were not working in their favor. Only 2 points to their name. Where Wild Fangs is also one of those teams which really need to work on the consistent performance.
They indeed do need to. Wild Fangs, they're always having the ups and downs, as you mentioned. It's not like we're seeing Wild Fangs every single time, just getting that average. That's a big problem. Of course, we have seen Wild Fangs sort of tackle it as well in the week 2 since the start. Wild Fangs is doing okay. Day 3, first game, bad start, okay. Wild Fangs anyways, they're in the top 16 in the overall standings, looking pretty solid, looking pretty fly, so it's all good. You've also got Myth Official in the mix, minus 42. These two teams, they need to be a major part of the conversation. Understandable, newer faces on the block don't really have a lot of experience to play with in the first place, but still, Myth, they're one of those teams in the open finals we're doing so good. That transition completely lost. Minus 40 as well. You can say the same thing. They were looking pretty dominant, but then later on, just nowhere to be seen now.
I think I can give some points and some leeway to minus 40 in the map of Sanhok and Vikendi, but the problem is they're struggling on the map of Miramar as well, because in the open finals, minus 40 were known for their Miramars because of the good rotation which they were bringing in, good fights which they were bringing in, and since now they're struggling on the map of Miramar and Erangel as well, so I don't know, minus 40 really need to fix it. We are already towards the end of week number 2. And with only 1 week remaining after this one, I don't know how minus 40 are going to pull themselves in the top 16.
I mean, look, for minus 40, I don't think so. We might see them in the top 16.
Yeah.
With the way they're playing, it is understandable. Look, there's 32 teams and only 16 are moving, which means 50% are going to be cut off. Someone needs to lose in order for someone to win. That's how life works. That's how the tournaments work as well. So it's not going to be surprising if we do not see -40 move on forward in the top 16. I know I might just be a little bit too brutal with my statements, but I'm just being on the realistic side of things. We're not seeing any improvement. Yes, there can be an instant bounce back in the upcoming days if somewhere down the line -40 get back-to-back chicken dinners and just surprise all of us, but still the chances for that are pretty low because you talk about the upcoming weeks, the competition is just going to get even more tougher. It's not going to get easier. And if -40 is struggling in the opening weeks itself, I don't think so we can expect anything else even in the final few weeks.
I totally agree with you because you also need the confidence to go for those chicken dinners, and currently -40 is lacking that confidence. But looking at the schedule, we have Vikendi coming up next, where Group A and C will be going up against each other one more time, and after that we have Erangel, the last game for the day. So Vikendi definitely a very slow-paced map, and if you remember at the start of this week, I think Team Jelly did really good in the map of Vikendi. I think they got 14 points, so maybe Jelly will also be looking forward to get a winner chicken dinner this time.
Vikendi is much more of a slower map compared to the map of Sanhok. Even Erangel, if you'd like to say. First 4 stages, barely anything happens. If you get your hands in the centric part of the circle, you're pretty much good to go for such a long time in the circle because it's not going to be moving anyway. So you are going to be in the good shoes for the first 4 stages. But as soon as that stage 5 hits, that's where the real curveball starts to begin. So many teams wanting to brute force their way in the stage 5. That's where a lot of the fights do start to break out. And Vikendi really brings in a lot of that random nature as well, just like Sanhok. While the only difference is that Sanhok brings in the random nature off the rip, but Vikendi brings in that random nature as soon as the stage 5 hits.
Yeah, that curveball that Circle brings in after the stage 5 is something that every team just waits for it, and the rotation inside the circle at that point becomes extremely difficult, and that is where majority of the fights do happen, because in the first few circles nothing really is happening. Everyone is just focusing on the center of the circle, trying to have a good compound to their name. The one beauty which I like about Vikendi is sometimes we see 3-4 teams holding on to the adjacent compounds and no one is engaging in a fight. They're just holding on to the compounds and just waiting for that one curveball shift. If the curveball shift favors you, then maybe you can dominate in the map of Vikendi. It all depends on the circle in Vikendi.
And you can't really forget that we've also got Revenant Spark in the mix, right? Revenant Spark is one of the stronger teams on this map. In general, they're pretty much strong on no matter what map you put them in. Hero Extreme Godlike as well, they can be a solid contender to snatch this game away. Even Red Cross, we've seen some incredible moments from them. But you know what? Without wasting any more time, we're straight up just jumping the IC Lance of Vikendi. As we do see the plane as well hitting the skies once again. And the plane flight path begins all the way from Cosmodrome towards down South Winery.
Of course, the flight path is definitely favoring all those teams who like dropping in towards the side of Winery, Volnovo, and towards the southern eastern side. But if you want to go towards the western side, towards the side of Port, you'll have to go for a long journey. But that won't be a problem because all these teams are very much versed in with all sort of flight paths. But for now, we have the plus of Team Revenant X-Park going all the way towards the northern eastern side. Then in Cosmodrome, we have the plus of Bot Army Esports. And I'm liking the approach of Bot Army Esports. Suddenly, this team is winning those 4v4 fights. They are focusing the placement points. They're doing everything correct. If this continues for the upcoming matches, I think Bot Army Esports can easily qualify for the Challenge Finals.
Indeed. I mean, so far, I'm just waiting for a few collisions, and that's exactly what happens. Clash off the rip, M40, they lock horns against IQ Reckoning. And IQ Reckoning as well, even Steven trades happening on both the sides, -40 as well. Getting picked off, left, right, center, not a great start. Joker in the front, and Joker definitely wants to disengage as he's got his hands on the vehicle, and he's on the run. He does not want to be part of the fight anymore. We just had to talk about -40, and once again, a bad start. I don't even know what's going to be the one to give them a good start because -40, the games just keep on getting worse, and now Joker is the only player surviving.
I don't know for how long he can survive because the way he's heading towards the side, OG might welcome him. So -40 Joker, he needs to be very careful. He just needs to hold on to his ground, get few mid kits, go for the mid strat, go for the heal battle. Because yes, I agree, few people hate that mid strat, but if it is giving you good points, just go for it. And minus 40 can definitely opt for that approach at this point, because if you look at Team Empire, I like the dynamic approach which Team Empire brings in. If they have the favor of circle, they go aggressive. If the circle is not favoring them, they go for the mid strat, anything to get those average points. And that's something minus 40 also needs to do. But I think Reckoning, they do have a very good start. 3 finishes already in their favor, but Godlike is also heading in their direction at this point.
Look at the circle.
Oh God.
What is this? What am I watching? 40% of the circle is only playable. Only 40% is the landmass, while the rest 60 is all the way in the water. Oh my God, this Vikendi is going to be chaos. It's going to be chaotic, and I'm already loving it. We might just see one of those OG Vikendi water zones. I would love to see that.
I hate to say it, but yes, it is going to be chaotic, and teams are hating this circle at this point. I can read their mind. They are not loving this, especially the plus of Team Revenant, Xbox, Bot Army, Esports, Hidden Ones, because they are all the way towards the northern side of the map. And they have to go all the way towards south, where maybe they won't find enough real estate or a good compound to hold on to. But wait a second, we have the plus of Team Tamilas going up against Wild Fangs. A scout has been eliminated. Again, a bad start for the plus of Wild Fangs. 1 casualty already.
For some reason, in a proper 4-on-4 fight, Wild Fangs, they always fall short. But they're really good at stealing the elimination points away and placing themselves in a good spot. Wild Fangs should stick to their strong side. But unfortunately, right now, they can't do so. Just down to a 3-man squad in Team Tamilas. They've already got the major advantage. And look at what Team Tamilas is doing. They've already flanked all the way in the back lines. And soon, Trey Scott is going to get struck down. 3 players of Team Tamilas working in tandem from the back, and Trey Scott's got no clue that he's going to get backstabbed soon. But Team Tamilas, they've pulled off a 200 IQ move, and they're going to catch the player off guard.
Team Tamilas, they do realize that they have a good spot inside the circle. The circle is favoring them heavily. Even the plus of Team Wild Fangs, they need to be very careful because they can have a good outing in this one. Yes, Wild Fangs, I understand they have suffered an early casualty, but since they have the safety net of the circle, all they need to do is just find a good compound and just defend it. But look at the amount of traffic, amount of teams which are trying to traverse from the northern side. We have the plus of God's Rain going for that early rotation. But look at Orlo of Diesel Esports. He's so far away from his teammates. As I do understand that he's just holding on to the compound. He wants to be that anchor who can bring his entire team inside the circle. But just in case if God's Rain decides to push on to that same compound, Orlo will be in a 1v4 situation.
He will be. I mean, for Orlo, look, that's a story for another time. But right now, Wild Fangs in a big pickle. How can they escape? Sidelines getting stacked up with the foes. Wild Fangs going for quite a risky maneuver. And they somehow do make it out alive. Team Tamilas, they were slowly and steadily closing on up. And Wild Fangs, luckily enough, they got the timing right. They escaped that claw. This could have been a big deadlock. Team Tamilas still in full force. Looking to hunt a few more players down. And look at what happens. Myth, they move out. And they're going to be the one to find the first strike. Already taking down 2 players. Unfortunately, Team Tamilas getting caught off guard completely. And Myth, they find the better of IQ Team Tamilas. Unfortunate stuff happening for them. And Myth, with this big advantage, they would want to press upon the charges even more. Because they know Team Tamilas, they're quite hurt. They want to go for the confirmation on the fallen player. They're going to find so as well. Maxioso hands out a death blow. And now look at what's happening. Team Tamilas with just a 2-man squad. Push back in the defensive stance. And Wild Fangs, if they want to, even they can be activated in this scenario.
Or they certainly can be. Vikendi is not a map where you can afford to stay out in the open. It's one of those maps known for these third parties. And that is exactly what happened with the plus of Team Tamilas. They wanted to go for the hunt onto the plus of Wild Fangs, but seems like they got hunted by the plus of Myth officials. And with only 2 players remaining, Team Tamilas, not a start which they hoped for, because this time the circle was favoring them heavily. But now with only 2 players remaining, I think they are going to change the pace of the game and will try to defend the compound and just hold on to the position. But will that be allowed? Because now Wildfangs, I think they are also aware that Team Tamilas is wounded. Maybe, like you said, they would try to hunt them down. But also we have the players of Orangutan somewhere in the adjacent compounds to the players of Team Myth officials. But look at the cluster which is forming all the way towards south. God's Reign, Red Ross, Diesel Esports, Gen X FM in such a close proximity to each other.
Expected. This is gonna happen. Usually you do not see fights till the stage 4 in this circle. But I'm pretty sure as soon as the stage 3 hits, it's gonna be all hell breaking loose. Wildfangs on the screen, 3-man squad. Looking to be back to safety side. Because they know the circle as well, there's a big chance it can move out in the open in the water. So it's better to just play for the safety for now. And Vikendi, in the past, it has had those water circles too, so there's a big chance we might just see one of those repeating itself.
I would love to see that if that happens. Call me sadist or whatever, but I would love to see that. I'm sure the teams don't want to witness that sort of a circle at this point, because the teams are still at the struggling side. They want to have those placement points, they want to have those finish points, and the circle is already making things difficult. So Vikendi is not one of those maps where you can really rely on a comeback. But Red Ross, since they had a chicken dinner in the previous one, they're high on confidence. And for now, they have spotted down the plus of Team Wildfangs. Wildfangs, definitely they're outnumbered. So many teams are aware about the position. But look at that, God's Reign Destro already opening things against Red Ross as Lucifer has been knocked out.
Lucifer a casualty. And he will be confirmed too. Red Ross, shaky start. Okay though.
Oh.
It's not that big of a deal considering they still have 3 more players standing. And Red Ross, I mean, look at their positioning in the overall standings. In the top 6. Chilling. This game left out, not that hurting for Red Ross anyways. The next zone pops up. Even smaller. And it's pushing back a little bit from that water side now. I'm not a big fan of it, personally, but fine, I guess. OG, they've got quite a big spread going for themselves. Revenant Spark charging on against Hero Extreme Godlike. And this will be a fight to witness. An entertaining fight indeed. But will it come into fruition? That's my question. Hero Extreme Godlike is one of those teams that would love to back away and prioritize the zone and safety first. While Revenant Spark, they don't care. They want to press upon the charges even more and at least find a few more knocks and get them in the advantage. Player spotted Admino. His nade, it might just find the opener. But Revenant Spark is well pretty quick on their feet. Wall of Death is doing that constant damage. Joker spots Admino. Admino needs to be a little bit more careful. Joker has the off angle. He can catch the player off guard. While Punk himself, he's positioned in quite a great spot as well. He's waiting for someone from Revenant Spark to move out in the open, but I highly doubt that's going to happen. Simp gets knocked out, and that's not a great news for Hero Extreme Godlike, as Spray God hands out a death blow. Also notices Punk's position. They've got so much intel to play with now.
Yes, Punk's position has been compromised. The off angle which Godlike was relying on has already been read by the players of Team Revenant Spark. Admino trying to find a knock, but Jonathan finds a knock onto one of the player of Team Revenant X-Spark, and Edwino will be looking for the confirmation point. Revenant X-Spark, this is a revival which they have to go for as Hero Extreme Godlike with only 3 players remaining. Punk with a grenade trying to find some sort of connection onto Joker. Let's see if can he find so, as Sarang is still bleeding and begging for the help at this point.
Indeed is, but here comes the push from Admino, but he instantly gets slapped down. Spray God is better. And Punk now wanting to close on up, punish the players of Revenant Spark a bit more. Jonathan wanting to take it up close and personal. Punk finds a strike. Even Jonathan takes down another player. Revenant Spark getting dismantled slowly and steadily. But Jonathan knows the job is not done yet. There's still another man in the bathroom. As Jonathan goes for the peek, there will be a death blow from Spray God. Revenant Spark proving themselves better against Hero Extreme Godlike in a 4-on-4 fight.
And look at Spray God getting 3 finishes out of it. This man definitely landed an important blow to the last player of Hero Extreme Godlike. And Revenant X Park, now they have to move inside the circle as they are 1600 meters away from the zone. And since next circle is also going to pop off, the blue will dish out a lot of damage. Yes, they do have enough medkits in their backpack, but still Revenant need to find a good compound. 4 finishes, already a very good start for them. In the meanwhile, OG was also locking horns with the players of Team Myth officials, and they did take out 2 players from the side of Myth. And now Myth left with only 2 players remaining, trying to find a good compound to their name. And looking at the circle, I can see that players of Bot Army Esports, they do have a good compound, but only if the circle goes north. Otherwise, the entire cluster, if you notice, is towards the southern side, where God's Train is sitting right at the center of the cluster.
They indeed are. Next zone's going to pop up. As I mentioned, there's a big chance we might just see fights happen from Stage 3 itself. And you can see so many teams have gathered up, accumulated in that center spot. Cincinnati Kids is over there as well, but Cincinnati Kids, unfortunately, they're way too grouped up. In my opinion, they should spread out a bit. Play for the intel, know exactly what's happening in the surrounding. That's going to give you the awareness that you need for the future moments. Bot Army Esports, even they're in the outskirts. But what's happening here? Red Ross, they take a fight against the players of DOD. And of Niche, survival's impossible. Wants to back away, but will be denied by Phoenix.
Oh, certainly. An initial casualty for the plus of Do or Die, as they were trying to traverse inside the circle from the complete southern western side. And Red Ross, the shorelines which they're holding on to, they have the good control of that. So it's going to be very difficult for the plus of Do or Die to migrate from that route. They need to find a different approach, a different path inside the circle. I like the approach of Team Reckoning as well, as they're also taking their sweet little time to traverse inside the circle, taking the brunt of the blue, because that is going to give them a clear pathway, because every single team except for Revenant, X-Park and Reckoning, they are already inside the circle. Cincinnati Kids in the previous one also, Needers, they had a very good outing, and seems like they have rectified all the mistakes which are happening previously, because now they're looking more refined in their approach, more refined in their 4v4 fight. So I think Cincinnati Kids would also be looking forward to a good game, as they're keeping themselves away from all that traffic.
They indeed are. But still, spreading yourself out and playing for the intel is much better. Because Cincinnati Kids, we've seen time and time in the past, lack that surrounding awareness. And you need that surrounding awareness. If you're Cincinnati Kids, you're already struggling in the overall standings and you can't afford any more struggles. A team that's struggling currently in this game is also Team Tumulus. Just a 2-man squad on the tail of Cincinnati Kids. And do Cincinnati Kids know what's happening around them? Do they have the surrounding awareness that I was speaking of?
I think Juicy might have a vague idea. If not, soon he'll have the information onto the players of Team Tamilas. But even the players of Hidden Ones are also in the close proximity. Then Wild Fangs right on the tails of Hidden Ones. And if you look at the minimap, one of the player of Hidden Ones is such a close proximity to the players of Wild Fangs. -40 Joker. Seems like Revenant X-Park, they have spotted him down in a 1v4 situation. This is not looking good for Joker. He wanted to survive for a very long time, but seems like Revenant X-Park is going to make that situation impossible for him, and he gets taken down. It was an easy finish for Revenant X-Park. 5 finishes and -40 once again. A very bad start.
Not even a struggle. Not even breaking a sweat. With these taking down that player as well. And it's something we all saw coming as well. It's Revenant X-Park we're speaking of. It's all good in the hood. All Gucci. 5 finishes racked up. Looking good and dandy. They've already devoured one of the bigger foes. The Alpha Titans in the lobby. Hero Extreme Godlike. So big threat's been eliminated from the lobby. But still, Team X-Park is a threat themselves. The next zone's going to pop up. And this one will be critical. Because this is where all the real fights are now going to start to happen. There are a few teams outside of the circle like Bot Army Esports, OG as well. They've got a big split going for themselves. You've also got Reckoning Esports slowly and steadily attracting towards the center. And then you've also got Myth and Revenant Spark right next to each other. A big fight's about to erupt between Myth and Revenant Spark.
Well, certainly. Even God's Train, they do have a good compound to their name as they're sticking themselves to the complete southern, western, eastern periphery of the circle. Just Red Ross in the adjacent compounds, even the plus of Gen XFM. If you go a little north, you will find them. So a lot of cluster is still there. I don't see much happening in the circle as do or die. This time they're trying to go complete northern rotation. But Reckoning, they are showing on the doorsteps of Myth officials as Maxi finds a knock onto Dionysus looking for the confirmation. But can he find the second knock? That's the main question as Spear finds a knock onto Shub. Reckoning, they're getting dismantled at this point.
Reckoning Esports, Viper. Engulfed by the wall of death. Myth Maxioso, a man who puts up a lot of impact in the game. He's still alive, but look at who's here in the party. Revenant Spark, they want to contribute a bit more. Get a few more points secured. And Myth, they instantly push in the backlines. Gravity, does he sense some sort of threat in the backlines as well? And the answer is going to be yes. Revenant Spark, as they're here with the third party, they want to make sure that they mop the floor in this entire compound. It will be tough, but not impossible. We're speaking of Revenant Spark here. 4 foes lie across as Sarang's position gets noticed, and now Sarang knows exactly where another foe is placed as well. Sarang might just go for that peek, but no, Sarang was still unaware of the fact that he was getting shot from that window, and Spear finds the opener against Revenant Spark.
But look at that, Spray God finding Spear on the rooftop, immediately takes him down. Revenant Xbox, they also need to go for the rescue mission onto Sarang at this point. 5 finishes already. These 3 teams, they were trying to traverse from the northern side. And Reckoning, they are on the verge of elimination as Gravity gets taken down by the play zone, leaving Viper all by himself. At this point, Revenant Xbox, they have decided to traverse inside the circle as the circle takes a concentric shift where Diesel Esports, Hidden Ones, Wild Fangs, OG, they find themselves in a good compound. But even Cincinnati Kids also opening things against the plus of Team Tamilas as Fox OP has been knocked out and Juicy will be looking for the confirmation point. It seems like Play Zone will play its part. No, actually it was Sensei. And Wild Fangs, like you said, they love stealing those finish points.
They indeed do. Wild Fangs is always good with the poke, but not too good when the push comes to shove. We've seen them fail every single time. But they can rack up a lot of elimination points. They're pretty good at stealing. Looking at the zone and how it's shaping up. Wildfangs, they do find themselves quite a bit of that territory to play with. But soon they will need to try and play together. Wildfangs, they're quite spread out. Looking at Cincinnati Kids outside of the circle. Still need to breach in the safety lines. The only team that's going to hold them back will be Bot Army Esports. There's also Maxi in the back lines. That one man can be super annoying too. Revenant Spark, after learning their lesson, they've backed away from that compound. And they are on their merry way as well. Maybe wanting to hunt down some new prey. That's what the game plan seems. And here comes Revenant Spark up against OG. And unfortunately, Joker gets knocked out. And also confirmed, OG is not going to be your casual foe. They're one of the professionals, and they will definitely make sure that Revenant Spark, they will be hurt.
OG, they have got a lot of information, but Revenant Xbox, they just don't have to deal with the plus of OG. They also have to deal with the plus of Do or Die, as MJ, trying to traverse from the backlines, has already been spotted by a Spray God. But look at the rotations which are coming from the side of Shadow of Revenant X-Park, Do or Die MG. This is going to be such a big trouble for him to survive. Even the Wall of Death is also closing in. And Revenant X-Park, this time the blue will dish out a lot of damage. They need to prioritize the rotation. But MJ is that ugly thorn which is stopping the plus of Revenant X-Park at this point. 4 finishes already in the hands of Spray Gods on a sliver of HP. And seems like he'll get taken down. And Godstrain Justin also taking down the plus of Team Do or Die. Revenant X-Park still struggling. Bot Army Esports can stop them in the tracks, but Hidden Ones are where their entire attention is at this point.
The circle shrinks again. And Wildfangs, they find themselves on the lucky side. But Diesel Esports is doing even better. Wildfang's okay for now. They've got a big split going. Their IGL Sensei is a bit far away from the pack. Safe and Trey Scott next to each other. OG, after getting a few knocks against the players of Revenant Spark, after humbling them, they decide to move away from that spot. And OG's looking pretty good and dandy as well. They've got 3 finishes already racked up. And looking at the position that OG's placed as well, there's a bit of that threat around them. But that threat can be easily neutralized. And that's what they exactly do. DOD taken care of. Now OG's pathway seems super clear, but still breaching in the circle is going to be tougher. Diesel Esports will be that big thorn that will definitely dish out a lot of damage against IQ OG. And if OG does not find a solid footing, a solid cover to play with, things will keep on getting even worse. WizGod, they straight up make the push against Diesel Esports. They've got a pit stop in that same compound. I'm not sure how well it's going to pan out, but Diesel Esports, they're going to be super jealous of the uninvited neighbors.
Well, God's Train is also eyeing on this compound. They can also do a beautiful third party at this point. As Genix FM, they are also trying to migrate inside the circle. As Vishu gets taken down, instant confirmation also coming from the side of Iran of OG. AKOP trying to do so much in this situation. Deals with one more player of Genix FM as Dhruv also gets taken down. And Genix FM, they're on the verge of elimination. In fact, it seems like they have been eliminated by the players of Orangutan. 7 finishes and OG still sharing the same compound with the players of Team Diesel Esports as Sham gets taken down. On the other side, CK and Wildfangs also locking horns with each other. And Wildfangs seems like they are on the receiving end at this time.
I mean, after OG clearing out such greater foes, first Revenant Spark, now Genix FM. Their confidence got to reach Cloud9. Hidden ones in the front. Daniel trapped. He can't even move anywhere. And Daniel's got a straight line of sight against the players of OG and vice versa. If an OG can instantly hand out that death blow, they can execute Daniel if they want. Cincinnati Kids in a bit of that rough patch, but they look okay now. It's all good. OG 7 finishes already racked up. Orangutan, the Apes, they're doing so good in the IC Lance. And now look at what's happening. Cincinnati Kids dismantling Bot Army Esports. Bot Army's constantly taking damage even from the wall of death. They've got nowhere to go. Henry is trying to patch himself up, but still the damage is a lot. And Bot Army Esports, they want to evade the tracks to Cincinnati Kids and find themselves on the safer shoes, but it still seems pretty tough. Scary's still alive in the circle, and he's slowly and steadily patching himself up, but Henry's taking a lot of damage. He does cross on over towards the safety lines, but the next circle is pretty far away, and they need a traverse in the open grounds. It seems next to impossible.
And Hidden Ones are also taking shots against the plus of CK as Aditya has been knocked out. But Aru doing a third party and takes down Executor from the side of Hidden Ones. Hidden Ones are also coming under heavy fire. One side it's Team CK, the other side it is the plus of Team OG as Aru gets a confirmation onto Executor. Hidden Ones also left with only few players remaining, and CK, they want to have that compound. They want to breach into the compounds of Hidden Ones at this point. And the circle is favoring the players of God's Reign heavily as they have the entire control of the southern side of the circle. But seems like Diesel Esports, they are also poking them as one of the players of GDR has been knocked out.
Indeed. Smoke's tossed out. Players can be back up as well. Mortis in that shack. Look at what Mortis is doing. He's just keeping himself anonymous for as long as possible, but eventually Mortis, that ice is being broken down. Mortis was buying time for his teammate, but that time is not enough as Aditya hands out another finishing blow. Again and again, Aditya is making the same thing happen. Just shutting down opponents left, right, center. Single-handedly pushed in like a one-man army and took care of both of the players.
Phoenix in such a tight spot of Red Ross. Neeraj, Diesel Esports, they are not even aware about the position of Phoenix as he's trying to hide himself in those bushes. Trying to camouflage himself. And Gokul, look at him. So close to Phoenix.
Phoenix knows what's happening. If he wants, he can go for the strike. The entirety of Diesel in the bushes, being one with the nature. What is going on? Phoenix with the trigger discipline. He's not even moving an inch. He's not even moving a muscle, which makes a lot of sense. If Phoenix moves, he's done. He will be eliminated. Phoenix just wants to stay alive for as long as possible, and also maybe finding the right instance to strike. And Phoenix is one with the opponents now, and the opponents have got no clue that there's a foe next to him. Phoenix, what is going on? This man, the level of composure he has is insane. He's got the DBS pulled out as well. Even if the opponent gets a whiff, he will catch the DBS to his face. Diesel Esports, they're moving so freely, thinking that it's their land, but they forget that the bushes are of no one's. And they are always full of surprises when you unfold them. OG on the receiving end, they're taken down so low, taking so much damage against them. That chip damage is really starting to hurt the OG. Haru is barely surviving, and he's slowly and steadily taken away. He's not going to survive for too long as Haru's wall hits the deck. And that's it for OG. There's just one man standing, that's going to be Veron. But for how long can he keep himself and his team alive?
But look at that, Trace God also striking at the right moment as he deals with Aditya of CK. Aditya on a sliver of HP. Juicy has been eliminated, and Aditya also gets taken down by the last player of Team OG at this point. Trace God, he has the entire control of the circle, and Diesel Esports, yes, they do have the numbers advantage as Shivam was revived just to be taken out again from the game, leaving LB all by himself. Trace God, OG Veron, Diesel Esports, LB. It's a 1v1 versus 1 situation where the circle is in the favor of Trace God. 13 finishes. Just look at the amount of death and destruction which OG was reigning in the map of Vikendi. 6 finishes already in the hands of Veron. And maybe he can go for the 7th one as well towards Albi.
Top 3 teams alive and 3 individuals. What is this? This game of Vikendi, as I mentioned, was super random. And let's be honest, the real MVP was the circle. It played with everyone's feelings. Veron on the opposite side, and LB. Does he want to go for the strike? Veron definitely spots LB. He's got a little bit of that sniff. And keep this thing in mind, even for OG, they need this chicken dinner. Not doing too hot in the overall standings. But as soon as I say so, the last man as well gets struck down, and Veron secures that chicken dinner for Orangutan. The Apes this time, they come out on top in the IC lands.
OG, they were in the thick and thin of the action. They were engaging in so many fights. They dealt with the players of Team Revenant X-Park, they dealt with the players of Team Genx FM, and they dealt with so many other teams. They also dealt with the players of Team Cincinnati Kids as well. So much was happening, and OG, they were winning every single fight. And this time, Veron has definitely got that victory for the team. So many finishes, so many points, and OG is looking prepared for the challenge finals.
I mean, that was a nuclear performance. No matter what you're trying to say, it's really going to be tough to overshadow the fact that OG pulled off a big ace up their sleeves. Taking down Revenant X-Park, taking down so many formidable foes, even Genx FM in that mix, and then just not stopping. Constantly moving up, stomping the lobby. Unstoppable. And this is what OG's capable of. And with this chicken dinner, OG's going to propel themselves in such a great spot in the overall standings. I would love to see the overall standings as soon as possible. But before that, we've got so many formalities to do. We needed to have a look at the highlights as well. And trust me, the highlights as well, they're going to be packed up with a lot of action.
Of course, this was not at all a slow weekend. So much was happening. So many third parties were happening. Initially, we saw Reckoning also going up against the minus 40. Then Team Tamilas and Wild Fangs also locking horns with each other. And speaking of Wild Fangs, kudos to Trace God. He survived for a very long time. He was able to bring his team in the top 3. Because if you remember, even Wild Fangs were the one who received a very early casualty. They lost on to one of their friends, one of their teammates at a very early stage of the game. Then OG, they went against the players of Team Myth officials. There they took 2 players of Myth down. So OG, they were looking for action from the very start of the game.
Yeah, I mean, look, for Myth Official, honestly, now the fact that you brought up their name, I would love to elaborate a bit more. And even for Myth Official, it's another concerning name. Time's running out, Shadow. And knowing the fact that this is also the week 2 is coming to an end. Challenge season is going to be wrapped up 50%. There's just one more game to go for that to happen. And if Myth does not pop up in that remaining game as well, then understand this. The week 3 is going to be the week of comebacks. And in the week of comebacks, you already know it will be the survival of the fittest, and everyone's going to be trying as hard as possible. They're going to give it all they've got.
Of course, and staging a comeback, trying to propel yourself right from the bottom of leaderboard to the top 16 is not going to be an easy journey. This week was extremely important for all these teams like Myth Officials and few other names who are at the bottom of the leaderboard. But since they were not able to stage a comeback, so I'll also be harsh in saying that Myth Officials, if they don't get few chicken dinners, they won't see themselves in the top 16. But Wildfangs, OG, I think they have rectified all the mistakes. OG in week number 1 also, they had total of 62 points. So OG has been performing since day number 1.
They did have been performing. I mean, OG, for a moment, it felt like they were slipping away from the overall standings. They were not really in that good of a spot in the overall standings, considering it's the Apes we're speaking of. But now with this chicken dinner, once again, they're going to propel themselves in the top 8 without any problem. OG's going to be looking super comfy in that top 8. But I would love to see OG continue this same domination even in the upcoming days. Tomorrow's going to be the last day of the week, too. You might as well try to go out with a complete bang. Veyron with 8 finishes and 53% of finish contribution. That was indeed a nuclear performance with the map impact of 14%.
Of course, so many finishes being accumulated, and Veyron was so much aware about his surrounding. He was aware about the position of the last player and instantly took him down. But along with that, let's have a look at the stars of the match, that who is going to be the best companion. And I think it's going to be Aditya from the side of Team CK. He's also doing so much. And 3 rescues. Veyron definitely the finisher also with 8 finishes. So even CK, we were complaining about CK a few days back, and seems like CK has improved a lot this time.
They indeed have improved by a mile, actually. I mean, CK in the week 2, for some reason, it feels like it's a complete different team. It's not like we're seeing CK go super intense in the lobbies. It's not like they're doing really good, but they're just doing enough to keep themselves in this marathon, right? Week 3, CK can definitely go for those bigger moves and bigger pictures, but with the performance that they've showcased so far in the week 2, it's keeping them in the race, doing the bare minimum. They're getting the average done. They're getting those 12, 13 points as well. They're trying their best to compensate all the loss they had in the week 1.
Of course, they came so close to getting a chicken dinner as well. They're keeping themselves in the top 5. So I think everything they have worked on, the rotations, the 4v4 fights, the surrounding awareness, which we were complaining about, I think everything has been worked by the plus of Team CK at this point. But 8-bit, they are still struggling. Well, their matches are already over, but -40 is one of those names. Reckoning also, Neeraj. Let's talk about Reckoning. This Vikendi was not entirely in the favor of Team Reckoning as well, because the moment they rushed onto the compound, they were not aware about the enemies in that compound.
For some reason, it feels like Reckoning are just running around the map pretty much lost, but I'm pretty sure that's not the case. Reckoning is one of those teams that is experimenting a lot. Considering VNL, Reckoning is also one of those banners that went through those recent changes, so maybe Reckoning is trying their best to sort of push themselves to the fullest limit, place themselves in some of the most awkward spots, and still try and come out on top, because we've seen a lot of those teams do the same thing as well. IQ Soul's a prime example of that, right? IQ Soul, they were pulling off so many weird shenanigans in the week 1. We did not exactly see them do that great, but still they were getting enough points to keep themselves in the marathon. In week 2, day 2, they do really good. Day 3, they secure a hat trick. So yeah, for IQ Soul, look, experiments out of the way. As soon as they realized that, okay, halfway point is almost here, they started taking things serious, and they started getting those chicken dinners and instantly brought themselves in the top 5.
Well, they have, but looking at the match ranking, we have got OG right at the top with 25 points, and Diesel Esports a good outing in this one, total of 12 points to their name. Wildfangs, Trace God, he survived for a very long time, total 9 points. CK with 8 points, but Myth Officials with only 5 points. Bot Army with only 5 points. I'm not sure if these 5 points are enough for these teams, considering their position in the overall ranking.
Yeah, I mean, look, these 5 points, as you mentioned, you're not exactly enough, but Bottom Esports, they've been doing okay since yesterday, right? They're getting those placement points as well. They're having that good mix, and I think so these 5 points, once again, it's going to do just enough to keep the players of Bottom Esports in the marathon. There's so many teams in contention for that top 16, and this is why I'm saying relying on week 3 and week 4 is not going to be a good thing, because there's going to be so many moments, so many teams who will be kicked out of that top 16. So many new teams will move in the top 16. The overall standings will be super fragile, especially the bottom 8.
Of course, the bottom 8, they need to do something for the next week. But on the top, we have the plus of VXT sitting comfortably with 175 points. Hero Extreme Godlike on the second spot with 149 points. Team Aiku Soul on the third with 140 points. And what Aiku Soul has pulled off today, getting chicken dinners, total 4 chicken dinners, even GDR. See, the problem I have with GDR, Neeraj, is yes, they're for sure qualifying for the challenge finals, but if they're eyeing for the trophy, they need to work on the map of Sanhok and Vikendi.
They hands down do need to. I mean, fine, but God's Reign, you cannot really point a lot of fingers anyways, man. I mean, look, even if there is Sanhok and Vikendi in the mix, those are not a lot of maps anyways. I do understand in Sanhok and Vikendi, you don't need chicken dinners, at least even if you do get those decent amount of points, maybe as I mentioned, 6 or 7 points per game, you are still going to be okay. And if you do pop off even in Miramar or Erangel, you're good to go, man. In off maps, you don't need to get a chicken dinner, just get enough points. And I guess God's Green will pretty much do that in the grand finals. Right now, God's Green are in a really comfortable spot.
Of course they are. Medal, but they are on the 16th spot. One bad game and Medal can be out of top 16. Team Vasista, one good game, they can propel themselves. Phoenix Esports, Hidden Ones, Team Tamilas, pretty much the same story. Even Cincinnati Kids are also in the contestation. One good game and maybe Cincinnati can be in the top 16. So point structure, I think overall ranking is still quite volatile for all those teams who are somewhere between the 14th spot to 23rd or 22nd spot. 4 Medical with 84 points, Genx FM. This team was looking so phenomenal in the open finals and seems like they are struggling. They have their ups and downs in the challenge season.
Yeah, indeed they are. I mean, 24th spot, 82 points. Look, Genx FM, it's not like they're completely out. They still have a big chance. One good game, Genx FM as well, instantly in the top 16. But that's the problem. Look at the amount of teams that are so close to that top 16 spot. Diesel Esports, Genesis, RGC, 8-Bit. There's too many teams. Just one good game separating them from being in the top 16. Man, week 3 and week 4, they will be super intense, especially the spots from 12th till 16. They're always going to be on that grand shuffle.
That is going to be there, but I just saw the total points of minus 40 with only 24 points. Do you think they can propel themselves in the top 16, even if they get chicken dinners?
I already told you. I already told you. I already said it. I know it's a brutal statement, but somewhere down the line, I think so we all know that minus 40 can make it. Because with the way they've been playing, I don't really expect anything new even in the upcoming weeks. If that does happen, then yes, that's a great thing. Definitely there's a big chance, right? They still have 9 games to go in the week 3 and 9 games to go even in the week 4. So there's a big chance that you can make the comeback happen. But still getting back-to-back chicken dinners, you can't really expect from a team that has already been struggling way too much from the start.
Of course, mathematically possible, but practically it's impossible for minus 40 to stage such a comeback. But now we are down to the last game of the day, which is going to be Erangel. And once again, Group A and C will go up against each other, where we have Reckoning, minus 40, Genx FM, Do or Die. So Reckoning, Genx FM and God's Reign, these are the teams which can definitely look forward to a good performance in the Erangel, because Vikendi didn't go entirely in their favor. So maybe they can try redeem themselves in the map of Erangel.
Mainly, this map is going to be the map for all the teams that are struggling a lot. For all the teams that are there on the latter half of the board. It's mainly for Genx FM. If they want to make the comeback, they need a chicken dinner. It's mainly for all the other teams, Cincinnati Kids as well. If they want to make a comeback, if they get a chicken dinner, they instantly propel themselves in the top 16. And then in the upcoming weeks, they can try and solidify that spot. So this map is going to be focused on all the teams that are left out from the top 16.
Of course, Gen X FM is also one of those names. Even the players of team, like you said, Cincinnati kids as well. Because Cincinnati, I think they have been performing really well. We have already discussed about them. We have already appreciated the improvement in the performance. So definitely they can look forward to a chicken dinner in this one. Even the players of Wild Fangs, because for Wild Fangs also, the entire day didn't go exactly in their favor. So maybe they'll be looking forward to a good performance in this one. Then Do or Die is also one of those names because they are also on the struggling side. They are also not in the safe spot. They are in the danger area. So Do or Die, I think this game is important for them as well.
Do or Die, hands down. I mean, Do or Die minus 40. All these teams are all the way at the bottom, and we all know for them these games are going to be really important, really crucial. But as I mentioned, Do or Die minus 40, considering with the way they've been playing, for them to make a comeback, it sounds a little bit too tough. But you never know. As I mentioned, I'm up for miracles. I'm up for surprises. If they do make the comeback happen, it will be a great thing.
Of course, it's going to be a great thing. We casters love that sort of story, that a team who was right at the bottom stages such a good comeback. Now they come in the top 16. If that sort of thing happen, we always love to see that. But now we are down to the last Erangel, and Neeraj needs to take a little bit of the breather. And joining me on the desk is going to be Fixes. Fixes, what are your expectations for the last game of Erangel?
Give me everything. I mean, at this point, I'm going to be really greedy because for all the Erangels we've seen so far tonight, and everything has been pure entertainment, absolute cinema. So expecting nothing less. Of course, we had a couple of those sparks tingling in the previous game. Revenant wiping out Hero Extreme Godlike in such fashion, and Spray God just letting the world know why he is the best assaulter in the country right now. Beautiful stuff, but would love to see that fight happen once again. But it's just not about Hero Extreme Godlike or Revenant X Spark, is it? It's also about the other teams into the mix. Finally, Orangutan find themselves some sort of success. But games have begun, and yes, minus 40, the world has changed, but their ways of suffering early casualties hasn't.
Yeah, this time it's Team Tamilas. Diesel Esports already finding one of the player of Team Tamilas out in the open and immediately takes him out of the lobby. Team Tamilas, even they are struggling at this point because in Vikendi also they had a good spot, but they were not able to keep the numbers alive for a very long time. And Diesel Esports, even they had a good spot. The outing from the side of Diesel Esports was definitely good. They are working on their mistakes, and that's a good thing. And if this continues, if this improvement continues, maybe Diesel can comfortably find themselves in the top 16 in the upcoming week.
I hope so. I mean, that's just with fingers crossed, right? Because I would want to see more out of Diesel Esports before, I could further make any comments. But Revenant X Spark now making work with pistols. Automatics at that, and DOD are left staggered. No response from their side as Revenant X Spark quickly scoop up. 2 finishes already to their names, and MJ and Avnish, 2 players surviving. And they are getting surrounded over here, Shadow. Really out of options, no meds to also work around with, and MJ is trembling with fear. He's got a lot of experience though. At this given moment, it's going to be oh so difficult. It's all about Revenant X Spark making any sorts of mistakes, and Avnish really capitalizing. It really comes down to how many resources do Revenant X Spark have, considering very limited to a certain few compounds over here. Avnish does have another grenade just lying behind him. He's got his eyes pinned on all that information being relayed. Sarang making that quick movement over there. Does go check though, as Revenant X Spark finally out of patience. Joker wants to make that movement. Does he have that grenade? Yes, he does. Does it connect though? That's the big question, as Joker being flung over with another grenade of his own, and Revenant X Spark trying to do something different. All these 3 players getting together in that vehicle. Maybe they want to go in for the slam.
That could be a possibility because Revenant X Spark is very much aware that Do or Die is surviving with only 2 players remaining. One of the grenade has already been wasted by Avnish with no connection towards Joker. But look at that, 2 players trying to slam onto the compound. But no, there's something really cooking up in the minds of Team Revenant X Spark. As Avnish tries his luck with one more grenade, but no connection at all. MJ just having a shotgun, Avnish with the Uzi in his hands. I agree that SMGs are powerful and potent in the close range, but powerful enough to deal with the outnumbered situation, I'm not sure. and especially against Revenant X-Park. This fight, we all know, might go in the favor of Revenant X-Park, but do or die, if they clutch it out, I'm going to be a fan.
Of course, surprised me because right now Revenant X-Park, they're going to be bitten back from the players of Red Ross if they do not make quick work over here. They've already gauged the situation. Sarang already down on his knees. MJ finds some quick success and he gets another one as well. All that experience finally coming into play as Revenant X-Park slowly but surely, they are being torn apart as Avnish gets his hands on Spray God. And things are starting to look quite disdaining for Revenant X-Park as there you have it. MJ pulls in all that acumen, clutches out against the champions, the recently held official ones, and left them absolutely in awe before bidding adieu. Red Ross, things were completely laid out for them as all they had to do was just get that final finish. And they will be the ones walking out of this alive. But Revenant X-Park, a tight slap on their faces. And MJ letting the world know once again that he's still got it in him.
Revenant X-Park, they are going to be up in the arms. They are going to be so angry at this point. Do or die, MJ, definitely. Kudos to him. Definitely a third party also came from the side of Team Red Ross. All the finish points were taken by the players of Team Do or Die. 4 finishes. But the problem here, Fixes, is that we are already done with week number 2. And Do or Die, this was the last game for them. And with only 1 week remaining and 9 games, Do or Die, a journey inside the top 16, trying to... I don't think it's going to be possible for Do or Die at this point.
For Do or Die, of course. I mean, considering they made a man change, they got an MJ, and this is something that they wanted desperately. You get in a player like MJ, you would want to see him perform right off the hook. And given that he's not got a lot of time to adjust with his team, this clutch surely will pump him up. And really looking forward to next week now. Of course, Revenant X-Park falling flat over there. Just delayed the fight a little too long, and this was inevitable. Red Ross just around those sidelines, but here comes Hero Extreme Godlike also. But Lucifer, the ruler of hell, he's ready for it as he goes against Punk right now. Punk missing out on a couple of shots, but no worries there. Quickly secures the trade as Jonathan down on his knees. As now Hero Extreme Godlike, a little bit of a pickle as the fight still goes on. Simp trying to maneuver around with his buggy as nice bait and switch strategy coming out. Beast a little late to the party. Does he prove successful over here? He does, at least for now. In a 1v1 situation, Beast does not have a lot of HP. As Artho, he also does strike back. Now Simp, he's got to deal with 2 players at the same time. Simp brought down quite low as Artho will wipe him off. And Red Ross, boy oh boy, they're doing this. They're slaying down Titans one after the other. Beautiful stuff. And look at them, where they are sitting in terms of the overall rankings. At the 5th position, Red Ross clearly have cemented themselves to be the strongest dark horses in this tournament.
Of course, the way they have pulled themselves in the top 6, that is fantastic. This time, dealing with one of the strongest team in the lobby with the plus of Team Hero Extreme Godlike and taking them down. Yes, few mistakes were obviously there from the side of Hero Extreme Godlike, but Red Ross definitely, they lost onto 2 of their own players, but good finish points to their name. But now they have to make a journey inside the circle, as this time maybe we'll have a southern circle, as we have the entire military base island in the very first circle, where God's Reign can definitely benefit heavily. Even the plus of Myth officials, as they are in the city of Novoripnoi, they ought to bring the A game, because Myth is also on the struggling side, and this game is very important for Myth officials, and Circle already favoring them. I don't think they have any sort of excuse for a bad performance if it comes in this one.
For Myth official, there have been moments they've gotten ever so close, have indulged themselves in numerous third parties, and given the fact that they're still sitting at the 29th spot, they really have to bring in their A game next week. Final game, they have to make the most out of it. And given the fact that this is a circle out of which they could benefit, surely they will have to strike gold. No other ways around it. As God's Reign, really, I mean, there were moments where they got close, doing decent, but nothing compared to yesterday. And surely they've lost that groove a little bit. As Red Ross just breathing under their necks at this point. already having secured 5 points means that God's Reign, if they do not get anything out of this game, maybe their position might be taken over. But as things stand, God's Reign, really, this is one of those positions they love to play around in these certain circles, hold those compounds, and they have to hold on to it with their dear lives. But what I'm concerned about, Shadow, is Gen XFM. When are they going to make the breach? Or if God's Reign, are they going to be stubborn enough and just hold on, try to take a bridge fight? Because that leaves them exposed to threat from the backlines. You could see two teams. One side we've got Diesel, and now it is going to be Cincinnati Kids. And Cincinnati Kids, they have also been having quite a hot form.
Oh, they are. They are certainly enjoying all the games. They are again back in their form. But I love the rotation of Diesel Esports. They have opted for the waterways and taking their sweet time from a complete southern rotation, still inside the water at this point. Maybe they are heading towards the side of Novo Rupnoy. But even the players of Wildfangs and Orangutan are also in the close proximity, as Wildfangs are towards the side of Milta, OG towards Milta Power, Red Ross going for the late rotation. But it's not only Gen XFM. It's also the players of -40 and Reckoning. And so many teams eyeing for that military base bridge. I don't know how that is going to turn out. Maybe Godstrand can accumulate a lot of finish points, or maybe they can back off and just prioritize the rotation and prioritize the position inside the circle. Anything can happen. Let's see what sort of call Destro is going to make at this point. But I'm just loving the position of Cincinnati Kids. They are on the shorelines, and if Team Tamilas opt for the waterways, I think Cincinnati can stop them in the tracks.
At this point, even now, Cincinnati Kids have to be a little wary, to be honest, because timing is going to be of absolute essence over here, given the fact that God's Reign still haven't made a move, and Diesel, they've gone off their own base, especially this circle shift, throwing all these teams for a toss. It's so difficult to really figure out until the next circle shift as to where that circle is heading towards. And we've seen a lot of those cruel shifts where it goes towards the northern side. And it's going to be interesting even how the likes of Orangutan, Wildfangs shape up their rotations. It's -40, early loss for them, especially Spider going down, and -40 right at the 32nd spot. And this does not get worse than this. Clearly lacking confidence, and I really hope they bounce back, because being underdogs, they've been bullied inside of this lobby, and you can feel when you are one of the newer teams and suddenly nothing's working out. At this point, I think the best way for -40 is not to really play it safe. I feel like they should start forcing a couple of fights. I mean, what could go wrong?
Of course, they need to take those fights. They need to feel that confidence, because, like you said, what worse can go for them? They are right at the bottom. They need to force a fight. I think this Erangel should be the game where -40 needs to go for the aggressive stance. Because even if this doesn't work, they have few days to go back to the drawing board and figure out what's going to be approach for the upcoming week. But for now, they're just holding on to the compounds, and seems like Cincinnati Kids are aware about the position of the players of Team Tamilas, as Team Tamilas once again coming under heavy fire. Seems like a deja vu moment. We saw this happening once before in one of the Erangel where we had a similar circle. It was Team Cincinnati, and one more team was also there, which was trying to gatekeep the players of Team Tamilas.
All right, fishing season is on. Usually when you would expect them to go on a little bit of a hibernation, Team Tamilas and their awkward ways, putting them in deep waters, quite literally, in this situation. As Cincinnati Kids, they sense something. There's somebody around them and they know it. It's all about the fishes coming up, or maybe the reptiles coming up to catch breath. And that is where they decide to dismantle them. But it comes at a cost, Shadow, because this circle, still a lot of mystery, as in where it takes the shift. But Cincinnati Kids should not also put their eyes away from the fact that they have to win a game here. And for Cincinnati Kids, if they spend a lot of time trying to delay, and this was bound to happen, right, Rico? Oh, there was that narrow window. It was the golden opportunity, and sad to say that Rico is messed up. And Cincinnati Kids now very well aware of that little intervention over there. pretty sure they're going to make adjustments accordingly.
They have to. There is no other option for them. As Team Tamila's kind of a fish in barrel situation for them. They're pretty much stuck, handicapped in that water. Might just try finding a different way to make it to the main line. But then you also have few other teams opting for a similar rotation. Like we have the plus of Team Orangutan who are heading towards the side of Nova Pnoy from the waterways, and we have got the plus of Diesel Esports also who can try gatekeep them, but Flock finding a good angle onto Rico immediately knocks him down. But Flock is also trying to check his backlines. Aditya will be looking for the confirmation. One single grenade can take one more player down from the side of Team Tamilas. I don't know how Team Tamilas are going to come out of this situation at this point. Cincinnati, easily they can accumulate those free 4 finish points as the blue is also closing in. And this time Team Tamilas, either they'll go down by the blue or by the plus of Team Cincinnati at this point. But Red Ross, they're also going for a super late rotation as they're still towards the side of Yasnia.
All right, I think OG have found the best solution. Great. Does not matter where the circle is. As long as you are flying, it's fine, right? It's just that do not get yourself caught in a duck hunt. That's the only thing they would be praying. But yes, this I mean, for Team Tamilas in their defense, they're doing their best. It's all about Cincinnati kids trying to just choke them to their graves, because at this point, Team Tamilas no way showing any interest of showing themselves up. But hold on, Mr. IGL is making some movements. Team Tamilas, they're finding a remedy to this problem. Finding a cure maybe. Because if Mr. IGL tries to get a knock onto it, Aditya, I think the cover fire might come in a little bit late. As of now, the Nova Bridge is completely stacked up. On one side, we've got Myth Officials. On the other, we've got Wild Fangs. And even now, the circle has, of course, shifted a little down south. A little bit more inclined over there. But who knows? We've seen circle shifts ridiculously, just throwing us off. And Sensei has been spotted out in the open. Maxi also relaying all that information. Wild Fangs, are they prepared? Are they up for it? A scout, he becomes the sacrificial lamb. As Maxi also position compromised. As Wild Fang scout completely caught off guard. What on earth was he thinking? Why?
Big mistake from the side of Wild Fangs. Even Sensei, like you said, has been spotted down. And Maxi also can easily take down Sensei. On the other side of the map, we also had the plus of Bot Army and Reckoning also locking horns with each other in the blue. And seems like Reckoning, they have also been eliminated by the plus of Bot Army. But Sensei, how is he going to make it? That's the main question. Few shots towards the side of Sensei and he loses a lot of HP. Not looking good at all for the plus of Wild Fangs.
Oh, this is so painful to watch at this point. For what could have been a very good game or a very rather good push coming in from Wild Fangs. For a moment, it felt like Scout would have just passed by. But instantly, the moment he got shot, he decided to take some cover and completely unaware of his surroundings. Still had Maxioso in his sights, but hold on, hidden once. Now up against the likes of -40. Finally, -14 trying to salvage something, trying to scrap off a couple of finishes, but Mortis in front of them. Oh my god. Spare me. Spare me if I am a -40 fan. This is so painful to witness. Just get smacked at. And hidden ones showing no mercy.
Seems like -40, they've lost all the confidence as well, Fixes, because this was not the same -40. Yes, I understand that you are at the bottom of the leaderboard, but still you need to have that confidence when you are going for those 4v4 fights. And this time -40, they're looking completely off. But look at that. Ortho also gets drowned from the side of Red Ross. Cincinnati kids out in the blue. So many things are happening. -40, Wild Fangs on the struggling side this point. Cincinnati trying to traverse inside the circle from the southern end. And maybe Godstrain can stop them in their tracks. That could be a possibility, but seems like Beast has been spotted down by a Trace Squad of Wildfangs, and this is so bad for Beast at this point as he's hiding himself inside a vehicle inside the water. And look at that.
Red Ross really have been enjoying themselves. No complaints from Red Ross side. It's fine. It's all good in the hood. But Wildfang seems like if also managed to find a remedy for this issue. They are going to resort to the waterways. Of course, we'll take the amphibious transport as the circle inches in even closer. Diesel Esports. Now, this is the circle blessing them. Could be a chicken dinner served on a silver platter. Heck, even a golden one. Because for now, everything is aligning for Diesel Esports, but it comes at a cost. You're at a center. You are going to draw a lot of those attention towards you as God's Reign. The time has been messed up, Shadow. They were just holding over the bridge, whilst a lot of these teams have already made a run inside the circle.
Just look at the position of Diesel Esports. Such a prime spot they are having at this point. Even Cincinnati Kids also keeping themselves on the edge of the circle. Their backlines are completely clear. They just need to be careful from the side of Orangutan. Even Orangutan wants to have that southern control. But Diesel Esports, a good spot for themselves. God's Train also trying to traverse inside the circle, but there are few late rotations also coming from Watch Army, Genix FM. They're still on the military base bridge, taking a lot of time to traverse inside the circle. On the other side, CK and Team Tavila is also locking horns as Maxi has been knocked out, and CK would be looking for the confirmation point at this point.
Yeah, of course. I mean, at this point, go for it. Get as many finish points as you can. For Cincinnati Kids, it's still a Herculean task, and it would be such a shame if they do not make it to the grand finals. Still at the 22nd spot, but not too far. Because when you look at in once, they're on 17, and the difference isn't too much. So the more that CK collect for themselves, it would really benefit them. As of now, Genix FM, they realize that they cannot just cross the bridge. They have to delay it a little bit longer. But it comes with its own trade-offs. Of course, Bot Army Esports wanting to also take a mad dash inside the zone as they are getting clobbered down, hammered, one after the other. As instantly lose out on Vishu and will also say goodbye. Bot Army Esports having lost two of their players, whilst Genix FM, apologies, just lost out on one. And Henry and Scary Jord, it was such a narrow escape.
It certainly was, but still they are taking the brunt of the blue. They need to make it inside the circle. Bot Army, they were having such a good time. 7 finishes, but the journey inside the circle, that became a problem for the plus of Bot Army Esports. Let's see if they will be able to find a good spot to hold on to. But Diesel Esports also coming under heavy fire from the side of Myth officials as Aiden was on the verge of taking one of the player down. Let's see if he can do so, because Myth, they are also trying to hold on to the eastern periphery of the circle. But they also need to be careful from the side of Wildfangs, as Wildfangs is right on their tails. But God's Train and Bot Army, they're also locking horns with each other. So many fights are happening as Delta gets a confirmation point onto Scary Jord with a grenade.
At this point, I'm starting to wonder what's wrong with Diesel Esports. Why are they scrambling so much? A little bit more of poise could really be helpful, but Cincinnati Kids, they've got fire coursing through their veins. Genix FM already down to their last man. It is going to be Dhruv, who has also been spotted out though. As Flock, he is going to get that final finish for himself. 4 finishes already for Cincinnati Kids, and now they are looking quite sturdy. Finally, that intent coming out. Finally, them engaging in those fights, and now their backlines are also clear. But sooner or later, they might have to lock horns against the likes of Orangutan, AKOP waiting for them. Big question is that are both these teams aware of each other's presence? Because Cincinnati Kids, they have definitely made a lot of noise, but OG still haven't. And for Diesel, this is a golden opportunity. I really hope they get this one home.
I think we all are hoping for the same, because Diesel Esports was struggling. But for now, we have Seth going up against the plus of Team Myth as Oxen has been knocked out and Aiden is going for the rescue mission. Even we have the plus of Team Wildfangs being eliminated. Myth just getting those 4 finishes, but they need to be careful from the side of OG. as OG is also in such a close proximity to the plus of Myth, and the wall of death will also start closing in few seconds. And Myth, they need to make their moves. They need to traverse inside the circle. CK, OG, they both are trying for the southern control, but Diesel still having a good control. But look at the plus of God's Reign. They have kept themselves away from all that fight, all that commotion which is happening, and just waiting patiently for the next circle shift, keeping themselves towards the western periphery of the circle.
Smart moves being made by God's Reign over here. They know that the team holding down the center would be a little low on confidence, and there you have it. Somebody has knocked on their doors, and it is going to be the players of Myth officials getting that knock on towards Albi, and even Orangutan want to be a part of this. Everybody knows that this is a compound that they want to contest. As Albi, he takes his final breaths, and now even Gokul, he's down on his knees, and just like that, Diesel get exterminated, and now Orangutan completely caught with their pants down. As we've got Cincinnati Kids getting that initial knock, but now they have to make a decision. Do they contest for the circle center, or do they fight it out against OG? OG having won that previous chicken dinner, Veron back on his feet. It's been a star lately for this team. Somehow getting so much done. But with this circle taking another shift, CK deciding that objective important. A good position secured with OG still on their tails, and now Cincinnati Kids in a very good position to take a fight.
Of course, they do have a good compound to work around with, but they need to be careful from the side of OG as Maxi, the grenade, finds a knock onto Flock, and Mighty also goes down. They have to go for the rescue mission onto one of the players. CK in such a big trouble. Maxi is also knocked out. Even Myth have got their own worries at this point. But OG, they can definitely take advantage of the situation. They can rush onto the plus of Team Myth or Team CK. They can do so much at this point. But OG, they decides to poke against the plus of Team Destro. As Destro gets knocked out, OG will be looking for the confirmation. OG, they have got so much surrounding awareness fixes. They're aware about the position of Myth. They're aware about the position of the plus of Team CK and even God's Reign. But the only problem is, how will OG make it inside the circle? They need to pick the battle.
They've got everything but the circle in its shadow.
Yeah.
And OG still have to figure a way out. Somehow managed to thread the needle, somehow managed to find the opening, and they have decided they're going to go after Myth officials. Myth definitely in a better position, but with one of their players already down on his knees, Oxin, his position goes completely unchecked as he might strike from the backlines. But Oxin maybe has been spotted. No, inside that smoke, finally AKOP flushes him out, and he knows there's somebody hiding around him. But Oxin, he finally bleeds and down on his knees. But this opens the floodgates for God's Reign to really come up and do the cleaning, as Orangutan surely might have won the fight, but haven't really won the war. As Cincinnati Kids, they're also looking impatient over here, as God's Reign completely intent on going after the players of OG have suddenly been put to an abrupt halt by the players of CK.
Of course, Justin down on his knees. They have to go for the revival. Smoke's being laid out for Destro to go for the revival. OG, they do have a good compound. Cincinnati Kids, they want to do a third party in this situation. Patience is the key at this point. Justin still begging for the help, as Delta PG is keeping a close eye onto the players of Cincinnati, just in case if they decide to step out of the compound. But God's Reign, they do have the circle. There should be a game for the players of God's Reign. All they need to do is just wait patiently for the players of OG and Cincinnati. They do have a few tree trunks to work around with for the hard cover, as Ninja is trying to lob few utilities towards the side of CK at this point.
God's Reign having the lay of the land. The entire circle, like you said, Shadow, is under their control, and all they need to do is somehow withstand that push coming in. Look at the amount of smokes being deployed, and now Ninja just finding that opener against Juicy just makes things even better. God's Reign really somehow making this happen, and Ninja, for him it is impertinent that he survives in this situation, as Veron, he's found another knock, and Cincinnati Kids are almost on the verge of getting dismantled. The last player, Flock, alive, as they're constantly barraging through that smoke. Aditya being dealt with, Veron getting that finish secured, as Flock, he somehow manages to sneak in a knock on the players of OG, as one after the other, the players are starting to fall down, and they have no clue of what's happening, as God's Reign, they completely take over. say thank you to Flock, and now they're after him. They know exactly where he is. That one compound has completely got them restricted, but God's Train, they know that they needed this finish. 6 finishes is what they will get. A chicken dinner nonetheless, despite the fact that they did not have a lot of finishes to work around with. But this is exactly the kind of a momentum builder you would want from God's Train side. The first 2 games not going their way, but the final one, decision making absolutely on point. And God's Train will finally have that last laugh.
Of course, God's Train played it perfectly. The mature decisions were always there from the side of Destro. Instead of engaging in the bad fights, they decided to prioritize the circle, prioritize the rotation, and have a good control inside the circle. Every single time, God's Train prioritized the rotation instead of the fights, and that worked in their favor because even in the end, even in the final circle, they were the one having the entire control of the zone. And CK Flock, all he could do was just wait for the blue zone to come and take him out because he secured the second spot. But CK, definitely a good improvement from their side. But also I have to appreciate Veron, because if you notice, I think this lad from the side of OG is doing wonders. When they rushed against the plus of Team Myth, Veron was the one to get the first knock. When Godstein was also taking a fight, Veron was the first one to get a knock. So this guy always gets the opening.
And I think finally, when you would be raising questions, where is Atanki? Why is Baron playing instead of him? I think Baron has been getting so much value to the squad. I think he's such a well-balanced player that I feel like I want to let him cook a little bit more, because it's just not this situation where he exercised utmost composure. It was also in the previous game of Vikendi, where he had to take fights on 2 different fronts, 2 individual battles, and he won them all. So goes on to speak that this player has evolved by aeons, and really want to see more out of them as OG. A little bit of a bounce back from their side, even for the likes of Cincinnati Kids. Yes, clearly they were out of options, but regardless, I think gotta give it to them. Even for Cincinnati Kids, a nice bounce back from their side.
Of course, and do or die also, MJ clutching it out and getting those crucial finishes for the team. And Revenant X-Pac, they're going to be pretty angry. But MJ's victory was quite short-lived as Red Ross also rushed onto the compounds. After that, this was such a scrappy fight between Red Ross and Hero Extreme Godlike, where definitely Hero Extreme Godlike were the one on the receiving end, and they were eliminated quite early in the game. And Red Ross, they're looking, and like you said, they are the dark horses. But this was a mistake which was made by Scout and the entire team of Wild Fangs, and Maxi easily got that finish point.
I mean, that was a comedy of error, to be honest. Couldn't really get my minds around it, because such mistakes aren't supposed to be expected at this crucial junction of this tournament. But yeah, OG nonetheless. And for Wild Fangs, I think clearly devoid of any options. They made do with whatever they had to play around with. But God's Train, I think very calm, composed, chicken dinner. Nothing really going wrong for them at this point, whatever the mistakes were. And I think they're slowly starting to build up. Now, a lot of people might also wonder, where are those finishes? I'm thinking it's going to eventually happen. I think maybe next week is the cue where they go big. This time they were still searching for a little bit of stability. And I feel like they have gotten that finally. And moving on, week number 3 is going to be so exciting, because now Shadow, week 2 already has been done and dusted. We have seen all those teams that were struggling, barring a couple few, they've all made their comeback. So week number 3 is going to be one hell of a show.
And maybe we can see few bullseye target behind the backs of few of the teams.
Oh,
That
yes.
is something I always love to see, because all the teams who are sitting comfortably on the overall ranking, they can do whatever they want, because it's just for the qualification. No one will be fighting for the top spot. So maybe they'll go and try taking a head-on fight with some other team in the drop clash. But looking at the MVP, it is going to be Maxi also from the side of Myth with 4 finishes. Although the team is not doing that good, but Maxi in this particular one was definitely doing wonders.
I think for Myth Official, especially that bridge block that they had set up really worked out for them. And for Myth Official, I think the 3 of us, we have been expecting bigger things from them. And of course, we had an opportunity to also interview them. They were also a little nervy, but it's all right. I mean, one of the new teams in the block, and they are taking their sweet time, and it's a good thing that going up against the big dogs, they're still coming through. And for Myth Official, will definitely instill a little bit of a confidence over there heading on into week number 3. But if you ask me, are they really in contention to make it to the grand finals? I think the chances are pretty slim. But I'm not going to say it's impossible. If Myth Officials just wake up from their slumber, who knows? They might make it here.
Possibility is always going to be there. Mathematically, it is possible even for -40 to be in the top 16. But looking at the stars of match, Aiden is the best companion from the side of Myth with 2 rescues and 1 assist. And obviously, Ninja Jot of God's Train being the finisher. He was the one to land that final blow with 4 finishes. God's Train was doing everything which was required to get a winner chicken dinner. They were not greedy for the finish points at this particular game, but they wanted a chicken dinner, which they got. But let's have a look at the match ranking and let's see how many points each team has accumulated in this one.
All right, so yeah, God's Train, I think smooth sailing once again back to their old ways of getting chicken dinners. They had to make a lot of tweaks, and they've done that. And for Cincinnati kids, this is what I think we will all be elated about. But Myth Officials getting these 11 points, they are so going to be contributing if they are going to qualify. But yes, this match was quite shaky right off the bat, right? Revenant X-Park choking so hard. And Red Ross, I think Red Ross have been so sneaky. It's time we get Red Ross players once again. Of course, they were on the Hindi broadcast today in the pre-interview, and they were looking so confident. They were not looking nervy, weren't shaky. They were like, listen, we've learned from our errors. Last time also we tried to play in the SPS. We came around 30th. So we made a lot of mistakes. We messed up. We know that. And I think making those mistakes and learning from them and now implementing all those strategies, they are on the right track. And going ahead, I just hope if they make it through week 3, I'm pretty sure I'm going to say it out loud that they will be making it to the grand finals.
For sure. Even I want to see the plus of Team Red Ross making it to the grand finals, because the way their entire run has been, this team has been looking very confident. If you compare the performance which they delivered in week 1, day 1, as compared to today, I think Red Ross is looking more confident in those 4v4 fights. They're more aware about the surroundings. They're more aware about the opponents in the lobby. So I think Red Ross is doing everything. They're looking very confident, because if you take down the players like Hero Extreme, Godlike, who are having a fantastic run, I think that is also going to boost the mental confidence of the team. So Red Ross, they're looking quite decent, quite not decent, they're looking phenomenal.
Yeah, I think Red Ross, they have certainly exceeded expectations. There's no question about it. Now, heading on into week 3, a little bit of stability. I think from the bigger names, majority of them have made a comeback, but Phoenix Esports, Shadow, they are one of those teams that they have broken my heart. And there is no other way I can put it, because such a big team, such good players. We've seen them perform time and again, from being one of the major contenders in lifting trophies to languishing somewhere deep down the standings. I think we need to talk to them, and I think that's due tonight, and we might have somebody pop in. But a quick look at the overall standings just to see how things stand right now. Versatile still at the tippity top, untouched over there, 175 points, but God's Reign, look at that bounce back. Same goes from Iku Soul as well as Hero Extreme, Godlike. Despite not having the best of days, still hold on to the 3rd position.
Just look at the placement points of God's Reign. Courtesy to those 5 winner chicken dinners, 73 placement points, highest among lobbies. So God's Reign are on the right track. Iku Soul also, they had 3 chicken dinners, total 4, and with total 40 points, they're looking quite decent. Vingod Esports, yes, they had their ups and downs, but I think Vingod will also recover. Just Jelly also doing everything perfect. Yes, they also faced few bad games, but look at Red Ross in the top 5 now with 133 points. Just Jelly with 121 points. But I'm not concerned about these teams, because week number 3 is going to look super comfortable for all these 8 teams. But my concerns are where between 12th spot to the 20th spot.
Look at how close the difference is. Now, even for Reckoning, barring that very good first week, this time things haven't been looking that great. And ever since that interview, they have been, been caught off guard. Haven't really seen anything worth remembering from their side. Revenant X Park, it's sort of been a mixed bag today. Even for CG, I think the glorious moment, of course, will be the fact that they denied IQSOL. They're back-to-back fourth. So that's going to be a little bit of a bummer. But yes, Vasista Esports, Phoenix Esports, and don't get me wrong, all these teams, even for the likes of Team Tamilas, Genex FM, Bodam Esports, so many big players outside of the top 16. Week 3 is going to be so exciting, Shadow.
Look at Gujarat Tigers on the previous page. Despite having 3 chicken dinners, they are somewhere on the 13 to 14 spot. We also need to have a talk with the players of Gujarat Tigers that what's really happening wrong. They were looking so confident in week number 1. They were getting those chicken dinners every single day. But coming to week number 2, Gujarat Tigers is not looking that comfortable. So even Gujarat Tigers are also facing a dip in their performance. For sure, they're going to qualify. But I don't want Gujarat Tigers to qualify on the 16th spot. I really want them to bounce back. But this is where the major concerns are. Diesel Esports, yes, they have showcased signs of improvement. They need to continue doing that. But only improvement is not going to work. They also need the chicken dinner because they're sitting on the 25th spot with total of 80 points.
And, next week is going to be one of the weeks that decides 8-Bit's fate. Because what we witnessed from their side today was nothing short of a horror show.
Yeah.
Especially them getting 1v4'd by Kyo Lamau. That was brutal, Shadow. And already they're going through such a bad phase, and that's just going to break anything that they really built out for themselves. So they have to pick on the pieces. They have to get their head straight, eyes on the prize, because before this, I remember last time they came out to play, they had no sponsors, no orgs, and nothing. It was, I think, Aurum and Kranti who were coaching them, and they still had such a good outing in the grand finals. And to have messed things up, and I do not know what has happened, but regardless, I think we've got so many questions. And for an interview, of course, we would like to have the pleasure to have Venom with us from Phoenix Esports.
Hello,
Casters. This interview will be in Hindi. Hello, Casters. क्या बोल रहे हैं भाई? कैसा है मेरे भाई?
बढ़िया भाई, आप बताओ.
बढ़िया. तुम्हारे परफॉर्मेंस तो नहीं लग रहे. वेनम, मुद्दे पे आना चाहूंगा डायरेक्टली. क्या हो चुका है तुम्हें? क्योंकि एक टाइम जब 2024 की शुरुआत हुई थी, आप फेवरेट्स थे, आप टॉप डॉग्स थे. टॉप डॉग से लेके ये परफॉर्मेंस पे डिप डाउन हजम नहीं हो रहा. क्या चल रहा है?
हाँ, जब इंटरव्यू का पता चला मुझे तो मैं भी शॉक था कि यार पॉइंट टेबल पे हम कहाँ पर हैं, मेरा इंटरव्यू क्यों हो रहा है. मतलब
इसीलिए हो रहा है.
चीजें बहुत ज्यादा, हाँ इसीलिए हो रहा है कि आ जाए ट्रैक पे. मेरी मतलब सबसे ज्यादा जो बीटी हो रही है ना, सबसे ज्यादा टीम डिपेंड होती है आईजीएल पे, और आईजीएल के डिसीजन पे ही सारी चीजें डिपेंड रहती हैं. और अभी मतलब ऐसा है कि मैं कुछ भी डिसीजन ले रहा हूँ तो पिटे ही जा रहे हैं हम. तो बस अभी बाकी के 2 वीक ये सोच के ही खेलना है. मतलब अपना जो जिस 2024 के स्टार्ट में हम लास्ट ईयर ईएसएल में हम लोग का मतलब एक अच्छा फेज स्टार्ट हुआ था जब से, और अभी उस लास्ट ईयर अभी लास्ट जो टूर्नामेंट चल रही थी उसमें भी हमारा मतलब बहुत अच्छा तो गया नहीं था, बेकार गया था. तो अभी मतलब ईएसएल से थोड़ा कॉन्फिडेंस आ रहा था कि मतलब ईएसएल में बहुत अच्छा करा था हमने, और अभी ऐसे ही परफॉर्मेंस आ गई है. तो मतलब वो हजम नहीं हो रही थोड़ी, लेकिन फिर भी मतलब कर लेंगे. अभी 50% टूर्नामेंट बाकी है अभी.
आई डोंट नो, मतलब मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि ये तुम्हारा जिद्दीपना है, क्योंकि मेजॉरिटी गेम्स मैक्सिमम तो एरेंगल और मिरामार में खेले जाते हैं, और तुम्हारे दोनों जगह ड्रॉप क्लैशेस है. और हाल फिलहाल में तो वहां पे ड्रॉप फाइट्स तुम नहीं जीत रहे हो. अभी जस्ट रिसेंटली मिरामार में मुझे अभी भी याद है क्या हाल हुए थे. तो कभी सोचा है कि मे बी शायद रेवेनेंट एक्सपार को आगे जाने दे, हम कहीं दूसरा रास्ता आजमाएं, या फिर आप वो मेंटल ब्लॉक हिट कर चुके हो? क्योंकि हर एक ई स्पोर्ट्स एथलीट के लाइफ में या फिर एज एन आईजीएल भी बहुत ज्यादा प्रेशर होता है. एंड आई नो काफी सारी चीजें ऑफ द गेम भी चल रही होंगी दिमाग में. तो वो सब चीजों का भार आप लेके चल रहे हो या क्या चल रहा है? मतलब क्योंकि आप आज ना बहुत अंडर कॉन्फिडेंट साउंड कर रहे हो वेनम, क्योंकि जब भी आपसे मिलता हूँ हमेशा पॉजिटिविटी नजर आती है. पहली बार ऐसा देखने को मिल रहा है कि यू आर आउट ऑफ वर्ड्स और आप अपने आप से निराश हो.
मैं मतलब टीम में, जैसे मेरी पूरी टीम ही है, वो लोग मतलब जब ऐसा होता है ना कि पूरी टीम खेल रही है, आपके बाकी प्लेयर्स अच्छा खेल रहे हैं और आपकी वजह से पूरी टीम मर जाए, आपकी वजह से पूरा चोक हो जाए, तो वही हो रहा है अभी. तो अच्छा तो लगता नहीं है ऐसा कि मतलब मेरी वजह से पूरा मैच खराब हो गया. और रही बात ड्रॉप क्लैश की, तो मतलब सिचुएशन वाइज है. अभी उनका टाइम है कि मतलब हम लोग नीचे हैं, हम चोक कर रहे हैं, तो वो अभी ड्रॉप क्लैश में जीत रहे हैं उसी चीज में. अभी आने वाले टाइम में फिर हम भी दिखा देंगे कि हम क्या कर सकते हैं। वक्त वक्त की
चलो।
बात है।
सही बोला।
बट वेनम अगर देखे ना, वीक नंबर 1 आपका फिर भी अच्छा जा रहा था, जो आप फाइट ले रहे थे उसमें फिनिक्स की पूरी आपकी जो टीम थी वो जीत रही थी। सडनली वीक नंबर 2 में क्या गलत जा रहा है? क्योंकि वीक 1 काफी कंफर्टेबल लग रहा था आपका।
मतलब वीक 1 मतलब तो वीक 2 वीक 1 ऐसे ही हमने थोड़ा प्रेशर में लेके खेल लिया कि यार शुरू में ही अच्छे से निकाल लेते हैं। उस टाइम मतलब सब टीम थोड़ा नई नई चीजें ट्राई कर रही थी और उस चक्कर में मतलब हमारा जो कैलकुलेशन थी सारी वो बिगड़ गई थी, उस वजह से हम पिट रहे थे उसमें भी। अभी वीक 3 में ठीक जा रहा था लेकिन फिर वो ही चोक।
बट यार
वीक 2
वेनम
के एंड में
एक चीज है कि जब भी आपका नाम या फिर आपकी टीम का नाम आता है, आप चलते हो अग्रेशन के साथ। तब मार धाड़ वाली जो लाइनअप होती थी वो है टीम वेनम गेमिंग। अब वहां से लेके मतलब ये आप एक डिप डाउन फेज पे जा चुके हो, एक मेंटल ब्लॉक हिट कर चुके हो। क्या हम आपसे ये उम्मीद रख सकते हैं कि वीक नंबर 3 में वो ताबड़तोड़ वो दहाड़ वापस से आपसे देखने को मिलेगा? क्योंकि अब इतने नीचे आ चुके हो तो इससे और तो नीचे जा ही नहीं सकते, और अपने आपके पास इतने अच्छे प्लेयर्स हैं जिससे आप मार पिटाई कर सकते हो। तो कैसा रहने वाला है अगला हफ्ता आपके लिए?
अगला हफ्ता यही सोचा है, जैसा वेनम पिछले ईएसएल में था वैसा ही वेनम अब अगले 2 वीक में रहेगा। क्योंकि पहले मैं ही घुसता था आगे और मार लेता था, अभी मतलब घुसता हूँ तो थोड़ा लेफ्ट राइट हो जाता है, तो इसी वजह से कॉन्फिडेंस नहीं आ रहा था, लेकिन अभी कर लेंगे।
आई थिंक थोड़ा सा पंप की जरूरत है। आई थिंक काफी सारी पंप की जरूरत है। एक अच्छा स्क्वाड फाइट, एक बड़ी टीम को उड़ा दो, पूरा बैक ऑन ट्रैक हो जाओगे। बट धन्यवाद मेरे भाई आज आने के लिए, बात करके काफी अच्छा लगा। हैप्पी न्यू ईयर, और आशा करता हूँ कि इस साल वापस से आप मुझे दिखो ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में, क्योंकि यार नहीं होगा, दावत नहीं बैठ पाएगी फिर अगर आपकी टीम ना आए, कलेश ना हो, ड्रॉप क्लैशेस ना हो, विल मिस यू। तो इस बार किसी भी हाल में कलेश कराओ हम तो चाहते हैं। एंड ऑल द बेस्ट। डेफिनेटली डेफिनेटली, थैंक यू सो मच आने के लिए। मिलते हैं जल्द। It was painful to watch, and for those who could not understand, of course, got to tell one thing, that Venom, as an individual, he's going through such a rough time. Clearly said that he's hit that junction where he's running out of ideas because nothing has been working out for him. And I completely understand where he's coming from, because a lot of IGL Shadow, I feel like, have felt this moment. I think even Manya a couple of days ago, and it's all about somehow gathering bits and pieces, somehow maybe going the God's Rain route, maybe slowly build a chicken dinner, or go the K9's route and do whatever you want. Go CK's route, do whatever you want, make a comeback.
Do you believe that Phoenix Esports is going to make a comeback in week number 3? Because if you notice the performance, there have been signs of aggression. There have been signs where Phoenix Esports do shine really well. Because if you remember that cluster fight which happened in the blue in the first week, where so many teams were around the shelter area, Phoenix Esports came victorious in that one. If you can win in such a clustered situation, I think Phoenix Esports have shown that sign. So maybe I am hoping that week number 3 is going to be a bounce back for them.
See, that's the case, right? It's not about those 4v4 fights that Phoenix Esports are concerned about. The major issue has always been their rotation.
Yeah.
And that is where they're struggling at. You look at their players, look at the lineup, everybody has potential to clutch it out. There's no second doubts about that. They're 4v4 fights, they're mechanically talented, they've been hardworking lads. I've seen them back in the days when they were playing under Enigma's banner, went on to win another tournament, a LAN tournament, when they were actually the undergods. So from there on, we followed their journey. I've been involved closely with these lads, and I know the confidence bunch of people. Even now, they said, right, Kalesh to hoga, which means, yes, there's going to be a lot of drama, and they're going to do everything, folks, that it takes to make it inside of the grand finals. Because last time also, inside of the grand finals in Noida, they played exceptionally well. So this time also, Shadow, I'm going to be expecting a little bit more. But what really broke my heart to see Venom like this. Never have I ever met Venom so underconfident in my life. Like every time I meet him, Shadow, he's always excited, always happy. He's like, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this. But seems like there have been a lot of things that have been slowly rotting him down, breaking him down. And I hope he really recovers from this slump, because once he does, eventually even the team will follow.
course, the IGL needs to be confident. He needs to motivate the team, and I think Venom will definitely recover from whatever is happening wrong, because I also felt that he's being too harsh on himself. He just needs to feel the confidence and just go a little aggressive, take those 4v4 fights, and let whatever the outcome be, just enjoy the BGMI. I think that is what Venom needs to do at this point.
I like the ring of it. Enjoy playing BGMI. Just remember why you started playing this game, because you love it. And I think this is that childlike passion that somebody needs to understand. Go back to your basics, go back to the root. And I think that's the best thing that we could end the show with, right? Enjoy the game. And the same goes for you guys as well, because week number 2 has finally come to its end. Shadow and I, we're going to be calling our goodbyes. We'll meet you once again next week, directly on Friday. Till then, you guys take care and have a good night.
So we're just gonna do our thing, and you never do the Broncos thing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. So you never do the Broncos thing. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both faded, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Even the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. It's like they never even seen us, and nothing will ever get in between us. I'ma ride by your side every season, and if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both faded, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seize the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seize the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster.
Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw the light down at the whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Take it through together, it'll be all love, and it's all good. And it's all good.
Feel like I'm the big dog, been killing it since tip off. Come with it or stay home, the people gon' feel ripped off. It's only major leaguers in the office. If you giving half of an effort around the rest of us, you'll make it awkward. I'm about that action, not the one you talk with. You better hope I'm not the one your coach gon' have you out here really guarding. It took a lot for me to get here, but I have arrived. I really made it, and the haters be looking surprised.
Been down